Hello everybody and welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of day 2 of the coverage for round 6 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Junior Championships, today being the turn of the super lightweight classes after the lightweight classes were in action yesterday. Coming to you live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell, I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, as too is the man alongside me in the box today, and we were talking yesterday about it's somehow the first time this has happened in 2024 this weekend, but I'm delighted to be alongside Mr. Andrew Mather.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Great
How
to be
are
back
you?
once again for Club 100. Great to be back, particularly with the super lightweights today. I think we're in for a really strong day of racing. Great racing conditions. A few fluffy clouds in the sky, but looking pretty good. And here's the circuit that we're racing on today. The international layout of Whilton Mill, 1,200 metres, 12 turns, 26-foot change of elevation. Circuit established in the early 1990s, ever improving, of course, ever changing and evolving with that new last complex for the drivers to get themselves acquainted with here today.
Absolutely. And conditions-wise, weather a little bit better than yesterday. Obviously, yesterday we did have changeable conditions. At this point, yesterday it was quite overcast. There was always the threat of rain, and it was very humid. We had that rain in the afternoon, spiced up quite a bit of the racing. Today, we come into I was about to say cloudier and blue at the same time. Blue skies, fewer clouds in the sky, more cloudlessness. This is why I'm not a weather presenter, folks. But blue skies, although it has become a little bit more overcast, as you can see over the last half hour or so, but fundamentally sunny, a little less humid as well, which I think everyone who's here yesterday is grateful for. That rain yesterday perhaps breaking up the pressure a little bit. Perfect conditions for going karting, one might say. The English summer, which many of you might be aware, the English have been waiting for summer to turn up for
Feels like years.
Yes. And then it's basically just turned up for 4 days, and it might be off again next week, we're not sure. You're not missing anything in terms of competitive track action. We're in the final group practice now. The C group for the junior super lightweights are out there today. There's another 9 minutes to go, as you can see on the top left, the clock there on your Alpha Live broadcast, which gives myself and Andrew time to talk you through the format today and set the scene. So we are at round 6 of the championship. That is round 6 of 10. So we are past that halfway point in the season now. Drivers wanting to build up some good momentum coming into this second half. We had the lightweight cadets and the lightweight juniors here yesterday. If you missed any of that, you can go back and enjoy that on the Alpha Live YouTube channel at your leisure. But stick with us here whilst we've got the live action today for the super lightweight equivalents. Super lightweight cadets and super lightweight juniors are out there for us today. We're going to have a cycling between the cadets and the juniors throughout the day, so it's not like for anyone who watches maybe senior sprints championships and are aware of sort of a heavyweight and a lightweight section to the day. That's not how we're running here. We're cycling between the two, not least because they're running in different karts. Club 100 Rotax Evo karts, all of them, but we've got the cadet variant and the full-size variant. I often think of it as the senior variant. That's not fair. The juniors are using it, but it's the same kart.
Design, same spec.
Exactly the same spec as the seniors that the juniors use, whereas the cadets, you will note, really are notably smaller machinery. The two classes therefore in action, and we cycle between the two because obviously whilst these karts are out on track, the cadet karts are sat on the dummy grid in the pit lane, hence the logistics of cycling between the two. We're going to have the qualifying sessions starting in a moment. Those will take us up to the lunch break, which will be around about 1:15. We'll hit that lunch break, so we'll get the qualifying sessions in to determine the grids. We'll talk a little bit more about the qualifying format in a moment, but just to stick with the broad outline of the day, we'll have that lunch break. That lunch break will take us to about 1:50 sort of time, at which point we'll go into our cycle of pre-finals. So there are two rotations of races. There are the pre-finals, and then we go into the trophy finals. In terms of championship points, they are evenly weighted. That is it. So pre-final doesn't mean any lesser an important race than the finals. The only difference is that there is some silverware on offer in those trophy finals at the end of the day. So you've got your qualifying now through till that lunch break at 1:15. Then we have our pre-finals kicking off just ahead of 2 o'clock. And then we'll be going into our trophy finals. At the moment, we're projected to get into those at around about 3:45 this afternoon. But obviously, that is all subject to change. We have to have stoppages or anything like that. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll be on schedule. But those are the rough timings of the day, running through to just past 5 p.m. Today on your Alpha Live broadcast in the schedule.
Should we talk championship? Should we talk championship standings?
One last thought just on that. Each session is 11 minutes in length. That's a nice, easy thing to remember. We've not got different length sessions with qualifying or different races. Every session is 11 minutes in length. I'll talk a little bit more about the qualifying, the exactitudes of the qualifying format when we get to it. Let's indeed talk about championships, Mr. Lambert.
Yes, we'll start with the Cadet Super Lightweights and how things stand at the halfway stage of the season. These are total points, no drops applied. Still a little bit early in the season to be talking about drops applied, so here we go. It's Jude Pudderfoot, last year's runner-up in the championship, on top. He's on a great streak of form. Has been in the top 3 in every single race, whether it be a pre-final or a trophy final, at the A-spec level, all the way back to round 2. So Pudderfoot currently leads the championship on 1,282. In second place is the winner of this championship last year, Rory Hamilton, on 1,248. So at the moment, it very much looks like it's going to be a battle between those two again. But closing them down, keeping them honest, Jensen Barnard on 1,214 points is third. A further 3 points back is your double winner from round 2 earlier in the season. Jacob Underhill in fourth, Eddie Duncan is in fifth. So a good battle going on across those top 5. Also in the top 10 at this stage of the season, James Vout, Charlie Vance, Sam Morse, Fabian Gandock and Alex Ivanescu. So that's the picture in Cadet. In Juniors, similar to what we saw yesterday with the lightweights, it's a very, very close picture. But a bit more intriguing that there isn't really a dominant force or set of forces in this one. The results have been quite unpredictable at times so far in terms of form book for Junior Super Lightweight. So Jamie Tiley Gooden is your championship leader on 1,252. He's had a couple of wins across the course of the season. He runs pretty well here as well at Whilton Mill, so keep an eye out for the number 9 today. Benjamin Hamilton is 9 points further back. That is the older brother of Rory Hamilton, so both the Hamilton brothers in second place going into today's standings. Third is Dominic Balasaitis. Balasaitis, who took a win in the Junior Experience mini championship, but also runs on separate weekends a couple of weeks ago. So keep an eye out for Balasaitis, currently third in the championship in the number 40. Logan McAllister, winner of the Cadet Lightweight title last year, has stepped up to the Junior Super Lightweight division. Is a bit of a pattern of quite a few drivers taking that step, and maybe that's one of the reasons why the results have been a bit more up and down for the drivers, as they should have that change in the machinery. But McAllister is in 4th place, has had a final win so far this season, and you just never know. This could be one of those days where if he gets into his full stride, he could start pushing to the top. In fact, the fastest of this group currently out practicing. There he is in the number 95, that distinctive dark red and black helmet. 5th in the championship, Freddie Navarro. Freddie Navarro looking for a first race victory since the very first pre-final of the season. Has had some consistent scoring, is there in 5th on 1,201. Mikey Brissenden, Max Sheldon Hayward, Rory Hinckley, Brody Skinner and Max Davies are also in the top 10. But just again to reiterate how up and down the results have been so far this season, 2 of those drivers that I've just read out, Brody Skinner and Rory Hinckley, were your top 2 in both races in this category at Ella Park last time out. So they've clearly got the skills and the know-how to win these races, Howard. Again, they'll be looking for that key word, consistency, from here on out for the second half of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It really is about carrying that, well, finding that momentum, trying to build on it as we note this later on in the paddock walk that we've done this morning, that you'll see later on during the lunch break. The bit more of a patchwork on the championship tables than perhaps the classes we were looking at yesterday. All classes are close, but these classes
For different reasons.
for different reasons, and I perhaps just a few more drivers, a wider pool of drivers who would still yet fancy themselves to win. But I mean, all classes are really open across this, as is often the way with Club 100.
Yeah, and it's that thing again that because no one's had that like dominant consistency, or like we've got in the cadets of two drivers who've been pretty much top three in all their results this season. Yeah, I think it does mean if you can get on a run
Oh yeah,
from now through to the end of the season, you're gonna be giving yourself a very good chance of winning this championship, which will most likely go all the way to the end. That's for later in the season, though. The focus today is here at Whilton Mill.
just one last thought on that, by the way, because we haven't mentioned it so far, and for anyone who wasn't watching yesterday, just a quick point on drop scores. Even if someone were, let's say, quote-unquote, running away with it at this stage, the championship still stays open for a long time in Club 100. Why? Because of the drop score system. If you think of it this way, if you think of this way on the championship table, we've got the pre-final and the finals at each of our rounds. So at each round, each race meeting, the drivers have 2 scores associated with their name. There are 10 rounds to the championship, which means there are 20 race results. The best 14 of those 20 will be used to calculate the final championship score for each driver. Okay, so you can think of that. The quick way of saying that is your worst 3 rounds get dropped, but that implies that it's the 3 worst pairings of pre-final and final, and that's not it. It's the best 14 of your 20 results get used to calculate your championship score, or your worst 6 get dropped, however you want to look at that. Obviously, with drivers perhaps not attending all rounds, that allows drivers to miss a round, and yet still, you know, life happens, school commitments, going on holiday, that sort of thing. It means you can do that and still stay in the championship hunt, but also it allows some leniency for if you have a bad day at the office.
Particularly on a day like today, it wasn't as bad on the drive into this morning. There weren't as many caravans going on holiday on the way to the circuit than there were 24 hours ago. Hello to people in the chat. Hello to HH, the Preston family, cheering on Elliot Griggs and Rory today. Hello to Hazel Bean. Hello to Andrew May, cheering on Ethan Hall. Susan Doyle as well, cheering on Alex. Cheering you on from the sofa. Hello to David Whitehouse, aka Motorsport Magpie, as well. Do get your comments in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let us know who you are supporting here today. But it's time to get competitive action underway here at Whilton Mill for round 6 of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Super Lightweights Championships. Timed qualifying is next. So, timed qualifying, one single 11-minute session for drivers to set the fastest time possible to book their spots on the grids for the pre-finals later on. Drivers across the cadets are in one of 3 groups, so give or take 20 drivers heading out on circuit for their chance to qualify. Now, the key thing in terms of how the grid is formed, this is at the discretion of the clerk of course, we should always put that little provisory in there. But essentially, we're going to have 3 parts of qualifying and then amalgamate all of the times, all of the fastest times into one big, long classification. So it's fastest time wins. Very simple as that. Now, sometimes we could have, taking the fastest drivers from each group to give 1, 2, 3, and then the groups of second to give 4, 5, 6. That's only going to come into play if the weather changes. And looking at the radar, very, very. I know I said this yesterday and it rained, ladies and gentlemen,
but not during qualifying.
But not during qualifying. There's no precipitation on the radar. There is over Ireland, but it's always raining in Ireland. Nothing here today in Northamptonshire. So nice and simple for the drivers. The law of averages, though, if we kind of go on the basis that each of these groups could be equal share, it is a random draw as to which group the drivers are in. We did see a little bit of that yesterday, that one group had a lot of top 10 runners in the championship, the second group had only one. But essentially, if we go law of averages, if you want to be automatically on the pre-A final grid, you're looking at the top 6. That's really where you need to be within your own group, and hope that there's not one really quick group that are able to take advantage of the conditions. So, with all of that said, 9 minutes to go in this one. Fabian Gandock is currently your fastest driver, 61.329. The drivers just getting themselves up to speed here. We did see lap times into the high 50s yesterday.
Indeed. You're not wrong. You have also just demonstrated why you're not a weather presenter either.
What, that it always rains?
It's raining in Ireland, but it always does that. That's why we're not doing that job. Speaking of Fabian Gandock, he was the first one out of the pit lane for this session.
Yes,
so let's just take you through who is in this session, because as Andrew says, they are in the field in each class is split into thirds. So let's just talk about who's out on track right now. And if you don't hear the name of someone who you thought you were planning to hear, they're probably in a different group to go out later. So in this session we have Fabian Gandock, we have Ben Cape, Harry Berry Whiting is out there in this session. We have Senna Cosro-Pana, Adam Asgar, Megan Gascoigne, Francesco De Caro, Ben Lewis, Alex Rattan, Harry Myatt Waldron, Daniel Marutiak, David Kadar, Oscar Delineats, Felix Sheldon Hayward, Max Wainwright, Jack Thompson, Joseph Starkey, Lewis Taylor, and Jude Pudderfoot. And if you're wondering what order that was the order that they were on the grid for qualifying. Yeah. Qualifying sessions have a grid, which is a randomly allocated grid. It's an arrive and drive series. It's just to ensure that everyone gets a random allocation of karts, so it's entirely fair. There's absolutely no, not that anyone would, but there is no opportunity for anyone to identify that one there, that's mine. I can do something to that to change the competitiveness of the kart. So randomly allocated karts.
7.25 minutes of this session to go then. Still in that kind of build-up phase for the laps. You will see drivers trying to maybe form groups of 2 and 3. That's a decent size train to be in round here. It's not the biggest circuit in terms of effect of a slipstream. It's not like a clay pigeon per se, where you really can gain a couple of tenths, maybe even half a second, by sitting in the toe of another driver who's got the pace to stay ahead, of course. We did see a little bit yesterday in the cadets for the lightweights, the groups be too big and they actually start tripping over one another. But at the moment, I'd say pretty much everyone out there is nicely spread out. So this should be a fast, competitive session. On your screens there, there's number 31, Adam Asgar, currently in 14th place in this session. Oh, just having a little bit of a moment there, running wide, coming to a stop, and will be able to get himself going again. We've talked about the pre-A cut-off. There is also a pre-B
There is
final
indeed,
cut-off.
yes.
So essentially each driver will be in either what we call the A-spec races, the B-spec races, or the C-spec races, dependent on how quickly they go on their single fastest lap in these sessions. So the B cut-off, I think we're looking again around top 12, so
yeah,
again on the law of averages, but that can sway a little bit in these sessions. You should note as well, this is a group that's got first place in the championship, 9th place in the championship, but by definition that means one of our later groups is going to have quite a few of the top runners in the championship. I think it's going to be Group B for the cadets here in this one. It's got 5 of the top 10. Oh dear, as there's a little moment there for one of the drivers. It was a triple number. Apologies, I can't catch which one it was. What I will say about that draw is that this is a really good opportunity, I think, for your championship leader, Jude Pudderfoot, to get a marker in and put his title rivals under a bit of pressure when they have their timed qualifyings later on.
Yeah, it's a really good point. There's just another point as well, which we didn't mention yesterday, and someone was asking me at some point, in terms of the gap since you were last out on track, you know, is it that someone was out in Group C practice and then is in Group A qualifying, such that they've immediately got their iron on the circuit and might hit the circuit and set that much a faster lap time because of it? Everyone will have the same gap because the groups in practice carry forward to the qualifying. So if you were in Group A practice, you were in Group A qualifying. So everyone should have the same gap on rest time. Yes. So that's all evened out. It really is, you know, obviously the arrive and drive nature, the job that Club 100 do to maintain the pace parity of these karts, and you know, things like random allocation and the time, you know, really does make for a very even competition, which is what we love to see as much as possible, seeing what these drivers can do, the difference that the driver makes in this competitiveness. I have to say, by the way, to preview one interview that we did do on the Paddock Walk, which will go out at lunchtime, it was very interesting talking to Max Davies, who comes into today third in junior super lightweight, and he described these sessions, right? You know, we're watching this, and in terms of racing action, overtaking, defending, there's not as much going on in a qualifying session, but he, quite notably, I felt, described this as the most important part of the day, because this frames your day.
Yeah.
This frames your day. This determines whether you're going to be immediately into those A-tier grids and kicking off with the pre-A final, or have you got your work cut out to try and get one of those promotion spots, because there is, if you have a bad time of it in qualifying, there is the opportunity to be promoted up through the races in the afternoon.
And particularly with these younger drivers, you know, it's tough out there, particularly on a warm day like today, the fitness. Now, yes, there can be an advantage if you've repocharged through, that you've got yourself your eye in a little bit in terms of the track conditions.
And you get effectively some free karting.
And you get some free karting. But again, when you then get to your higher level race, you've got to go again. You've got to build yourself back up. So no, I do take Max's point there. 2.5 minutes of this session to go. Jude Pudderfoot goes fastest, 58.802. Championship leader in the number 2. We're having a look at the number 48 of Felix Sheldon Haywood, who's just gone up to 8th place on a 59.359. That has been new pole sitter straight away, Francesco De Caro, 58.716. As a reference, do take in mind though that the tyres that everybody is using have had a full day's racing on them. They're a very durable Dunlop compound, but they're not going to be as quick as they were yesterday when they had the fresh ones on. So the pole time yesterday in cadet lightweight was a 58.476. So De Caro's in that region, about 2.25 tenths back. There's still a couple of laps remaining in this one. So it's De Caro from Pudderfoot, Gandalf, Gadar, Cape, the top 5. Should note as well though, because Ben Cape, fortunately for Ben, is an example of this. You can pick up grid position penalties in these sessions. So Ben's picked up one for an ABC bumper pass. That means that Ben will lose 4 positions in the qualifying classification relative to where he ends up once all 3 groups have gone to their laps. Another new fastest on the race. The qualifying session, 58.592 for Jude Pudderfoot.
Yeah, indeed, extending. Not extending, taking it back, taking provisional pole back, indeed, from Francesco De Caro in that 145 car, sitting in 2nd place. So, championship leader trying to throw down a gauntlet that nobody else can take up. Going around this newer section of Whilton Mill. The new Paddock corner, which I think of as the heel of the boot, although what was the thing yesterday? Stiletto chicane.
Stiletto arch. Again, send us your suggestions of what you think the new chicane should be called. I'll just keep going with chicane.
New chicane or Paddock or heel, any of them work really. But it was providing some really interesting racing yesterday. We saw some really creative overtakes yesterday to that section of the lap.
We did indeed. Right, crucial time of this session now. That is time up. Checkered flag is out. Drivers are on their final laps. First couple of drivers over the line. Megan Gascoigne improves to 11th place within this group. That might be the kind of lap times that can get her through into the pre-B final. Can anybody beat the 58.592 that Jude Pudderfoot has said? I don't think Pudderfoot himself is going to beat it on this one, because he's had a bit of traffic and back and forth with the number 65 of Jack Thompson. There is the checkered flag over the line, no improvement. So Pudderfoot ahead of Dakara. Jack Thompson got a good lap in at the end there. 58.762. Beats out Fabian Gandock by 3 thousandths of a second, who also set a personal best on that last lap. David Kadar 5th, 58.829. As no, to say no, we spoke too soon. Fabian Gandock was still on a clear lap and has banged in a 58.382. So Gandock, at the last possible second, he must have come across the line with a couple of seconds on the clock. So by virtue, had that extra lap, and it was the critical one. A 58.3 is good enough to go onto provisional pole position. We'll see if that can be beaten. Out on track now is the first group of juniors. Well, after that dramatic way for the first group of cadets finishing there, let's get on to our juniors. Junior super lightweight Group A. Out on circuit, we've got 25 drivers. Frederick Navarro, Bly Gregory, Jack Redfern, Max Miller, Nikolai Eidgard, Rowan Horder, David Shus Farkash in the 1-2-3, Thomas Walker in the number 45, Ben Cosgrove in the 104, Harrison Bishop in the 108, Felix Bond in the 7-8, Luca Brooks in the 1-3-2, Lloyd and Kajayan in the number 67, Ollie Moody in the 28, Declan Love in the 49, Luke Cherrington in the 73, Thomas Wardley in the 29, Benji Hamilton, second place in the championship at the moment, in the number 6 is out in this one. Richard Winch coming in the number 30, Keo Derrick in the 81, Tyler Masters in the 60, Jaden Giles in the 118, Imogen Owen, she's out in the number 94, Daniel Archibald in the 48, and Curtis Duane in the 1-2-2.
That is how they are. I say how they line up. It's definitely not how they line up. They're already setting times and changing the order. That is the order in which they came out onto circuit for this one. So they'll get as good a time as they can in the 9 minutes and 10 seconds that they have left. Oh, and a bit more, sorry, because of course if they start the time before the checkered flag goes out, then they are allowed to complete that lap. Jack Redfern to the top of the times early on. Yesterday, the pole position in junior lightweights, for those who are wondering, was a 54.821. Shout out to Samuel Masters, who managed that time. He was the only person to dip below that 55-second mark, so it was 55 seconds. 55 dead was a pretty good time, and if you were sort of mid-55s, you were on that B-tier grid, although it was extremely close in that mid-tier. I think 55.8 ended up being the cut-off time between being on the pre-A and being on the pre-B.
Just looking back at that Fabian Gandock stuff, I reckon Fabian Gandock must have crossed the line with around 7 seconds remaining on the clock, and full credit to Fabian for keeping going. Because sometimes drivers go, no, I'll just back off on this last lap if they don't feel particularly good about it. But that was not the case for Fabian Gandock, and at the moment it's pole position for the number 47 in cadets. Let's have a look at what's happening there in the juniors. Still very early stages of this session. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Here's Freddie Navarro took the very first haul of 130 championship points this season, winning the pre-A final at round 1. Hasn't unfortunately since hit that same level. Today could be very much well be the day where Frederick Navarro does strike back through. With a new chicane. He'll take all the tyres there. Wouldn't be too concerned about that. And Navarro goes fastest, 55.809. So provisional pole position to the youngster there.
The drivers have got to be careful here, Andrew, with track limits today.
They have.
Turn 2 is where we saw a lot of
development.
Offences being called in practice this morning.
Yes.
Let's say it that way. We've always said it as the drivers are allowed to use the concrete runoff at turn 2, and traditionally there has been a fair amount of leniency showed there, but there is a little bit.
It's been a tightening and a
yes.
re-establishment of the limit there. So you're allowed to straddle the line, but you're not allowed to go all 4 wheels over it. And I think the point still remains that it's not the quickest way to go through. It's a subtly different situation to the last corner.
It is.
Where if you use the rumble strip, particularly on the lower reaches of it, down that straight, you hit turn 1 with more miles an hour than you would have if you stayed within track limits. It's a little bit different through the exit of turn 2, because from my personal experience, and believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I've been out on that curb a lot over the years. It is not quicker. You are extending the circuit. That you're not going any quicker through the latter parts, the next parts of the circuit.
No,
it's a safety thing. It's that we don't want the drivers racing right up to that patch of green grass on drivers' left.
Yes.
And then being closer to the wall, so it's just giving a little bit more real estate and a buffer zone. Yes. To make sure that if there's something that needs a driver to take forward in action, they're not absolutely on the limits, and then facing a bit of a difficult situation with that wall.
Absolutely. Sorry, I don't want to preview all of the track walk, but we actually begin our track walk at this new chicane, and when we were down there, you were talking about the similarity there in a little way to the end part of Rye House.
Yes.
Now, the start of the lap here at Whilton Mill shares something similar with Rye House, which is that both starts of the lap where you don't go into a big braking zone.
No.
You go into a high-speed section. They're very different high-speed sections, but you are carrying momentum through some very high-speed sections there. And out on the exit of turn 2 here at Whilton Mill, you don't want to be anywhere near the edge. You don't want to be anywhere near the wall. And the characteristic of that curb on the exit of turn 2, if you go far enough onto it, this is a non-technical term, the grain of the concrete there can pull you away off track. We're not talking an extreme impact on the steering, but it can have that effect of just pulling you away off back even further towards the wall off to driver's left. And obviously, given the high-speed nature of that section of the track, that is something that we do not want to be risking. The area where there is leniency around the lap in terms of that conventional track limits of straddling the white line, as far as I'm aware, unless you've seen anything different, mate, is up at Ashby Corner, which we'll be coming to momentarily here. In fact, there is Ashby Corner. The exit curb on this corner that we're looking at the start of now, drivers, there you are, you can see drivers are allowed to run out onto that and utilise that, but they can't go any further than that because there's a nasty drop at the edge of that concrete that you definitely don't want to be. We are not here to do our best Tony Hawk Pro Skater impression, folks. Does that date me? Does that age me? Okay, sorry. I don't know who's the equivalent of that these days. I have no idea.
We're both too old for that. 3.5 minutes of this one to go. Luca Brooks has gone to the top of the timesheet, still in that build-up phase. 55.429 is a new fastest lap time from Luca Brooks. He's on your screens now, so just under a tenth and a half quicker than Declan Luff, who's just put in a 55.563. Now we're starting to get some pace. Benji Hamilton goes to the top of the timesheets with a 55.349. There's another good opportunity for Benji Hamilton. Just the 2 drivers currently in the top 10 of the championship standings in this group. Doesn't guarantee them anything. They've still got to go out there and do the business, take advantage, the form book advantage, as it were. But we said this yesterday as well, Howard, that we've been racing around this circuit long enough and talking about racing around this particular circuit long enough. It is a kind of circuit that sometimes can throw up a surprise because generally people are a bit more comfortable with Whilton Mill. It's a circuit we visit regularly. That ability for drivers to get to their A game quickly. Yeah, I would say this is the circuit where it happens more often than other places, even than say, perhaps a more traditional Club 100 home circuit as a Rye House or a Buckmore Park.
Absolutely, it's a mainstay of many a championship, and as we're watching Benji Hamilton, who currently sits atop the times in this group, it's a mainstay of many a championship, and I would wager you, certainly for me, but you and I, we've done more laps of this place than anywhere else. So, you know, it's a big, as you say, it's a big popular circuit, and it means a lot of people are up to pace quickly. They're confident around here, and it is a circuit that I think rewards that confidence, if that makes sense. You know, there are parts here where you really want to chuck that kart in, have the faith. You know, when you're going through turns 1 and 2, you need to have that confidence that your kart is going to adhere to the circuit and give you the right response to your inputs, which is why when the rain arrived yesterday, it was so dramatic an impact on the day, because suddenly you lose that confidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Jerez 1997 situation.
Oh,
or should
yeah.
I say, was it a Montreal 2024 situation?
Yes, good point.
Benji Hamilton and Luca Brooks have set exactly the same lap time of 55.349, but like we saw in Formula 1 a few weeks ago, Hamilton set his time first, so virtue of that, currently has pole positions just tucked up under the rear bumper of the 78 at the moment of Felix Bond. Felix Bond currently in 13th place. You can see the frustration there for Hamilton trying to get through. This is not going to be an improvement for Benji Hamilton, so it's now going to be over to Luca Brooks to see if Brooks can get that 132 kart around 1,000th quicker than Lucas done before, and that would be provisional pole position. Remember, we still have another 2 groups to come. But neither of them done it because Tyler Masters has come in with a 55.329. Tyler Masters goes to provisional pole.
Absolutely. Hamilton did get past before the checkered flag, so this lap is a do or die in terms of taking that provisional pole position. You can see he's bridged a bit of a gap for the karts behind him already on this one, but is Tyler in the pack behind? He must be, I think, because the time came through just as Benji Hamilton had passed.
And I promise I didn't predict this in this manner, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what we're talking about, and we can sometimes get a surprise result at Whilton Mill. Masters hasn't had an A final appearance so far this season.
Hamilton's
and
bailed out.
Could be going to the top of the timesheets. Let's wait, because we've already seen with the cadets, someone could throw a big lap in right at the end. Jack Redfern's got up to 5th place on a 55.354. Is anybody else going to beat Tyler Masters' 55.3? Masters isn't able to himself. Who is still out there on a lap? Imogen Owens out there on a lap. Comes across the line, she's 13th. That's going to be borderline for whether it's going to be pre-B final or pre-C final. Well, it's only the end of Group 1, so let's not get too excited, because there's still another 2 groups of the juniors to go. But what a result that is for Tyler Masters, currently 40th in the championship, has stormed to the top of timesheets after Group 1 by 0.005 of a second. A 55.329 will be the benchmark for Groups B and C still to come.
Absolutely. We'll be heading into Group B for cadet qualifying up next. Group B for cadet super lightweights then is out on circuit for you, and they will be getting up to speed for this session and trying to optimize their lap time. And bear in mind, they're in competition with all of those who were on track in Group A. It is as if all of the class are on track at once, it's just we can't logistically do that because we haven't got enough karts and they'd all be tripping over each other all of the time. For reference, therefore, the best times from Group A, or the best time was from Fabian Gandhock in the number 47 kart, a 58.382. That is what all of these drivers are trying to beat, a 58.382. That will bag you provisional pole. For the cutoff for the pre-A grid at the moment, the A-tier grid, we're looking at the pretty much a 59 dead. So if you can get it into the 58-second mark, you are looking good at the moment for getting onto the A-tier grid, although we won't truly know what the cutoff is, of course, until all groups have taken to the track. And you're looking at the mid-59s, a 59.4, 59.45 will make sure that you get onto that pre-B. Those are the rough reference times, moving targets as they are, of course, throughout the session. If the next 2 groups are significantly faster, it gets harder, and you'll see more of Group A getting eliminated from those A and B tier grids, and vice versa if the next 2 sessions, including this one, are proportionately a bit slower on average. Remember, everyone's randomly allocated to this, so you know, it'll ebb and flow between the groups just naturally.
So, for me, Howard, this is the interesting one in terms of the draw. We've got 5 of our top 10 in the standings at the start of today in Cadet Super Lightweight in this group. Again, it's just how the draws happen. We talked about the Heroes yesterday, there being the hard side of the draw, perceivably, and the not so hard side of the draw. A little bit of a similar situation here for football fans out there, but that's saying one thing of the form book, it's another thing seeing what actually happens out there on track. So we'll keep an eye on the lap times, we'll keep an eye in reference to the first group. Remember, it's 58.382 that is currently the fastest lap time in Cadet Super Lightweight in these timed qualifying sessions, and it came right at the very end of Group A. Maybe Gadlock at the moment is clubhouse leader. That's your golf reference for the day. How many other sports can we get in to this one? Jacob Underhill at the front of this little group. It's got Theo Thomas in it as well. Underhill just pulling over to the side there to let some of the other drivers through, including Jensen Barnard there. Now, there's another interesting aspect with Gandalf's qualifying that we haven't touched on yet, which I'm not saying it's absolutely required, but it was definitely a big part of getting that 12th lap in. You look at the drivers in Group A, all of them but Gandalf did 11 laps. Gandalf did 12. Gandalf used the advantage of being first on the road very, very nicely in my book in that Group A. He didn't do any of the backing off, trying to find a slipstream. He just went out there and got on with the job. And it meant that he had those crucial 8 seconds in hand to get that 12th lap time in. So, again, that's a little nuance of how these 11-minute sessions can break down. I'm going to chat with Jensen Barnard earlier in the Paddock show. That'll be on your screens later on during the lunch break. At the moment, Barnard is quickest at this one, 58.644. That's not a bad pace at this stage of this session. This is what we saw in Cadet, well, we saw a similar thing in Cadet Lightweights yesterday, of the stacked group, the one that had a lot of the big hitters in terms of the form book in it, was on average a little bit quicker than the other groups. Not to such an extent that the clerk of the course had to change the format in which we formed the grid. The conditions were still the same across all 3 sessions, but it was notable that lap times were incrementally quicker with the standard of driver in that group. Are we going to see the same thing here with Group B? Contact warning for the number 53, of Theo Thomas.
And a penalty for Andrei Vasyakov in the 56 ABC bump and pass. So that's 4 positions added to wherever Andrei qualifies, which is obviously, you know, obviously costly, just to sort of, you know, that can be the difference between being on that pre-B and that pre-C grid.
Indeed.
Or pre-A and pre-B, and then you've got the pressure to get through. It's, you know, it's always the case that you'll have some drivers who will end up on a grid where they would nominally expect to be the next tier up, but and there is the promotion system, or the repechage system as it's called in the regulations, for that. The top 2 finishes of each B or C tier race will get promoted to the next respective, onto the back of the next respective race's grid. It is not promised to you, though. Even if you're in those top 2, you've got that pressure then to convert that into the promotion. And, you know, it's easy to fall victim, if you like, to that pressure. As we're seeing here, the second and third fastest drivers on the track at the moment, Jensen Barnard and Sam Morse, do a little switch around there on the track. So it's going to be interesting to see Sam Morse, obviously, feeling he has the pace at this time.
Very good pace from Ben Hunt, and a new fastest lap time across Cadet Super Lightweight. This beats anything we saw in Group A. Ben Hunt has put in a 58.316. Ben a little bit further back in the championship standings, not because of how he's been driving, but simply the basis of this is only his 4th appearance of the season. Has had 3 appearances so far of the 5 rounds completed, and results have been good. Second, third, 17th and 9th, and one of those rounds was here at Whilton Mill earlier in the season. So Ben Hunt's showing he's got the pace at the moment. Now it's going to be over to all the others to see if they can match that 58.316. 3.5 minutes to go. Alex Ivanescu has gone up to 5th place in this group on a 58.915. Sean Marshall as well has improved to a 59.019. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Lynn Haig, who's cheering on Eskil Hewitt, watching from Norway. Hello to Ryan Hazeldine. Hello to Bryn Albon as well, one of our senior drivers who's hoping for a clean day's racing. Doesn't want to be spending his time adding up a load of penalties this evening because he's tracking a, I don't know whether I should call it a Hall of Fame. He's being one of our volunteer statisticians in the background of tallying up which drivers have picked up some more penalties than others, we'll put it that way. It is it's useful information to have.
Yeah, absolutely.
To allow drivers to kind of learn a bit, consider where they can improve in terms of their race results. So, hello to Bryn, watching back home. Hope to see you soon, mate. It's a seniors meeting in the not too distant future. I know he's doing some good work as well in the Pro Kart Endurance sphere as well this season. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this one. At the moment, no one has been able to challenge that 58.316 from Ben Hunt. Sam Morse has got close. This duo here trying to work together, himself and Jensen Barnard, but staying there. That was a couple of mid-58, so they're still missing the best part of 0.2 of a second. The number 8 kart is coming down the back straight, according to our driver tracker information provided to us by Will Chu and Alpha Timing.
So at the moment, the top 6 on the grid would basically be aligning in turn between groups B and A. In other words, current first place in this session is faster than the first place in the first session in Group A, who in turn is faster than second place in this session, who's faster than second. So it all goes in turn at the moment between the two groups, which goes to show that there's, definitely no cause to think that the conditions are that different between the two sessions when we're seeing what is effectively a very close battle. I mean, there's just under 0.2 between Ben Hunt and Sam Morse's times in this session right now, but when you think of it as them competing against Group A, which is what they're very much doing, they are trading hundredths of a second out there right now. It is very close throughout the field. And a few lap times a little bit slower last time. I wonder if maybe there was a little bit of a
building up for the last run here.
Yeah, exactly.
Rory Hamilton goes to 5th place in this particular group. 58.866. It's a slight, I would say, worrying position, but a concerning position. He was not going to want to be around that bubble, and that's exactly why, because Alex Ivanescu has just gone ahead of Hamilton there, 58.755. So Rory Hamilton, the reigning champion here in Cadet Super Lightweights, under a little bit of pressure, gets over the line, gets a 58.809, goes back to 5th place and will have one more lap.
And he's crucially below that 59-second mark, which at the moment is looking like a bit of a cut-off, although there are more drivers below that 59-second mark. I know I said for the first 3 positions it's in turn between the two groups. There are more drivers in this session sub-59 than in the other one, which suggests that pre-A cut-off will start to get harder to meet.
So checkered flag is out, and good lap time there from Tyler Nickelbine right at the end. Just goes up to 7th place at 58.917. You never know, that might be enough for Tyler to get through into the pre-A final. Ben Hunt comes across the line, stays on that 58.316. Who else is a little bit further down the order? Jacob Underhill, a little bit further down the order than perhaps I would have expected. Here comes Hamilton through the final couple of corners. Is there going to be an improvement for the driver currently second in the championship. We talked about pressure. No, not at the moment. So Hamilton should be well positioned to get through to the Pre-A final, but might have a bit of work to do with that one. Is anybody else improving? Doesn't really look like it. So we've got a new provisional pole position holder in Cadet Super Lightweight with 2 groups completed. His name is Ben Hunt on that 58.316, having completed 11 laps. Sam Moore second in that group, just under a tenth and a half further back. Jensen Barnard third. Fourth for Alex Ivanescu. Fifth for Rory Hamilton. Theo Thomas finishes P6. I think all of these drivers should get through to the Pre-A final unless something remarkable happens in Group C. Corey Chapman, Jacob Underhill and Nishan Marshall along the top 10 as well. Let's get ready though. Out on circuit next, it's going to be Group B for the Junior Super Lightweights.
The drivers out then for Group B in Super Lightweight Juniors. Let's just remind you of what happened in Group A for this one and what the reference times are. Tyler Masters, your provisional pole sitter at the moment with a 55.329. That is the benchmark these drivers have to try and meet, a 55.329. In terms of the cut-off time for Pre-A, remember it's the top 22 in juniors rather than the top 18 that we were talking about in the cadets. So there, we're looking at, if you can get to the top 7, that's a good rule of thumb, but for the record, the top 7 cut-off time earlier on was a 55.509 to be precise, so very similar. We've not seen anyone get to where we saw the lightweights get to yesterday and dip below that 55-second mark, but still the mid-55s is the order of the day if you want to bag yourself a spot on that A grid. Just to give a rough projection as well for B, the cut-off time for the B grid based on Group A is around about a 56.15, something in that region. We'll probably get you onto that B grid. Shall I take us through, or did you want to? Shall we?
I'll go through the 26 drivers that we've got out on circuit in this group. They set off the dummy grid in this order. Number 89 of Dylan Tracy, number 8 of Mikey Brissenden, 6th in the championship at the moment. The 117 of Jack Bromham, the 85 of Henry Jones, the 43 of Louis Williams, the number 10 of Caden Ward, the number 52 of Ethan Pritchard. The number 39 of Max Winfield is out in this session, as is the number 19 of Freddie Coleman Evans. Jamie Warner in the 24 goes for their qualifying in this one. The 101 of Charlie Bradburn, the 34 of Andrea Buharihu Mustiata. I've messed that one up, apologies, we'll get that one as the day goes on. The number 42 of John Wall, the 88 of Henry Eaton, the 72 of L. Topshe, the number 11 of Jack Adcock, the 33 of Blake Southern, the number 21 of Joseph Simcock, the 70 of Matthew So, and the 150 of Dina Rohan. Really good to have Dina here. This is the first time we've seen Dina on our live cameras. Did the previous round at Ella Park. 57 Charlie Williams, the 55 of Henry Barrington, the number 12 of Rory Hinkley, the 58 of George Lewis, the 86 of Jack Hayhoe, and the 75 of Henry Wilkes.
Absolutely, early times coming in, low 56 set by Ethan Pritchard, but we would expect that one to go down. Pretty much all of the drivers setting personal bests at this time as they're going through the final chicane. And here we are up at Ashby Corner, difficult corner, downhill braking into Ashby. And often a difficult place to execute a pass, although we see plenty of people go for it. But you would think overtake under braking, nice and simple, textbook. Because of the downhill braking, it's a long braking zone, and I liken it to being. I liken it to if you're going to work, right? If you leave 5 minutes late in the morning, you might be 20 minutes late. Yeah. If you don't brake at the right point, if you let a meter go by, you'll be that much further at the point where you actually want to have the cart gripping up and turning in. So That's a key thing about Ashby, which means if you're going for the pass, you've got to, have a bit of confidence, have something that promises you that it might come good. You might already be alongside after going through increment or something like that. Pinches up as well, that driving line, towards the apex of the corner. But as I say, you are allowed to use the runoff from that corner, which means you do see some drivers, as that is just a driver creating a bit of space. That is not a mechanical issue, I do not believe. No, indeed, driver back up to speed. We're about to. Blake Southern set a 56.001, so we are probably about to break below the 56-second mark. But remember, that reference time that they need to beat is a 55.329 set by Tyler Masters in Group A. Turn 2 here, we're looking at the exit of that, and the drivers need to, as Andrew was saying, straddle that white line. That might have just been on the limit there of that. Not our call to make, of course, but and there you can see the contrast of Ashby. Actually, those were two very good camera shots actually to show the difference in track limits. At turn 2, you need to straddle the white line. Up at Ashby, not so much. So you are allowed to use that concrete runoff. That is the only point around this circuit now where that leniency is given.
And as I say, the reason for that, it can be somewhat confusing. Again, similar to what we've talked about with Dixon of turn 2 previously. You're not time-wise gaining an advantage. I know drivers like to do it because it just feels a little bit easier. But trust us, ladies and gentlemen, that having done plenty of laps, particularly in this machinery, it is not quicker. If you absolutely nail the braking point, and it is a hard thing to do round here, and keep it tucked in and prevent gravity from having its effect. Remember, it's very downhill, the approach to Ashby. If you can get the turn, the rate of rotation at the apex absolutely spot on, and punch then off of the corner without using that tarmac, that is the quickest way around Ashby Airport.
And it has a natural camber to it, not a deliberate off camber, but by dint of being a corner on a slope, it has that camber to it. So drivers often like that feel and go, naturally I just go over to that curve, and they're allowed to do so. But I take your point completely on that one. Lap times have improved significantly whilst we were having that discussion. There's now some 8 drivers below that 56-second mark. It is Jamie Warner who is your pole sitter, but not a pole sitter. So let's try that sentence again. He's the pace setter within this group with a 55.682, but he's still got to find just shy of 3/10 of a second to overhaul the provisional pole sitter, Tyler Masters. I'm going to go away and think about what I've done with that sentence. That was not a very good, concise description, as Dina Rohan gets an ABC takeout penalty. So that is for taking out another competitor via contact. So if you see ABC, there are different types of ABC. ABC is advantage by contact. You can have taking out. You can have forcing driver wide, or I think that often just comes up as FDW. And then you've got, which one haven't I said? ABC. Complete takeout. Yes.
So
I'm gonna go and have some coffee.
3 minutes to go in this one. Dylan Tracy goes to the top of timesheets, 55.482 in the number 89. We were having a quick look at Jack Bromham there in the 117, who's just set a personal best of 56.082, goes up to 11th place. He's still looking at about a 10th and a half for the fastest drivers in this one to punch through and get a lap time quicker than what we saw in Group 1. And there it is, right on cue. Thank you very much, Lou Williams, at 55.293. That is the new fastest lap time that we've seen in timed qualifying for the junior super lightweights. I think it came in, there's a flurry of fastest lap times, so it's like these drivers have got themselves into a rhythm. Dylan Tracy has gone quicker again, but not quickest. with a 55.440. Ethan Pritchard has thrown his name into the mix with third fastest in this group. Blake Southern as well improves up to 5th place. So this is going to be a bit of a busy end to this session, I feel. We talked about ideal group size. There's a group of 6 of them coming through the new chicane now. That's a little bit too big of a group. They're going to start tripping over one another there, as Jack Bromham's just found out to his disadvantage through the new chicane. So, minute and 28 to go. New benchmark in place. Louis Williams, the number 43, who is part of this group. Just looking out for where number 43 is. It's the black suit with the red helmet just a little bit further back. There he is, going through the King After Christmas now. Blake Southern improves again, but in terms of lap time, but stays 5th. There is a flurry of penalties coming in for racing under yellows. This is effectively speeding under yellows for George Lewis, Blake Southern, Henry Wilkes, Dina Rohan's come in as well, and Joseph Simcox. So that is a number of names there, but none of them the key one at the top of the timesheets at the moment. 40 seconds remain.
Just whilst we're on the topic of penalties, I'm gonna try that again, folks. I only missed out the most common one you see. ABC, different flavours, 3 different types. Bump and pass was the key term I didn't use earlier. That's a 4-position deduction. Forcing a driver wide is also a 4-position deduction, and then take out is a 6-position deduction. So that's how the ABC penalties that you see work. As there's another racing under yellow, which is for Andrea Brahariu Mustiata in the number 34. And a track limit penalty as well for Louis Williams. There is going to be a lot.
That's key.
That is key.
Your pole sitter. That is your pole sitter at the moment, and it's a place penalty as well.
Checkered flag out as well. So anyone who's just crossed the line, anyone who crosses the line from here on in is completing their session as they come through. But the devil's going to be in the detail of the confirmed results from this one. There are a lot of penalties to be applied here. Here is most of the pack now crossing the line. Can anyone improve? Louis Williams crosses the line and does not. Dylan Tracy crosses the line and does not. Last minute improvement there from John Wall up to 8th place with a 55.726. That could be quite crucial in bagging a spot on the next tier grid up. And a last minute improvement as well from Jack Hayhoe in the 86 as well to bring himself up to 12th, 55.958. And just at the last there, Henry Wilkes with a 55.75. And that's last minute improvement there below the 55-second mark. Blake Southern at the very last moment there, similar to what we saw from Gandhock earlier on in the cadets, a 54.917. Now, is he clear on the penalties?
He's not clear on the penalties, so still Tyler Masters is 55.329, stays as the provisional pole position time. We've got to move on though, because the last group of cadets are heading out for their time to qualify.
Final group of qualifying then for our super lightweight cadets heads out onto circuit. Let's begin with the headline as to what everybody's aiming for here based on the previous 2 groups. The fastest time, in fact, have you got a note on that one, mate? Because I still haven't found my notes from the B session, if you've got them to hand.
So
it's still Gandhock on that, isn't it? 58.
We saw in B a faster time.
We did, didn't we? Sorry, yes, we did. From Ben Hunt, 58 point. No, I'm gonna stick with my original answer. Sorry, folks. It is still Fabian Gandhock with the fastest lap of 58.382.
No, it is Ben Hunt, 58.316. So it's about
is
half a tenth over.
Okay, apologies. I'm looking at the. Yes, this is the difference between looking at results.alpha timing and live.alpha timing, folks. Is what's happening there. Apologies for that. But Andrew is absolutely right. It was indeed Ben Hunt with 58.316, which means when it is all brought together, it is Ben Hunt on provisional pole for the time being.
Either way, If you want to be on pole position from this group, you need something in the low 58.3s, and 58.2 would be even better. 11 minutes underway. Let's take you through the list of names who are out in this one. The number 13 of Charlie France, the number 30 of Samadip Dhaliwal, the number 15 of Jacob Kent, the number 107 of Edward Sibri, the 101 of Samuel Fowler, the 36 of Juan Armendariz Bocanegra, the number 14 of Elliot Griggs, the number 9 of James Vout, the number 16 of Caesar Chen, the number 12 of Ethan Biddle, the number 60 of Zachary Smith, the 38 of Alfred Clark, the number 28 of Jake Matthews, the 49 of Isaac Chang, the number 70 of Dexter Hazeldine, the number 18 of Adam Telford, as well as the number 17 of Sarah Telford, the number 68 of Zach Evans, and the 37 of Zaya Honor.
I've worked out what the problem was, by the way. It's always good if you have the qualifying results and not the practice results up.
Ah, okay. So Ben Hunt was fastest in his practice session as well as his
He
qualifying.
was, yes.
There we go. Consistency being shown there.
Not by your comms team, but yes, by Ben Hunt, yes.
So Group C qualifying underway, 8 minutes to go. How are we looking on the pace? James Vout quickest at the moment on a 58.983. As we say, they're going to get quicker. They're going to get quicker than that across the course of the remaining time on the clock. A little bit of just finding out, I wouldn't say jostling for position, just trying to find out which wheel is a good one to follow. It's almost a little, I'm going to get another different sport reference here. It's like a Tour de France sprint finish, when they're just trying to find which wheel are the best to punch off for the sprint finish to get that first place.
So now that I've actually sorted out these times, let's talk a little bit about the cut-offs for the other parts of the grid. We've talked about that the whole time. If you want to be bagging yourself a spot on that pre-A grid, it's got a little bit tougher now, I think, because Group B had a higher number of drivers who were getting below that 59-second mark. So I think now to get yourself onto that pre-A comfortably, you probably want to be on a 58.8, a 58.9 may get the job done, but we'll have to wait and see. And your cut-off for the B tier grid, I'm going to say, is probably a 59.3, 59.4. In that region, that is where you want to be getting to get onto the B tier grid.
So on your screens at the moment, James Vout in the number 9, the number 14 of Elliot Griggs is there as well, so first and second in this session. Around them for company, the number 15 of Jacob Kent is at the front of this little group. And in a moment we'll confirm just who's behind them as well, trying to join. I think it might be 30 of Samadip Dhaliwal. Dhaliwal currently 4th fastest in this group, but that's just changed. In fact, it's got even better for Dhaliwal, up to 2nd place on a 59.106. Faster for Vout as well, 58.691. That's the new benchmark in this session. Needs another just over 3.5 tenths to challenge the ultimate pace of Ben Kent at the moment in this category. 5.5 minutes to go. A couple of warnings coming in, particularly amongst this group. A couple of contact warnings, just contact warnings, not any penalties, but that does mean they've used some of their get out of jail free slots, as it were. Who else is trying to move their way up through the order? Charlie France, 7th in the standings at the moment, has got up to that same position within this group.
Ooh, a few improvements coming in there. All of a sudden, Jake Matthews improves up to 2nd place. And Jacob Kent as well up to 3rd, both in the 58.8, which we were saying, Andrew, is that crucial point for your pre-A cut-off. Didn't we say that was that? So those drivers on the bubble there for getting onto the pre-A grid, as we're looking at this group with James Vout and Jacob Kent in there. And indeed, who else is? Elliot Griggs is in this pack as well, trying to improve.
Interesting to see what the lap times are like on this one. Vout had a really good run up the hill to Christmas Corner. Did have to overtake, but I don't think lost too much time. So 4 minutes to go. What is the pace like? 59.000. Not quicker, but I'm quite impressed that he's managed to get that to exactly 59 seconds.
There's improvement there from Jake Matthews up to the top of this group. It is that's overhauled the best time from Group A, but not the provisional pole time from Ben Hunt so far. He has just beaten Fabian Gandhock's time by 2/1000ths of a second there, has Jake Matthews, and with 3.5 minutes still left on the clock, that could get. Can I say that bodes interestingly? That's an intriguing prospect for the next 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's fairly early in the session for that time to be set. But sorry,
another one of those examples of a driver who may be on the balance of form. You wouldn't have said, yes, they'll be at the front for one of these sessions. 'Cause Jake has made a tier races so far this year, but hasn't been what would you say a regular mainstay in the A races. Last time we were here for round number 3, agonisingly close to those pre-A races, was third in the pre-B final and then third again in the trophy B final. Remember, it's the top 2 that always repechage through. So this would be fantastic for Jake to get through on this occasion and take a big step forward, particularly the circuit that the drivers have raced at before. 2.5 minutes to go.
Elliot Griggs improved on the last time through. Ironically, the lap where we were saying be interested to see the times, none of them changed, and then on the next lap, a couple of them setting personal bests in this session. So Elliot Griggs finally gets that improvement in, takes him to second place with the 58.652. Quite a delta at the moment, Andrew, between the fastest and second fastest in this session. There's definitely a gap in the market isn't quite the right phrase. We were talking about a time gap, but indeed, yes. Charlie France improves with a 59.247 up to 7th place. So still plenty of drivers improving out there as we've got, we're inside the last 2 minutes before the checkered flag will be waved in this final group of qualifying for our cadet super lightweights ahead of what will be the last group for super lightweight juniors here at Whilton Mill for round 6 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships. We had the lightweight cadets and lightweight juniors yesterday. Today is the turn of the super lightweights, and we have had the full broadcast live action for you so far throughout, and we'll continue to do so right through to the end of today's running at just past 5 p.m. this afternoon. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position for you, and as we have been throughout the weekend so far. And yeah, yesterday's racing, I mean, the qualifying obviously builds up nicely to the racing, but we were treated to some fantastic racing here yesterday, and yeah, really looking forward to us going back to racing in earnest after the lunch break, which will be at around about 10 to 2 today. So in about 50 minutes time, in fact, we will be going racing. I always, the clock I look at the least during a race day is the actual clock. And does it not always catch you by surprise whenever you look?
Already at 1 o'clock. Where did all that time go? 17 seconds on the clock, so anyone crossing the line now, or have done in the last 20 seconds or so, this is their last lap. This is their last opportunity. I think Charlie France might be a bit nervous at the moment. He's on that bubble of 59.258. Is that going to be enough for one of the drivers who would expect to see in the pre-A final to make it through? Checkered flag is now out. Can anyone go quicker than Matthews' 58.380?
Matthews can't go faster. Matthews is the first driver to take the checkered flag. He just missed out on starting another lap there.
Has got a good 3/10 on the rest of this particular group. So that is a tremendous effort from Jake Matthews. That will be a spot high up the order in the Pre-A final. I don't think there are going to be quick lap times. So there was yellow flags out through through the entrance to Ozier's, or just gone out. So there has been an improvement from Zaire Honor up to 6th place.
That could be crucial.
That could just sneak in.
That could just get Zaire onto that Pre-A grid, you know.
Charlie Francis got quick as well on a 59.203. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Oh.
James Vout does go quicker than his personal best, but not quite enough to topple Matthews. So James Vout goes a 58.483, goes second fastest in that group. Jacob Kent was also faster on that last tour of the circuit, stays third. Fourth for Elliot Griggs, Sabadeep Dhaliwal in fifth, sixth for Zaire Honor, Ethan Biddle, Charlie Francis, Zachary Smith, Edward Simbry, all in the top 10. But the big news is that it was Group B where we saw the fastest lap in time qualifying for Cadet Super Lightweight. Ben Hunt is on pole position at 58.316. For now though, let's move back to the juniors. Their last qualifying group, we're on track now. And Howard Mitchell, it is a stacked last group of junior super lightweight. 6 of the top 10 in the rankings before the start of today are in this one. There's already a bit of action down at Ashby Hairpin. Take us through who we've got out on track for this next one.
Absolutely, 25 drivers we're expected to see out there. That's good. That's because that's how many have crossed the timing beacon at the start-finish line. Oliver Wilde is out in this session. Logan McAllister, who comes in today fourth in the championship, is out there in this one. Noah Hadwin as well. Dominic Belasaitis, who comes in today third in the championship, as it currently stands, is out there in this session. Ellis McKenzie is out. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, Jake Chapman, Oliver Bamford Sr., Connor Kenny, Callum Wood, Rudy Gilmore-Kelly, George Palmer-Mobsby is out there in this session. Max Davies is out there. Sorry, mate, if you want to carry that one on, hang on a second.
He is indeed. Abby Sanders, the number 87. Max Sheldon Hayward, 7th in the championship at the moment, in number 31. Dylan Fitzhenry in the 76. Danilo Lizensky in the 110. Brody Skinner, winner last time out at Ella Park, in 9th in the championship, is out in this one, number 18. Ewan Leonard in the number 50. The number 13 of Jacob Brown. The number 16 of Dmitry Borovsky. The 100 of Jacob Kershaw. The 35 of Daniel Campbell. Unfortunately, we will not see number 36 of Raul Gabriel Castro as a withdrawal from the event. Number 9, championship leader Jaden Tarley Gooden is out in this one. And last but not least, the number 14 of Kira Boylan.
Apologies there, folks. Hay fever caught up with me midway through that list. I'll see if I can string a sentence together at this point. In terms of what they're aiming for, the benchmark at the moment, the pole position time provisionally at the moment, is that time that we saw is the time we saw in Group A, isn't it, from Tyler Masters, because Blake Southern has that penalty to be applied. So Blake set the 54.917. Actually, I will check in a moment the confirmed results, but we definitely saw a penalty for Blake in that session.
And we saw for Louis Williams as well.
Yeah, so it is, I believe, the 55.329 that we saw from Tyler Masters in Group A for the pole position, even though we saw faster times in Group B. So that's where we are with that. In terms of as Ethan Saunders-Wilkes sets the fastest time for now. A lot of drivers are improving out there at the moment, though. Unfortunately, the number of penalties in Group B makes it a little bit difficult to actually predict the cut-off times for Pre-A, but it's still somewhere in that mid-55s, a 55.5, possibly a 55.6 now will get the job done, because some of those drivers who set the mid-55s in Group B will get the penalties and positions. So that probably makes it a little bit easier to get into the Pre-A grid. That's a relative term, of course. You still need to be pushing quite hard to get that job done. The cut-off time to get into Pre-B versus Pre-C is still somewhere in the low 56s. I'm going to say a 56.1. Should at the moment bag you a spot on that. Again, a little bit difficult to say with the number of penalties to be applied in Group B. And bearing in mind that the penalties will be applied once they've brought everyone together It's not done by group. They combine it all together, then they apply those penalties, is my understanding of how they do that. So it's a little bit difficult. Well, it's always difficult for us to comment on exactly where everyone's going to end up, but those are still your rough cut-offs. So 55.6 I think will get you, or better, will get you somewhere in the region of that pre-A grid. And if you can do a 56.1, maybe a 56.0, that sort of region, and we'll see you on to the pre-B. Dominic Balasitis, currently the pace setter, with a 55.698. So already, we've got 6 minutes left of this session, and we still might yet. We're already, seeing times that look competitive relative to the other session. We're still got plenty of time, as I say, but the stacked nature of this session, as Andrew was saying, is somewhat showing at the top of the timesheets here. Dominic Balasitis, who sits third in the championship, there up at the top of the timesheets in this group at the moment, of 55.698. Logan McAllister, who sits just behind him in the championship, sits just behind him on the timesheet at the moment. George Palmer Mobsby as well, third, but not any longer, and that is because Jacob Brown has just set a 55.608. Here come the improvements now. Everybody setting, or many people setting personal best at the moment. Max Sheldon Hayward with a 55.498. That is already getting significantly closer to Tyler Masters' time. With so much time yet left on the clock, you would predict, as Brody Skinner improves now to a 55.444. So given the times that we've got at this stage in the session, and following the law of averages that says that we would expect to see some improvement, I would say that there is the opportunity really is there for one of these drivers to bag the overall pole position in the last of these qualifying groups. Not though if they accrue penalties, and that is exactly what we've just seen for Jacob Brown. For a racing under yellows penalty, as Max Davies improves to 4th place. A lot of drivers sat now in that 55.4.5 as Max Sheldon Hayward improves to a 55.401. Just to remind you, they've got to get into the 55.3s if they're going to start to tackle. Tyler Masters' time, but it is less than a tenth now that they need to find to overhaul the provisional pole.
Indeed, so 55.401, currently the fastest time. Keep the comments coming in. Hello to Brian, who's cheering on Tudor here today. Hello to Theme Parks UK. I'm sure that that's not their actual name, but that's
Theme Parks UK.
Theme Parks UK. So interesting channel, but it's cheering on Ellis McKenzie. Lynn Haig again, cheering on Leander Hewitt, who we saw in one of the previous sessions. Let us know who you're supporting in the chats on YouTube. That's the one that we're keeping an eye on. 3 minutes and 18 seconds to go. You can get in contact with us as well at @double-MM across the social media networks.
Connor
that
Kenny
was 2
and
drivers just having a bit of a moment of both onto the same piece of road.
Yeah, it was Connor Kenny and Dylan Fitzhenry, which who are both only 2 positions apart on the time, so perhaps not too surprising that they're having to negotiate over track position, let's put it that way, but that's not something you want to see too much of in qualifying. And indeed, I know that's a code warning, not a contact warning that's just come in, which is from 14 of Kira Boylan. As a reminder then, after this session, we will go into the lunch break here at Whilton Mill, but do not go anywhere on your Alpha Live broadcast. You know, if you're watching on a phone, you're allowed to take it with you. But we will have the paddock walk for you here at the circuit. You'll be able to see Andrew and myself going around and getting the thoughts of some of the drivers. First thing this morning, whilst the first few practice groups were going out, and hopefully through the magic of broadcasting, we will immediately come up with or come out with some further thoughts from the drivers post qualifying immediately after that paddock walk as well. You're going to get a double paddock walk if we get this right. From two snapshots of time. One snapshot of the way people were feeling this morning, and now post-qualifying ahead of the racing. So that is for you to enjoy on the broadcast during the lunch break, which will begin at the end of this session. And I will put this out as a bit of a service announcement as well, because I had a lot of people asking me this morning about interviews. We are going to, after this session is done, go up to the podium area in the paddock. If you are, as Jamie Tyler Gooden improves, there is the first driver in this session to go into the 55.3s. Still not enough to beat Tyler Masters' time. That is a real statement of intent there for Jamie Tyler Gooden. To finish the thought, if you are keen on having an interview, come and find us. We'll be around the podium in, 5 minutes' time. Yeah, we will try and talk to as many of you as we can.
And if you've already had one this morning, don't start going to have another one. There's 132 drivers here today.
There are. So, yes. But, yeah, great to get some of the drivers' thoughts. Can anyone improve then? 35 seconds until the checker flag is waved, and yes, people can improve. Matt Sheldon Hayward with a 55.261, and that is provisional pole. As we say, based on what we know of the penalty applied in Group B, that is enough for pole position. And Jamie Tyler Gooden overhauls it, a 55.224 there from Jamie Tyler Gooden puts him on provisional pole.
Really good stuff there from Jamie Tyler Gooden, but these are the laps that really will count now. The time ticks to 0. Last opportunities for everybody out there to get their fastest time of the session in. It's looking a little bit difficult at the moment for Abby Sanders there in number 87, because there's more of a race style of things going on for her in that part of the circuit. Max Davies improves to second place, 55.230. This is a quick session, as was to be expected, and Sheldon Hayward goes fastest, 55.057. Balasitis to second, Jacob Brown third, Logan McAllister fourth, Jamie Tyler Gooden all of a sudden finds himself down in 6th place just in this group.
But he will finish this lap.
Can he respond? No, he can't. 56.445 on that last lap. Jamie Tyler Gooden looked on for pole position, not just in group, but in the whole class as well, and finds himself down in 6th. Will still make the pre-A final, but that has really shaken things up, not just in terms of this group, but the whole class, Howard. We were talking about a 55.329 being pole position before it. All of a sudden, if you're Tyler Masters, you're still on the pre-A final grid, but you're down in 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. It might, bearing in mind, you've got, I've just looked at the confirmed results, by the way, from Group B qualifying. Indeed, just to confirm it, Blake Southern did get a penalty in the final result there. Can't say where that'll put him on the grid, because they will apply their penalty once they've combined all of the groups together, so that it is a legitimate 2-position deduction. And just one last shout out there. Saw a good improvement there from Daniel Lizinski at the end there. Brought himself up to 11th place with a 55.705. Again, that could be enough just to bring him on to the back of that pre-A group. It's going to be interesting. It's very close around that pre-A, pre-B cutoff time. Really, really bodes well for this afternoon's racing. That is all to come, though, after the lunch break here at the circuit. So for now, on your Alpha Live broadcast, please do enjoy the paddock walk. We will be back with the racing around about 1:50, so in about 30-35 minutes' time. Thank you very much.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Well, welcome to the Paddock Walk for Sunday here at Whilton Mill for round 6 cadets and juniors at Club 100. In the continuity of the day, we're in our lunch break right now. You'll have seen some qualifying action, as it is right now. We're at the start of the day, and we're here, Andrew, at what is the new section of the lap.
Place to be.
Indeed, the new chicane that they've installed here at Whilton Mill. We did have it earlier in the season for round 3, so it's not entirely new to any drivers who were here before, but definitely a different challenge, Andrew, and also bringing the circuit up to scratch with safety in mind as well.
Yeah, as I say, it's changed the characteristic of the circuits in all respects. I think it's a little bit different. It's not exactly what we see per se in the British Kart Championships and owner racing. Here in Club 100, just with the nature of the karts and how they race. I think what's actually particularly key now with this last corner, which is a bit of a difference to owner racing, is your exit, because sometimes you can bog down a little bit with the Club 100 engines having that little bit less power. I think when you're in, say, like a junior road tax, you can almost punch through it. It's a challenge for the drivers to get right. It means they have to be quite precise. It's got similarities, I feel, actually, when we're in the Club 100 world, to something like a Rye House. It's like an exaggerated version of the last couple of corners of Rye House.
Yeah, they're on from pylon and to finish the lap.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not a completely new challenge to drivers who've been around for a while, whether that be in cadets, juniors or seniors, but it's definitely one that we see drivers, I think, still probably getting to grips with. The good news is, I think, particularly for Club 100 karts, the lowering of the final curb is a big plus for me. If I go back to when I used to pedal these, I hated that last corner with the monster curb as it was, if I'm being perfectly honest. So having that lower down, I think in our world of Club 100, that's where we see the safety benefit for us per se versus the owner world where it was all about the actual corner speed, if that makes any kind of sense.
Just want to pick up on so cadets practice Group A are just getting ready in the dummy grid, but just before we come off the track, we saw several penalties yesterday for breaking formation, and here more than anywhere really, Andrew, it is, I mean, obviously you're focusing on so many different things that are raced up, but they can't make it much clearer. You know, we've got these very clear yellow tram lines here that you've got to stay inside of ahead of that start line.
And again, it's the subtlety of the rules, because I know some people will have been saying, well, the drivers were moving out after the lights went out, which, yes, at owner level or say, you know, European level, it is the rule. You're allowed to come out. That is not the case in Club 100. You have to run all the way to the start line still in the tram lines to keep those starts nice and consistent towards turn 1. So that's where we were seeing some of those breaking formation penalties yesterday. Hopefully we won't see them again. Hopefully the drivers have learned the lessons from the mistakes of those yesterday. There's Johnny P 5000 on Instagram, the best karting photographer in the world. We are biased, but we will keep saying it. Good day yesterday, John?
It was an interesting day yesterday. We had lots of rain. We had a little bit of rain, which was a bit sketchy, but makes for good photographs. Very impressed with how they got round.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to your hard work. We do go and check out John's work on the Facebook, on the public Facebook at Club 100 Racing, and a bit of the Instagram as well. Shall we have a talk with some drivers about to go out for their
Let's
practice
indeed,
sessions?
not least because I think that might have been Elliot giving us the sign that we should vacate the track.
Please leave the
Please
racing
go.
surface.
So let's kick off. Shall we have a chat? Let's see if we can get a very quick chat. If I can do, Fabian Gandhock, you're sitting in the top 10 in the championship coming into today, so a good place to start the second half of the season. Whilton Mill as a track, is it one that suits you?
Yes, it's been my best result so far in this season, and it was in round 3. I didn't have a good race last race, so I'm hoping to make it up this time.
Absolutely. Hot conditions today, dry conditions, that more to your liking?
Yes.
Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, you have a good, I'll leave you because you're at the front of the queue, but have a good time out there. Good day's racing.
We're over here with Daniel Maracek, having some last little bits of encouragement ahead of free practice. Daniel, how are we feeling today?
Oh, normal.
Normal, calm, in the zone, ready to go?
Yeah, like calm. Yeah, calm.
Were you here for round 3 earlier when we raced here at Whilton?
Yeah, I came 10th in the B.
So the aim today is trying to push through and get into the A final?
Like, first podium in the B now. Yeah.
That's a good target to have. Quite warm here today. Have you been doing any different preparation for the heat of racing?
I do pro kart, so I was like training from LO to here. Yeah.
Good stuff. And who do you want to thank for getting you here today? Mum and Dad?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, have a good day, Daniel. We'll catch you in a bit. Where's Howard gone? This is the problem with having black shirts. We can never see each other. There he is.
Hello. I'm here with Harry in the 97 card. I should be able to read that off that, but I've just read it off my list. And we've got support as well. Alfie, you're here as well, aren't you?
Yep. Hello. I'm Harry's mate. He better win.
There you go. Top coaching advice there. Harry, how are you feeling coming into today?
Excited.
Awesome stuff. Whilton Mill, did it serve you well? Were you here with us earlier in the season for it? Is it a track that you like?
It's all right.
It's all right. It's all right. What will make it amazing? If you win today, will that put it up the top?
Yeah.
What is your favourite circuit?
Glenny Gores.
Danny Gores, popular choice. I'm going to do some more quick fire questions. I'm going to get you in on this as well, Alfie. Favourite food?
Pizza.
And Alfie, favourite food?
Probably my dad's toad in the hole.
Your dad's toad in the hole. I like that. I feel like that must have been a different answer to when I asked you earlier in the year. But yeah, cool. All right, you have a good day's racing, both of you. And cheers for talking to us. Andrew.
We're gonna have another 2 for the price of 1. We're gonna go right to the back of the field where we find Corey Chapman and Lewis Taylor. I'm gonna step across like this so I don't trip over anybody. Corey first. How are we feeling today?
It's really good.
Feel amazing.
Feel amazing. Good to hear. Whilton Mill, what do we think about it? What are we hoping for today in terms of results?
Top 10 in the A.
Yeah, top 10 in the A and not to spin out.
Not to spin out is always a good thing. Good track conditions. Have you had a bit of a track walk this morning?
Yeah, I have. I saw the little wet patch at Christmas at the start of the day, but it's all gone now.
Yeah, been on track walk, tricky corner, Christmases.
And were you out in the extra testing session earlier? How did it go?
It was good. I was leading the whole thing, and then I was second in the end in the test, so that was actually all right.
Lewis, did you have a go earlier?
Yeah, I did. I was first and then I got knocked down to 5th, but it was a good start.
And what is it about the Club 100 Cadet karts that you enjoy? What do you enjoy about the Club 100 Cadet karts?
I enjoy them because it's fast.
Yourself, Lewis?
The speed and the acceleration.
Good stuff. Well, we'll leave you there because I think we're about to go on this one. I think the grid's being cleared. Thank you, guys. Thank you for talking to us. Jude Putterfoot there as well. Keep an eye out for, well, we've already been keeping an eye out for Jude, one of the front runners in the championship. Grid is being cleared, Howard, ahead of the first practice session. We're into the event proper now after the exclusive testing earlier on this morning. I think the drivers it's a little bit wet. Better in terms of the weather than it was yesterday, but still not too hot. It's still not like it was on Friday when it was subtropical, shall we say.
It was. I think Brits would call it aggressively hot on Friday. It was really quite bad. But yeah, definitely less clouds in the sky. Definitely not the threat. I mean, yesterday I was asking everyone about wet conditions in our grid walk. Paddock walk even, because there was a rain in the air and even it was starting to spit slightly whilst we were doing the grid walk, but it held off for quite a few hours. It was humid as well. I do feel it's slightly dipped it's got up on the heat and the sun, but slightly fresher this morning. So out of the 2 days, I would probably pick this one to be going out in a kart. And
this Cadet super lightweight class as well, as the engines fire up for free practice. Really intrigued to see how that battle between Jude Putterfoot and Rory Hamilton gets on today. It's a very close battle leading into this 6th round of the season, and it's always the case in Club 100. The championships are so tight at this stage of the season. It's all to play for.
Absolutely, and all of the championships are wide open. They usually are, or they all usually stay that way right to the end because of the drop score system that we have. But even considering that, we are seeing really close battles. I mean, yesterday we were looking at. We were looking at was it junior lightweights where there's always been a double win.
There's always been a double
win.
And
then you're looking at, and then you're looking at the championships today, and it's more of a patchwork. It seems to be all of the championships are open, but maybe these ones have more players in the game who could still yet mount that momentum and really put in a charge.
Yeah, particularly with the juniors, I feel it's great for us as neutrals in terms of keeping the championship open, but it would be something to say, I think, about the results of the juniors so far this season. They've been a little bit more inconsistent in terms of you've not necessarily had a pack of 5 drivers who are, give or take, always there in the top 5 of the A-Spec races. But again, I think it's going to make that second half of the season even more important than normal to get a bit of rhythm going for the rest of the year. I think, well, shall we head on into the paddock? We'll have a further chat with more of the juniors later, I think, the junior super lightweights. We should just remember as well with that note of like the consistency that, particularly in 2024,
guys, keep this pit lane clear.
A lot of the cadet lightweights from last year have taken that step up into the junior super lightweights, and that change of the carts, that change of the machinery as well. I don't think we've probably sold enough of just how big a thing that is in terms of getting on top of it. But it's showing the ladder system really is now coming into its own within Club 100 after its introduction a couple of years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we were alluding to, and we've talked about it plenty in our coverage with Alpha Live of the senior sprints as well. For years now we've had the phenomenon of drivers coming from the junior ranks, or the Young Drivers Championship as it was originally known, coming up through that section of the ladder.
Yeah.
But with the last couple of with the cadets coming in over the last few years as well, you're right. Within these race weekends, you can see that ladder in action, season by season, and yeah, that's definitely a powerful thing to see the youngsters coming up.
We've got a smorgasbord of drivers
We have, haven't we?
who are all
they're
waiting.
quite deep in.
They're very keen to have a
They're
chat
looking
with them.
quite
Have a
serious
chat
cadets.
with Jensen Blakely first, if that's okay. Jensen, sitting well in the championship going into today. I asked this question to a couple of people yesterday. If it was a school report, what grade would you give your first half of the season?
What, like 1 to 10?
1 to 10 or A to F? Can be an A triple star if you want.
I'll give it an A because I think I've had some rounds where I've either been too aggressive, maybe got taken out, spun out. So I'll give it an A, but I think I could have done better so far this season, but it's going all right.
Something I've noted, as I say, I've not been in the paddock for a while, but I always see all the photos coming in from Johnny P at the end of the weekend. You always seem to have a busy load of people around you and a really good friendship network within the paddock. At least that's what I see on the photos. Is that true?
Yeah, for me it's just like I've got into some of my friends' group and then we just started speaking because we started working well in quali, and that's how some of us became friends.
And how much do you almost like tactically coordinate things before the events? Is it kind of a case of turn up on the morning and get in the zone, or do you talk online outside of the events?
It depends where we are in our groups. Let's say if I'm in the B group and my friend's in the A group, then we can't really do much. But let's say if we're in the same group, then we like work together. We just follow each other around, get the slipstream, and then we might swap halfway through the session so we can also both get the same amount of slipstream.
Good stuff. We'll have a chat to some of the other drivers. Drivers, introduce yourselves for the benefits of the live stream.
Sam Morse.
James, Charlie France,
Sam Val.
So, simple question. Out of the four of you, who's going to win today? Who's going to be the highest up the order?
Me.
me. I'm not racing.
You're not racing. That's fair enough. But a lot of confidence. Have you all driven this circuit?
Yeah, I have.
Which is our favourite corners of Whilton Mill?
Christmas.
Christmas. I don't like any of them.
You don't like any of them?
I don't like Whilton Mill.
I mean, it's honest. I say it can't be everybody's favourite circuit. So which is your favourite circuit on the calendar this year?
GYG or Ryehouse.
GYG is a solid choice. Ryehouse, a bit unconventional, but again, some people really do enjoy that one. What are we thinking? What kind of results are we going to get today, do we think?
Hopefully top 5 in the A final.
Top 5 in the A final?
Podium.
Podium.
Top 5, top 10 in the A.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, guys, and we'll see you out on track later on. Well, the viewers at home will have already seen you out on track for the qualifying session. I've lost him again. I don't know where Howard's gone. He's gone back. He's gone back into the scrum of the. Oh, I think he's actually now he's doing a very important job that commentators should always do, which is checking how to say names. Because as someone whose name is often mispronounced. Yeah, it's a real bugbear of mine that we need to get it right.
You're seeing a small part of behind-the-scenes comms work, which is no longer behind the scenes in front of a camera. Hello.
Shall we go up on the balcony?
We can do. Let's go up on the balcony. It's always good to go up there during a Whilton Mill paddock walk.
But yeah, if you're enjoying the coverage, of course, do make sure that you click that like button, giving it a share as well. It really, really does help it out. James Fowler, we had a chat with him yesterday. So let's head up onto the balcony. Beautiful day for it, for having a little bit of food, a little bit of sustenance whilst the drivers are hard at work out on track. We've got about 4.5 minutes of this session for the cadets to go. There's some drivers there who look up for a chat. Go ruin some people's mornings.
Who have we got? Some of our juniors. We haven't spoken to many juniors yet. Who have we got? Dylan. And
Max Davis.
And
Noah.
Cool. Right, Whilton Mill guys. How is it as a track for yourselves?
Rubbish. I'm dead slow.
That was always my problem, except I had it at every track and in any type of kart. So you're up on me.
I do.
Is it good for you, Max?
I love it, yeah. I'm actually faster around here, which is good.
Noah?
Need to bring back all track limits and make it better.
Yeah, there was a few things going out today, weren't there, about track limits, getting drivers needing to be careful at turn 2 predominantly. Your season so far, guys, where we at? What's the story of 2024?
Rubbish.
I've barely done any rounds, and then the rounds I've done, I've just been horrendous, basically.
So I'm going to try and I'm in no way qualified to do that. We're going to try and coach live. Well, we're not live, but it's pre-recorded. But what's the silver lining here? What's the silver? Is it only up from here?
Yeah. I can't get worse.
Today's the day, right?
Yep.
There we go. There we go. I'm going to pretend that was useful. Max, if memory serves, sat top 10 in the championship. So we're coming into the second half. What's the approach?
Just keep it consistent for the rest of the rounds. Try and get top 5 here today, then I should be secured. Just do well for the rest of the season. Yeah.
And Noah, what's the situation for yourself?
Just make some overtakes and don't get hit off like last year every race.
Okay, so I'm going to infer from that we're not feeling pole position is on the go because you're meaning to overtake. But no, I'm joking. Yeah, the qualifying, is that something that you guys focus on, in particular? Is it because obviously, it's the biggest opportunity to save yourself some work later on?
Yeah. Well, I try to.
Yeah. For me, it's the biggest race of the day with quali because, where you finish in quali, that's what your day goes off then. If you do well in quali, you'll probably do well in the day. If you don't, then, you won't.
And Noah, what's your best qualifying bit of the year?
Somewhere in the B final, but I can't remember where.
Okay. So I think we're going to have to move on because of time. But thanks for talking to us, guys. And it's going to be your best day of the championship. I can feel it. Cheers, guys. Thanks for talking to us. Andrew.
Hello. Always like to get new faces on these paddock walks. Here with Dina. Dina, it's your second time racing in Club 100, first time in front of the Alpha Live cameras.
Fact. So I was last round at Ello Park, but this is like a first time for me.
So first time at Whilton Mill. How have you found it so far?
I mean, I find I think it's a really nice track. It flows really well. That kind of bend at the end is quite an interesting add-on. But yeah, I think I look really forward to racing in the pre-final.
What's kind of your karting history before racing in Club 100? What have you done previously?
So I kind of started karting properly in 2020. So it was kind of lockdown. I decided that kind of start getting into it. I've raced at Daytona Tamworth, which is my local circuit. I won the RTA Junior Championship there. I've also done 12 hours at Buckmore. I've raced at PFI. There's a great deal of circuits I've been to, so yeah, it's not too bad.
So with that experience you've had before of different tracks, how have you been able to prepare for this one? Is there some techniques that you like to use when it's a first time at a new track?
Yeah, so what I like to do is I like to study the track, like YouTube videos. I also like to take like a sheet of paper and kind of draw lines and see what kind of works, and then as soon as I get a practice, I can put it into practice. And I think that's kind of how it works for me, at least.
Good stuff. What would you say for anybody looking to get involved?
I think Club 100 is a really nice series. I find the marshalling especially is astonishingly good, and everybody here is very friendly and accepting. And so whatever kind of skill level you're at, you'll find somewhere in Club 100 for you.
Fantastic, very well said. Thank you, Dean. Thank you for your time, and best of luck out there. Howard's got another one of our younger drivers.
Minutes time. Whilton Mill served you well in the past. How do you go here?
It's really good. I know the whole circuit, so I know what I'm doing, and yeah, it's fun.
And we're going to do a few quick fire questions. What's your favourite circuit?
I think Ella Park.
Ella Park. Did you do well there earlier this year?
Yeah, I raced with another championship, and that's where I won my nationals. So it's really good, yeah.
Awesome stuff. And the favourite driver?
F1 driver or?
Any.
Max, I don't know.
Favourite food?
Pizza.
Pizza, popular choice. You have a good day's racing, Freddie.
there we go. That's going to...
oh.
I'm crashing into people. This is why I don't go out on track anymore. We're going to wrap up there. That's been part one. Don't go anywhere, because if you're sticking with us, well, you should stick with us here on your Alpha Live broadcast. We've got another one of these coming up right now. Some people are running away who shouldn't be running away, but that is going to be us done for this part of the Paddock Walk at Whilton Mill. Keep it locked here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Okay, we're not. Well, more coverage here down in the paddock. You've just been hearing from the drivers ahead of qualifying. Now we are post-qualifying, pre-race. This is pretty much as live as you're watching it, perhaps with a few minutes delay. So we're going to try and get the thought of a few drivers during the lunch break. Could be risky. Yesterday we definitely invaded a few picnics. So let's see how we get on today and get the thoughts of some of our drivers. Let's head over here. Who have we got? I'm going to do... Laura, who have we got?
Logan McAllister.
We have got Logan McAllister, if that didn't get picked up on the mic. In fact, Andrew, do you want to stick with Logan? And
Yeah, I'll stick with Logan. Logan, busy qualifying out there. How are you finding it stepping it up from the cadets to the juniors in terms of the machinery underneath you?
The juniors are a lot quicker down the straights. The brakes are a lot more sensitive, so locking up it seems to be the way around some of these tracks. They're really fun to drive. I really like them. The tyres suit the car quite well. They don't bounce like the cadets did. So yeah.
And you've got a lot of racing experience in different machinery, whether it be other cadet series or whatever. How much can you take from, you know, the smaller karts into the juniors? Because I always say this with owners as well, that in some ways the cadet / into step to junior is probably the biggest step in UK karting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the speed. When I got it, because I did D-Max at Daytona Sandown Park, that was a big step up for me. They were just much quicker down the straights. But I've managed to find a sweet spot in the car, and I've gotten fourth in quali, so I'm not doing too bad.
And a competitive qualifying session as well. Looking ahead at the races, how will you be tackling the early laps, do you think?
Mainly just working with other people, trying to break away, build a gap. But I mean, I obviously want the win. I need to try climb up the championship order. And I've got a few people who I know I can overtake, but I do also have contenders in the race.
And this new layout as well, particularly the last corner, from your perspective, how much has it changed racing around here?
It definitely slows you down through the last corner and all your run up to Christmas. I like it, actually. You can ride the curb, it's quite fun. The change in tarmac's a bit weird, though, because you have to jack the rear up. But apart from that, I like it.
Good stuff. Have a good one, Logan. We'll see you later on and head over to Howard.
Absolutely. We've got Jake Matthews and Elliot Griggs here. Guys, you were in what looked like a really competitive session out there, and you were both at the sharp end there posting competitive times. How was the session for yourselves? What was your take on it?
It was fun. I was just trying to push to get a really good lap time and start up there in the A's to try and get up there, try and get some trophies, I guess.
Absolutely. And Elliot?
Yeah, I mean, it was really good fun. I really enjoyed it. I was working with James Vout, and he got a really good time, and I'm really proud of myself, because in the first practice session I wasn't looking amazing, but I'm really happy I managed to turn it around for myself.
Absolutely. So you've had that first stress point of the day, right? It really frames your day for the qualifying. You've made it into that pre-A grid, and that does that take a pressure off you, because it obviously qualifying has a big bearing on what the nature of your afternoon looks like.
Yes, the qualifying is probably the most important part of the day. But it's good because you can't drop down to the next category, and like you go from A, you won't go down to B, and you can even if I make a mistake, I'll be in that A final. I can always make my way back up the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And Elliot, looking ahead to the racing, what's your hope for today?
I just want to come away happy, really. No penalties is my aim, because that's what's been ruining my mood after every race, is getting penalties. But this time I have a good feeling that I can keep it clean and get a good result at the same time.
Absolutely. And I reckon that JV will like that answer as well. That's what we like to hear. But yeah, briefly on your season so far, 2024, we're over the halfway mark now. So I'm sure you're just taking it session by session in terms of the focus. But where do you see yourself at so far in 2024?
I'm quite happy with what I'm doing. I'm definitely loads better than last season. I finished 28th last season in the championship, and I'm trying to aim to be at least 18th in the championship.
Same here. I mean, just a lot better than last year. And at the start, I got a 3rd at Rye House, and I'm almost got a podium at PFI, but I got span. So that was very sad. But yeah, today I think I've been doing really well, and I'm happy with my season so far. And I think I can carry on and get a good result at the end.
Brilliant stuff. You guys have a good afternoon's racing, and thanks for talking to us. That was brilliant timing tactically there. That's for the camera. Who we got here?
I don't know.
That's the simplest question of the interview. How did your qualifying go?
It went fine. So the beginning of the session, I tried to get a gap, and then just started pushing a lot.
Cool. Okay. And I've never had anyone answer what their name is like that. Do you wish to remain an enigma, or what? Tell the viewers who you are.
Francesco.
There we go. No worries. So, looking ahead to the afternoon's racing, what are we hoping for?
I'm starting 10th in the A, so maybe get some positions, but I don't mind holding it, really.
No worries. Cheers for chatting to us, Francesco. You have a good day, afternoon's racing, yeah? Andrew.
Hello. We're here with Frederick Navarro. Freddie, difficult at times qualifying, but you've made it through to the Pre-A final, and what's been a very topsy-turvy class this year. You can do some work from there.
Yeah, I think, even if I had a setback with a penalty, I can definitely try and make up as many places as I can, as long as I don't get hit out, of course, but make as many places as I can, try not to get a penalty, and have a good race.
How happy have you been with the season so far? Started really well with that pre-final win at Rye House, and you've continued to get points on the board. It feels, at least from my perspective, watching those results come in, you're taking a real big step forward this year.
Yeah, after round 1, came back really positive. Round 2, GYG, got a bit unlucky with rental karting, because obviously all karts aren't the same, but after that I just had to push on harder, not get it to me mentally, and just drive better.
How's it been, particularly with the super lightweights and how the different ages and weight limits work? We've had a lot of cadet drivers from last year move into the juniors. Has that changed how the class feels at all, or is it about the same as last year?
About the same as last year. Top runners are still top runners here right now, so it makes for good racing as well.
And going forward, what are we looking at for these 2 races? What would you be happy with?
Of course, a win, but as the race comes and goes, you never know what you're going to get, but always aim for a win.
Good stuff. Thanks, Freddie. Thanks for your time, and have some good races out there. I think we're pretty near on time. Let's head on through.
I don't know if we were able to grab. Sorry, that's my navigation.
What does it never work with animals and children?
We might struggle to get any more drivers in. There's quite a few going out onto the track, bear in mind, getting their eye on the circuit during the lunch break ahead of the racing, which is always important. We used to do, I remember, back in the day, British University's karting championship, when we'd first arrived. Not always been able to do it, actually, when we competed in endurances.
No.
But getting that track walking and really going and seeing, can I hit that curve? What's that going to be like when I approach it in the car? It's a really important thing to go and do.
I'd say even with a circuit like this, circuits that are never absolutely the same when you come back to them time and time again. It could be a newly painted curb. I mean, obviously with this circuit there's been big changes in the last 3 or 4 months, but yeah, there'll be drivers out there just getting a little bit more information, referring back to what they've learned from this morning's practices and the early afternoon of the timed qualifying session as they get ready for those all-important pre-finals and trophy finals later on today.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to have to keep it short and sweet here, just to make sure that we get all of this out to you before we go racing, which will be in just a few moments' time. So right now on the broadcast, it should be back to racing. Welcome back to live then here on your Alpha Live broadcast. We just about managed to fit in the last of our paddock walks there. Great to get some thoughts from our drivers to see the pre-recorded paddock walks we did earlier. But right here, right now, it is time to go racing, and we are going to kick off with the pre-C final for Cadet Super Lightweight. Let's take a look at your grid as the drivers get ready to head out onto circuit. It's going to be Edward Seibury who starts this one from pole position. Caesar Chen alongside on the front row. Andrei Vasiakov and Daniel Marutiak make up row 2 with Oscar Delenietz and Ben Lewis on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Dexter Hazeldine and Isaac Chang, Marcus Cooper and Adam Telford round out your top 10. And then it's Adam Asgar and Leander Hewitt on row 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Sarah Telford and Juan Amandares Bocanegra. Alfie Clark and Samuel Fowler are your 8th row of the grid with Zach Evans and Senna Kaipana on the 9th row. And then it's Joseph Starkey and Freddie Kershaw to round out the 20-kart grid for this first race of your Sunday here for round 6 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships. And yes, sorry, it's Senna Khosrow Pana to say that the name in full, though, it was abbreviated on the graphic. 20 drivers taking to the track here. This is the first of 6 races that you'll now see in the Cadet Super Lightweight class. So the top 2 finishers of this race will bag themselves a promotion spot onto the back of the Pre-B final. And just as a reminder, we're going to be cycling between your cadets and your juniors as we did with qualifying. So for example, the next race up will be the Pre-C final for junior super lightweights. That's not the focus now, though. Right now we are all about these cadet super lightweights. It's going to be Edward Seibury to take them away, and away we go for racing. 11 minutes on the clock as they head towards Oblivion Corner for the first time. Who is going to emerge out on top as they head up the hill for the first time? It looks to me like that's Caesar Chen, I believe. Or no, excuse me, it's Andrei Vasiakov indeed, who's fighting for the lead, and that's Caesar Chen coming back there in the 16 in the black race suit, side by side briefly with Andrei Vasiakov. But it is Vasiakov who's had a storming start there to get himself up into the top position. We've got a driver off to drivers left. We've got 3 carts at least there stationary up at Ashby. We'll double check on timing who that is as they come through. That looks like Daniel Marutiak has moved up to 3rd place there, but already a bit of a gap emerging between Vasiakov, between the top 2 of Vasiakov and Chen and those in hot pursuit behind them.
Yeah, for Daniel Marutiak at this stage, he's got to just stay calm right now and let the race come back to himself there in the number 25. These 2 at the front, though, they need to get their heads down as well. Not fight too much in the early stages because they've got a good opportunity here of breaking away. A very positive start as well from Vasiakov. Disappointing in qualifying, perhaps. Had a 4th-place penalty which has dropped him into this Pre-C final grid. It's a great opportunity now to kind of put that wrong right and make sure that he can be back on the Pre-B final grid, where at least in terms of the qualifying pace, perhaps Vasiakov should have been. Other drivers who've had positive starts. Sarah Telford up 6 places on that first lap. Zach Evans up 7. I think the biggest mover on lap 1 was Freddie Kershaw. So Kershaw, who had an exclusion, I think, for being underweight, if I'm not mistaken, in qualifying earlier. He's gone from the back of the grid and is already up to 11th place, again in 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Freddie, I believe you're right on that one, mate. And Freddie will be a driver on a mission there, as we've got an ABC take-out penalty for Daniel Marutiak. So that's 6 positions added to wherever he finishes. And crucially for the story of this race, as you can see the penalty 25 being shown there on the DigiFlag board, crucially it doesn't matter where Daniel finishes on the road, he cannot gain promotion, and that's of significance here because the top 2 are going side by side. Caesar Chen on the outside of Andrei Vasiakov. It doesn't pay off for Caesar Chen, and that does allow Daniel Marutiak through. And here we get into the classic thing I say when there's penalties involved in promotion spots. We all know that the driver in 2nd place has a penalty, but Caesar Chen doesn't, likely does not. I'll say likely does not. He may have seen the penalty board, but it was for a driver behind him, so the penalty board might not have even flashed it in time for him to see it. And even then, he's got to be aware of the number of the cart behind him and go, that's Daniel's number, the number 25. I now know that he's... No, that's unlikely that the driver's aware of that. And meanwhile, Dexter Hazeldine's getting involved there as well. But half to get away from it there, Caesar Chen puts in a really nice move through the toe of the boot to regain second place.
Yeah, that was a really good response from Caesar Chen, almost in response to the attack from Hazeldine, and they suddenly realised, hang on a minute, I can go down the inside of Murchak here and take second place. He's lost it now, though. Back through comes Murchak, but again, remember that +4 penalty will very much change things for Murchak. That's a key move. That's Hazeldine down the inside of Chen for third place on the road, which becomes second once penalties are applied. And it's, remember, the top 2 from this race that go through and join the back of the pre-B final grid. There was one driver off towards the back on the kink of what's unofficially known as Boxing Day. It's the one after Christmas. We'll check to see if anyone was falling down the order there. Good pace at the moment for the driver in the number 61, Oscar Dolinets, is in 18th place, but potentially could come back through the field in this one.
It is good pace from Dolinets, but that segues for me, unfortunately, because I wanted to cover the drivers who were involved in drama on that first lap. We saw a few at Ashby, and I think the 3 drivers involved were Oscar Dolinets, the pole sitter Edward Sybry was involved, and Zach Evans, it looks like, were the 3 drivers who ended up falling down the order there. I just check as well. Looks like there's been some moment of drama as well for Isaac Chang, not on that one, but since that time. A few drivers, unfortunately, on a bit of a recovery drive, and will be hoping to work their way up the order now, possibly put themselves in a position for promotion in that C final later on.
Yeah, I think half spins as well for Freddie Kershaw. Lost 5 seconds on that last lap, and Joseph Starkey, if not mentioned already, has slipped behind Dolinets as well. Back at the front, 6 minutes of this one to go, so we're about halfway through the time for this pre-C final. There's yellow flags out through turn 1, double waved yellows effectively with the single flag and then the digiboard above as well. That's why there's a driver off to driver's left. That might be Zach Evans, the number 68, possibly. No, I don't think it is. Might be the number 11 of Leander Hewitt, who's just lost some positions, but not affecting things at the front of the order.
Oh, I don't think it's Leander Hewitt, because Hewitt's just crossed the start-finish line. So might it be Samuel Fowler?
Samuel Fowler in the 101, who's unfortunately no longer circulating in this race. All these drivers will get another one, of course, to get the Trophy C final as well. So if you do miss out on getting one of those 2 top spots, they'll come back later. Here's an attack, potentially. No, thinks better of it. Dexter Hazeldine looking pretty quick out of Ozzy's corner and into the boots, but Vasikov holds that position. So Vasikov first, Hazeldine there in second place. No penalties on either of those 2 drivers. Don't check there in third place ahead of Chen.
Indeed, and don't forget that Dexter Hazeldine is currently, he's in the promotion spot, whether he's ahead of or behind Daniel Marutiak with that penalty to be applied. As it currently stands, though, he's had a good start to this lap and got himself up onto the back of Vasyakov here.
Yeah, Marutiak had a bit of a slide coming through towards Fine Lady, out of turn 2, out of the crook. That just allows Caesar Chen to get the momentum, the run up the inside, and get through by the time they arrived at Christmas Corner. So, you 1, 2, 3 now clear of penalties. Keep an eye on Ben Lewis behind as well in the 150. Ben's going along quite nicely, 61.461 last time around.
Indeed, and not carrying any penalties as well. I'll just keep everyone up to date as people join in the battle there. There's a little look from Caesar Chen to possibly get back at Marutiak. Not Marutiak, sorry, back at Hazeldine. So your top 3 now are racing legitimately for position because none of them are carrying penalties. Further down the order, Alfie Clark has just made a move up into the top 10. He's just got past on Senna Khosrow Pana for 10th place. Still the fastest lap of the race with Oscar Dolinets on that recovery drive up through the field.
Quick hello to those of you in chat. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Greg Smith, cheering on Corey Chapman and Logan McAllister, who we'll see in action later on today. Bo Sullivan as well. Good to hear from you, Bo. Hope you're doing well, mate. And someone that's simply known as 46, cheering on the Telfords, who we'll see later on as well. Keep your comments coming in. 3 minutes to go. No real changes at the front. Ben Lewis is coming back though, looking a bit further down the order. Good scrap going on between Adam Asghar and Marcus Cooper. That's for 6th place.
I was going to note, actually, I noted it in qualifying as well, as we've got side-by-side action here for the lead of the race up the hill, and that looks like Hazeltine has got the pace advantage towards Vasiakov. It's going to be all about the braking and the execution of Christmas Corner, and that goes the way of Dexter Hazeltine taking himself to the head of the field. So it's now Hazeltine and Vasiakov at the head of the field. Daniel Marutiak in 3rd place then, having just set the fastest lap of the race. But there is the problem for Hazeltine. The second penalty of the race has been awarded, and again it impacts these crucial promotion spots. That is an ABC BAP, which is advantage by contact, bump and pass. So that is the fact that Hazeltine has been adjudged to have been too robust in his methodology of overtake. I don't think, because of the timing when that was shown, I don't think that was for what we literally just saw with Vasiakov. I'm wondering, was that perhaps opening the door at the boot? At some point, have we seen a bit too much of a prizing open there? There is the penalty showing on the board. So that is 4 positions added to wherever Hazeltine finishes.
It's been a fairly quiet race in terms of the observations coming in. I do wonder whether that was a very quick one coming in, more for just coming through Oblivion and into the crook. Was there a tiniest little tap from Hazeltine on the rear bumper of Vasiakov? Either way, the news is that it's going to be a +4. It's going to be a 4-place demotion for Hazeltine at the end of this race, which either way you look at it, to take him out of those top 2 spots. 1 minute and 15 to go. So Vasiakov's still looking good. Chen's still looking good as well. Remember that the penalties are always applied from effectively the back first. Actually no, that's completely wrong. From the front first. So the drivers at the front would first receive their penalty, and then, for example, Hazeltine would move down 4, and then Richak with the penalty as well would then be moved down a number of positions. So again, either way, you've got to be clean on your penalties to be in that final top 2.
The reason that's done, just to be clear, is if you hypothetically imagine a field where all but one person got a penalty, the person who hasn't had that penalty is your winner.
Yeah.
They are rewarded for that clean racing. That's why that is done. Thankfully, we're not at that point, but we do have 2 significant penalties in amongst this top 5 as we are on the final lap of this one. Fastest lap again from Oscar Delinietz. We might have a few people to watch in the C final later on who've had maybe incidents and accidents at the start of this race that's put them out of the running for the promotion spots. There may be a few drivers to watch. Here, though, we are going to watch Dexter Hazeltine come around the final few corners, but he has that penalty hanging over him, and that means that your net winner is going to be the 50s. It's going to be very close, actually, for this. Dexter Hazeltine crosses the line, but Andrei Vasiakov will take the win once all is said and done on penalties. Daniel Marutiak finishes 3rd, but also has a penalty. So by our reckoning in the box here, and we must stress how provisional that is, Caesar Chen, who finishes 4th on the road, will be your 2nd promotee onto the back of that pre-B final grid in your Cadet Super Lightweight. There's Vasiakov with the win. We believe Caesar Chen, your 2nd promotee. I'm going to take this opportunity to say results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100 to see all of the confirmed results. That is results.alphatiming.co.uk.
There's your provisional result then. Hazeltine first on the road. Vasiakov, Marutiak and Chen all in the top 5, completed by Ben Lewis, Adam Asghar, Marcus Cooper. Good to see both of the Telfords there up in the top 10 as well. So places gained for both Adam and Sarah. Alpha Clark P10 ahead of the rest of the order. We'll quickly move on though. The top 2 drivers clear through that race will join the back of the pre-B final. Next up though is the pre-C final for Junior Super Lightweight.
Let's take you through the grid then for your Junior Super Lightweight Pre-C final. 30 kart strong grid, plenty to take you through here. Connor Kenny starts this one from pole position. Matthew So alongside Rory Hinckley and George Lewis make up row 2 with Dina Rohan and Ben Cosgrove on row number 3. Max Winfield and Nikolai Eidsgaard are your 4th row of the grid with Noah Hadwin and Dylan Fitzhenry rounding out the top 10. Then it's David Suksfarkash and Callum Wood on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Dmitry Borovsky and Abby Sanders. and then it's Richard Winkham and Oliver Bamford Sr. on row number 8. Jacob Kershaw and Rudy Gilmore-Kelly are next, and then it's Luke Cherrington and Charlie Bradburn to round out the top 20. Then it's Voyden Kajayan and Charlie Williams on row 11, Henry Eaton and Thomas Walker on row 12, Max Miller and Andrea Brahario Mustiata on row 13, Freddie Coleman Evans and Curtis Duane on row 14, Rohan Horder and Keo Derrick to round out the 30-kart grid as we are getting ready for the start.
Big field this, only 2 spots available in the Pre-B final. Lights are green and we're racing once again at Whilton Mill. Very close side by side through the first couple of corners. Is there going to be an opening for those on row 2 to step through a bit wide? The sub-driver's waving for a restart there, and the whole field's slowing up, but there's no flag, and I'm not quite sure what's happened there. That looked to be like the drivers almost decided that they wanted to restart. There's still no restart flag. I'm not quite sure where the drivers have got that one from. There wasn't a significant number off the road.
You can see off to the left-hand side,
gesturing, going,
yeah.
What's happening here, guys? Because we're still green. We're still racing.
I have never seen that before. There's just
and
been
now
this, and now it's called a false start. But honestly, unless there's been something out there that Andrew and I haven't seen, but you can tell from the lateness of the call, they were past what would usually be the full start zone.
Yeah.
That was some bizarre sort of mass group think that it was a full start.
It's almost like the drivers have decided we're going to go on strike here, guys. We want to go around and go it again.
That is bizarre.
I've been watching Club 100 racing for a long, long time, Howard. I've never seen that before.
No, well, never mind Club 100. You and I have been watching racing since I've never seen that. We've been watching it since we're tiny.
Well, there we go. We'll
right.
We'll
Well,
go around again.
if the
thankfully, the most important thing is because that was a bit of a risky situation, particularly for the second
true,
half
yeah.
of the field.
I mean, yeah, it's not nice.
No one got themselves in any further bother there. So we'll go round again. To be perfectly honest, ladies and gentlemen, I've no idea why.
There was nothing on post 2 or anything, was there?
And there was no significant number of carts off of circuit. So
if someone's just drying off their, their yellow T-shirt down at turn 2, maybe don't drape it over the fence or so. I really don't know what that was. Anyway, well, hopefully the drivers will oblige us by going racing in a moment's time. As you say, that was a slightly odd... That's a worrying situation, because when you get that realisation and everyone's bunched up like that, you absolutely can get the rear of the pack arriving on the scene and realising a lot later than the front of the pack, and it can cause a nasty crunch in the middle. But thankfully, everyone seemed okay. We saw a few drivers exiting stage right as they came up the hill. But, well, you've got to read... I mean, Nicky Richardson's as experienced a hand as you can get in that position, and his body language didn't suggest he knew what the situation was there.
So that's someone with over 30 years experience in the sport, and I think he was a little bit perturbed of like what was happening in there. Anyway, we are going to go around for one more formation lap. I just kind of think, yeah, we've got all 30 drivers as well. We've got all 30 drivers, so from a perspective of maybe that's the only thing I can think of. That was there one kart not part of the main field.
Yeah, but even then, for the whole field to a critical mass of the field, a critical number to realise it and go and have their conscience tweaked to the point where they go, hang on, we shouldn't be racing. That is bizarre.
Nikolai,
I honestly wonder if that started with one driver just doing the sign before we're going round again. I'm really not sure about that.
The one reason I think is Nikolai Eidsgaard on timing at the moment is only showing us completed 2 laps, albeit one of them is a very long 2:26. I just wonder, had Eidsgaard disappeared into the pits, is due to start 8th on the grid.
Maybe. But again,
the one flag that we can't see from our position at turn 1 camera is where the digiflag is right now.
True.
For the red lights when we go to the next shot, which is going to be in any second now, we can't see whether the digiflag has been showing a chevron. That's the only right now thing I can think of.
I see what you mean, as if we were looking back,
looking at the backside of the digiflag, not seeing that the digiflag may have been showing a restart or go round again for a kart being in the pits. That is me somewhat speculating, ladies and gentlemen, so I'll just make that absolutely clear, but that's the only thing I can think of right now. Anyway, that's all history. It's now time to get this one underway.
It'll be 9 minutes, of course. Every full start sees 2 minutes be removed from the race time. So for those who are not in the promotion spots but would seek to be so, there's that much less time to do it in now. Right, take two, I guess. Connor Kenny will lead them away in the 51, and away we go for racing. 30 karts towards oblivion for the first time. Can we keep it clean through here for one of the largest grids we see? I think I saw a driver going off to driver's left there as they head up the hill, and yes, there is a kart, it looks to me, a little way off the back, but as they come through the top of the hill, it looks to me like Connor Kenny has retained the lead of this one as they come through Ashby Corner. We've got a driver off there to one side. I think that wow, we'll double check on timing. That might have been Eisgard, actually. It looked like it might be the 113. But at the moment, at least, not too much change at the front. It looks to me like Paul Sitter has retained that lead.
So into the boots for the first time then. Connor Kenny has the lead of this race. We'll look to get into a nice rhythm through the first few laps of this one. They've got a good gap, actually, Kenny and Rory Hinckley. With the rest of the field, a couple of contacts in early on, but apart from that, we're all good. No penalties. Good to see as well, no breaking formations so far today. So clearly our set of drivers here have been learning from the mistakes of others yesterday. Bit of a battle for the lead now. Rory Hinckley looking to the outside of Connor Kenny as they go through Christmas. Good defence there from Connor Kenny. They've got to be careful though, they don't want to lose too much time because of this. Oh, down the inside, Hinckley is all locked up there, but has got through, has got the move done. And will now look to stretch ahead of the rest of the pack. But look at how much time has been gained by George Lewis in the number 58 and Matthew So in the number 70. Got a proper race on here for these top two promotion spots.
Fair play for Rory Hinckley. That was full commitment into Ashby. We've talked about how, on paper it looks like an easy textbook overtake under braking. It's not, and he had to really commit to that. And one wondered if he was going to get it stopped in time and turned in. He did, but as you say, Andrew, it has cost them on time. Just a little bit of race admin. The clock hits 9 minutes now. They did go for the full 11 minutes, even though there was a full start, which hints at, we don't know, but hints at the fact that maybe there was a bit of trouble there at the start with signalling to the drivers, i.e., it wasn't their actions or their contact. It's what we can infer from the fact that they've maintained the 11 minutes in the clock.
Essentially, something has happened between the pace car pulling off and the lights normally going green. This has aborted the start. Either way, 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Good start for Dina Rohan as well. Dina's up to 5th place and has got some really, really good pace in the 150. Driver only in their second race meeting here in Club 100. Took part in round 5 at Ella Park a few weeks ago. Now moving through the field. A bit surprised to see Rory Hinckley in this pre-C final, to be honest. Howard, a driver 8th place in the standings, hasn't missed a pre-A or Trophy A final all season, and that may still well be a run that will carry on, but it's got to get through from this race first and back into the pre-B, and has just lost the race lead. So Connor Kenny's gone through, past Rory Hinckley to retake the lead of the race. They've dropped one of the drivers behind. Matthew So has got a bit of work to do, but George Lewis is still there in 3rd place. This is, I think, not just a physical test for Rory Hinckley to see if he can get through, but a bit of a mental one as well. I'm sure he's quite frustrated at being in this race. I'm not quite sure what's happened to him during timed qualifying.
He received no penalties and no exclusions.
Indeed, that was a bit of a head scratcher that Hinckley is even in this one, but in it he is, and just got to keep. I know it's an easy thing for me to say in the commentary box, but keep calm, not get too flustered by, the driving characteristics of a set of competitors who is probably not used to competing against. And here goes George Lewis down the inside. Oh, just not able to get far enough alongside into the braking zone of Christmas Corner to make that move stick. Yellow flag out at increments.
There's a reason why George Lewis may in particular want to get that promotion spot, and let this be the cautionary tale, folks, in keeping it clean in qualifying. He started 4th on this grid. He had a 4-place deduction post-qualifying. He would have been on the back of the pre-B grid on merit, but a penalty has seen him now have to try and fight for the promotion right here. And fight for it he is, as he was pulling alongside Rory Hinckley then, heading towards the boot, but couldn't quite make it stick. Again, the boot, I think, is another place, like Ashby, where an overtake on the brakes looks simple and looks like the basic theory, but because of the sequence of corners at the boot, it is not so.
Particularly on entry, it pinches very, very quickly when you get to the apex of the first pass of the boot. Hands up indicating that, yes, there's waved yellows at the top of the hill for Christmas corners. There's going to be no overtaking through this part of the circuit. I think it's just a cone replacement. Yeah, the cone being replaced. I think it's Johnny Goddard on the way back to his observing position.
I'm going to keep my cautionary tale, in fact, as that's deep from Conor Kenny, and that's straight through for Rory Hinckley there, up into the lead of the race. And that is how easy it is to outbrake yourself at Ashby. It's, as we said earlier, if you're a metre late braking, you'll find yourself way further than that at the point where you want the kart to turn in and grip up for you. And that was the lead handed on a platter there for Rory Hinckley. Crucially for Conor Kenny, he's got to not think too much about that and just keep his eyes focused on the prize here and stick with Rory now and work together for a bit and regain the momentum to his race.
I think Conor just came a little bit too far inside. It was like a half defence, and you get off the racing line there. You get off where all the rubber's been laid down across the weekend so far. You lose a bit of braking adhesion. This is a good scrap. This is Fitzhenry in the number 76 and Schuss Farkas in the 1-2-3, just behind Abby Sanders. Abby Sanders having a really good race here. He's up to 8th place. Max Winfield just behind there in the green helmet with the blue suit. This is all for positions not just in this race, but championship points and positions on the grid for the C final later on today. Bit of a toe-to-toe there between Fitzhenry and Schuss Farkas. They were getting initially past, but again just a bit too deep for the driver of the 1-2-3. That allowed Dylan Fitzhenry to come back on the switchback.
Yeah, indeed. I just want to finish my cautionary tale as well. Dina Rohan as well in 5th place, trying to chase down that top 4. Such Farkas has another look there through the boot section. 8 positions lost through penalties off of qualifying as well. I don't want to keep hanging on these drivers. They've served that penalty by being down on this pre-C grid, but that's a tough one for them to deal with psychologically. Or maybe it's giving them the confidence that they go, you know what, on pace I can do this, and that spurs them on. We're back here with that battle over 6th place, going through the mid sector. Such Farkas looking for any opportunity on Dylan Fitzhenry. Abby Sanders and Max Winfield, though, right with them. Look there from Sanders. Fastest lap of the race set by Rory Hinckley, trying to cement his lead, but to be clear, the gap is still just shy of 2/10 here. There's plenty to be fighting for at the front, albeit they now have a bit of a comfortable gap to George Lewis. 1.5 seconds separates the top 2 from the rest of the chasing pack, and that's a deep moment there for the 74 of Rudy Gilmore Kelly, who will now lose out heavily from that. Just happened to be in quite a train of karts and outbraked himself into that heel of the boot. And unfortunately that's costly. We'll be looking to try and claw some of that back before the race is done. As indeed there is an initial attempt on trying to get by on Andrea Brahari Mustiata, and it doesn't quite pay off this time around. Andrea holds on to that for now.
Penalty for Voidan Kajayan. Unfortunately for Kajayan, has picked up a bump and pass. That's going to be +4 positions for the driver of the number 67. He's currently 11th place on the road. Top 2 look to have this under control now. He was a bit nervy, it was a little bit scrappy early on, but Hinckley and Kenny have now got a 2-second advantage over George Lewis and Matthew So. It's still worth for Lewis and So to keep pushing on as they are. They're getting themselves onto the front row of the grid for the Trophy C final in the best possible position to get through next time. I just never know if Conor Kenny goes for a move on Rory Hinckley, that 2-second gap could close pretty quickly. Tactically, it wouldn't be the wisest move of your Conor Kenny right now, because the more important thing right now is just get through to the pre-B final. You're only going to change which side of the very last row of the grid. Oh, was off the road there, and not particularly happy. I think that might have been Noah Hadwin in the number 62 running wide, and felt he was encouraged into that one, perhaps into Wilkins' corner. Here's the scrap for 6th place. Dylan Fitzhenry still at the front of it. Abby Sanders has got through into 7th place, and Abby Sanders looking racy here.
Yeah.
Fitzhenry having to go a little bit defensive into oblivion. There's a good run as well for David Schuss-Farkas there in the black suit with the white helmet. Down the inside is Schuss-Farkas trying to take 7th place. Abby Sanders fights back. That's good for Dylan Fitzhenry. Dylan can disappear off the front of this group now. Good fighting there from Abby Sanders to hold on to 7th place.
Yeah, she gathered that situation up well, actually, there, I think. But the pressure isn't there off yet. Such Farkas trying to challenge through these middle corners. Too far back, though, to make a challenge here into Ozier's, and that might just be enough to allow Abby Sanders to pull away somewhat through the boot section. It's not that no one can put a move in through there, but it's easier to drive defensively, if that makes sense, as we're looking at George Lewis and Matthew So, the battle over 3rd place. The drivers who stand to gain if anything befalls the front 2 runners. Going defensive there is George Lewis, although Lewis is carrying a pen. Let me double check that one.
8 seconds to go on the clock. Down the inside goes Matthew So and gets 3rd place off of George Lewis. Track limit warning for the number 73 of Luke Cherrington. Well, that will give Matthew So pole position for the Trophy C final later on today, as long as he can hold on to it into the boot, of course, and he should be able to because there's yellow flags out in the boot. Well, it's going to be an in the end routine victory for Rory Hinckley. Job done, through and into the pre-B final. 2nd place is going to go to Connor Kenny, and 3rd will be held on to by Matthew So at the line there. We'll have another go in the Trophy C final later on this afternoon.
And just to be clear, George Lewis not carrying a penalty. He was my example of the cautionary tale of not getting penalties in qualifying, but no penalties in the race. Across the line comes that battle that we saw over 6th place. Dylan Fitzhenry holding on to that one ahead of Abby Sanders, David Such-Farkas and Max Winfield and Oliver Bamford Senior round out your top 10 as the largest grid that we shall see today continues to cross the line. We'll next see these drivers, with the exception of Rory Hinckley and Connor Kenny. We'll next see them in the C final later on. As your provisional result, don't forget you can go to results.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Club 100 to see all of the confirmed results, but provisionally at least it's Rory Hinckley and Connor Kenny who've got through, and I think Rory will be, as you were mentioning during the race, mate, breathing a bit of a sigh of relief given his form thus far this year and where he would nominally expect to be.
Yeah, I mean, we was in 2nd place in both of the A-tier races last time out at Ella Park. As mistaken earlier, he has actually had a B final earlier on this year, which was here at Whilton Mill for round number 3 in a pre-B final, should be clear on that one. So he's back into that race. Will be a remarkable run through to the pre-A, but we'll see if he can do that later on. Next race out on circuit, we're back to the cadets. Pre-B final underway in terms of its formation laps here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid for this one. And it's Tyler Nickelbine on pole position. Zaya Honor for company on the front row of the grid. Nishan Marshall and Ethan Hall are on row number 2. Eskils Hewitt and Max Wainwright's nicely positioned there on row 3. They're ahead of Ethan Biddle and Charlie France. Ben Cape and Lewis Taylor completes the 5th row of the grid. Felix Sheldon Haywood and Zach Smith on row 6. Omar Euler and Legard Dimitri on row 7. Harry Matt Waldron and Lily Catillon on row 8. Megan Gascoigne, Alex Rattan, Harry Berry Whiting, Tudor Gianta, Andrea Vasikov and Cesar Chen form up the 22 drivers in this field. The last 2, of course, qualifying through from the pre-C final. Sun out here at Whilton Mill. Steady conditions. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. Eyes on those lights. 11 minutes and green light. Away we go then for the start of the pre-B final today in the Cadet Super Lightweight. Good start for Nickelbine there on the inside with the green and yellow helmets. Will have the lead up the hill to Christmas Corner for the first time. Drivers trying to get down the inside here. Can be a very crucial run to Christmas here on lap number 1, but that's a solid start for our pole sitter, Howard. Oh, there's a spinner in the middle of the pack who's going to have to wait to go all the way
carts
to
off into the grass.
2 or 3 more carts off to drivers left, 4 more carts off on drivers left. That was all going on through Inkermans.
One of them is Ledger Dimitriou in the 19, who was the first driver to get away from that. So he's just a few seconds off the back of the pack. We'll have to call the rest as they come through on timing this time around.
For Tyler Mickelbein, who had a 2-place deduction from qualifying, so in terms of pace, knows he's got the speed to get through to the Pre-A finals, done the first part of the job, lead from pole position, have first position at the end of lap 1, now sets about the hard task of keeping away from the rest of the pack. He'll hope for a few scraps immediately behind him so he can stretch out a lead and consolidate his position in the top 2. Side by side for 3rd place as look at Charlie France down the inside, has a little look to try and get 2 for the price of 1 there. That I think was on Lewis Taylor, and might have been a skilled Hewitt involved in there as well. Nishan Marshall's had a good start. He's gained 1 position from the start of this race, and Nishan now is the 2nd holder of one of those repecharging spots onto the back of the Pre-A final grid.
Yes, indeed. I think it was it might have been Zyrona who was involved in that as well, as they went 3 abreast into Christmas Corner. Nickelbein, though, having a look to see where the threat from Nishan Marshall is. As you say, well, this is the thing. We're saying when drivers perhaps just miss out because of a penalty, on balance they should have the pace. But it's so close, that might have just been 1 lap. On average, they may be on pretty much identical pace here, so it's by no means said and done for the driver of the 41. Nevertheless, Tyler is currently at the front, choosing to go defensive though up the hill. Nishan Marshall and Lewis Taylor both with good drive out of the crook. Marshall's going to try around the outside, and he's going to get the job done in a very nice move there, and immediately Lewis Taylor is on the attack as well, and so too goes through. That is all changed at the front there. Nishan Marshall with a beautiful move around the outside of Christmas off the back of a good run up the hill. I wonder if Nickelbein just pulled over to the right hand side a little too early, thought about defending too early, and it actually compromised his flow out of the crook.
Yeah, I tend to agree, because you can do the round the outside move with that positive camber that is there if you take an attacking pose into that part of the circuit. Well read by Lewis Taylor as well. You know, it's brave stuff. Oh, as Nickelbein's out on the curb, and that's not a great place to be. Loses 2 positions. Through goes Hewitt and Honor as well.
Honor tried to go for the move there, and that's what led to them both skirting wide, and it allowed Hewitt through. So Zaire Honor actually stays in the same position, as Lewis Taylor now is having a little look to the inside of Marshall up the hill. It'll be under braking into Christmas Corner, and that's a tidy move at the inside, and Eskild Hewitt wants in on that as well if at all possible, but the door is shut on him through Boxing Day by Marshall, excuse me. And now we've got another race leader in the form of Lewis Taylor in the number 95, but Nishan Marshall definitely looking like he wants that back at the first available opportunity.
Yeah, really good. Oh, it's
slow
a problem
moving
for Charlie France. Charlie France in the number 13.
Oh, and yellow's out as well through Oziers. Might have just been for a cone.
Yeah, cone replacement again on the last corner. Back to green. I'm not quite sure what happened to Charlie France there. Still part of this group though, so that's the good news for Charlie France. And still 7 minutes of this one to go. Plenty of racing time for the drivers to come back through.
The classic thing, we are just speculating, but the classic thing that leads to a slow-moving kart is we've got a penalty there for Zyrona for forcing a driver wide. I wonder if that might, well, it might be for what just led to the slow-moving kart. It might be for what happened with Nickelbein on the previous lap. But as Eskild Hewitt here goes for 2nd place on Nishan Marshall and gets the job done, and Zyrona still attacking there. The classic reason for why you have a slow kart where Charlie France was slow is that you used your runoff curb out of Ashby, but you've run out of it, and so the kart suddenly clumps down in the little gap as the curb just ends at a certain point, and if you've not brought yourself back onto the circuit, you are going to risk bottoming out the kart, and that can lead to a slow-moving kart that part of the lap. Didn't see it, but that is the classic way that can happen through that part of the lap. I've definitely done it, where it's like, okay, yes, I'm going to use all the runoff curb. Oh, heck, I've not got room, or maybe if side-by-side with another driver you're not given the room as well. That's the other way in which that can happen. But yeah, either way, Charlie France it's still very much in this, and indeed up to 6th place on that lap. But it was definitely an unusual moment for the driver of the 13 a couple of laps ago. This is Charlie France tucking underneath Tyler Nickelbine now and side by side in the battle over 5th place.
Go for the lead there by a skilled Hewitt. Hewitt, who was in both the Pre-A and the Trophy A final here at Whilton Mill during round number 3. So another driver who's got the... Oh, was there a spin there? That was from quite high up. Was that Ethan Junior Hall going round back at the front again? Here's an opportunity for Marshall down the inside of Hewitt and takes it through into 2nd place. Honor goes through as well. But remember, there's a penalty to be applied for the number 37. So effectively, Hewitt is still in 3rd place. But the trouble now, Howard, for Hewitt to get back up to that top two, the overtaking work required is just doubled.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it might indeed. We'll have to just double check as they come through now. And it's Andrei Vasyakov, who had done really well actually to get up there, having been promoted from the Pre-C final, don't forget. Did just look like he caught the brakes as they're going 3 wide for 2nd place here up the hill, and round the outside goes Zairona on Nishran Marshall, and so too up the inside goes Eskil Hewitt on Nishran Marshall. So that is a double pass on both sides there up at Christmas Corner, and that's a little bit of a wide line from Lewis Taylor through Ashby Corner. That's going to give an opportunity for Zairona. Behind them, Hewitt and Marshall are going side by side, and now Hewitt's going alongside. Can he tuck underneath and get a double pass in this midsection? Yes, he can. Down the inside on Lewis Taylor. That was a superb few corners there from the 33 of Eskild Hewitt, and it's now Hewitt up to the lead of the race, but he's been compromised there through the boot, and I thought for a moment there that Nishran Marshall was going to have a go at retaking that lead off of him, but what a sequence of corners, what a lap for our top 4, and not least our new race leader in the form of Eskild Hewitt.
Yeah, really lovely reading of how the race was going to flow there from Hewitt through the middle sector of the circuit. Is now going to be on the defensive because there's a big swarm of karts behind. This is one of those races where just being part of play, being part of the group is good enough right now with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. 6 of them in as part of this group. Ethan Hall has joined the back of it there as well with the red and white helmet, almost a little bit Charles Leclerc-esque in its design through Osiers once again. I say that because it's just one of those that there's going to be overtakes. There's going to be a little bit of drama. There's going to possibly be some of these drivers not quite make it home. Still in this top 6. It's not done yet who's going to be moving through to the Pre-A final.
Only driver with penalties. I don't mean to become the penalty correspondent today, but the only driver in penalties in this top pack that we're aware of is Zairona in the 37 in 5th place, who can't be promoted. Forcing the driver wide means that it's impossible for promotion there. But here we go again up the hill. Great drive from Lewis Taylor. Great drive from Nishran Marshall to take himself straight past. And that was Charlie France following through as well. So that was almost bump drafting there at the inside there, and that has allowed Nishran Marshall and Charlie France to overhaul both of the top 2 into Christmas Corner. That was superb stuff. This is classic cadet racing here at Whilton Mill, where you get the slipstream up the hill, and then it's all about who can be the most confident and who's set themselves up the best for Christmas Corner. And that was a stellar example there by Nishran Marshall and by Charlie France. Charlie France moving to the inside, half in attack on Marshall, half in defence to a presumably now quite spurred on to regain the lead, Eskild Marshall, who up at Christmas Corner must have been going, what happened there? It was going so well. But they're getting such good drive out of the crook here if they're in the slipstream, as we've got just under 2 minutes to go. This is superb stuff here at Whilton Mill, and once again Charlie France has good drive. Has good drive. He's going to go up the inside, and they're going to bump draft up the inside, and this time it's Nishran Marshall who gets caught out. 1st to 4th. There is the bump draft in action in the Club 100 Cadets.
And as you said, how this is classic cadet racing, particularly around Whilton Mill. Yes, it's had its changes in recent times, but it's not lost this characteristic that we've seen for many, many years in British karting, that the leader in this situation cannot break away. The pack stays close. That's a bit of an error there from Lewis Taylor that might give the opportunity now to France and to Hewitt. They gestured together to say, yeah, this is our opportunity. We've got to work now. But almost as soon as we've said that, Taylor has pulled this one back. Marshall now in 4th place. This is going to be the final lap. France and Hewitt must not defend us. There's a penalty. Who's involved for Charlie France? So that's going to change things. ABC bump and pass moves France down Well, Wolf moved France down from 1st to 5th. So Hewitt's now looking at a race win here in the Pre-B final. Lewis Taylor is looking at 2nd place, but does Lewis Taylor know that he's on for 2nd place here with that penalty for the number 13? Into Ashby once again. Nishal Marshall, bit apologetic with the hand there, say sorry if there was a little touch. I'm not going to go for an overtake there because that could be costly in terms of an ABC bump and pass onto the back straight. Charlie France points forward to Eskild Hewitt to say, let's go now, because there's a chance of being 1st and 2nd on the road. Eskild Hewitt will surely oblige with that, knowing that the 13 has a penalty. Out of the final corner, really entertaining Pre-B final. France takes it on the road but has a penalty, so it'll be Eskild Hewitt who takes the race victory. Lewis Taylor will go through as the 2nd repper-charging driver to the back of the grid for the Pre-A final. And Nishal Marshall will have pole position, I reckon, for the Trophy B final. Really good race there. That was a proper cadet classic battle out there. Here
Certainly was. You got to feel a bit for Charlie France there. He clearly felt that he had it as he crossed the line, but as we've seen it in the book, didn't come up on the graphics on the broadcast, I don't think, but it's definitely showing on live.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100 that there was a bump and pass penalty awarded there at the end. So as far as we can tell, your promotees are Eskild Hewitt and Lewis Taylor. Obviously, we'll look for confirmation of that in due course. We're going to have to look ahead, though, because already we'll be having soon out on circuit the Pre-B final in junior super lightweight. Let's take you through the grid then for our Pre-B final in junior super lightweight for round 6 of 2024 Club 100 Juniors. Henry Barrington will start this one on pole position. Mikey Brissenden alongside. Daniel Lizensky and John Wall are on row 2. Jaden Giles and Daniel Campbell are next. Row 4 is where we will find Henry Wilkes and Jack Bromham. Then it's Ellis McKenzie and George Palmer-Mosby rounding out the top 10. Henry Jones and Ollie Moody are your 6th row of the grid. And it's row 7 where we find Ewan Leonard and Joseph Simcock. Then it's Kira Boylan and Harrison Bishop. Jack Hayhoe and Caden Ward are your 9th row of the grid. And then it's Zane El Topshi and Bly Gregory. Imogen Owen and Jack Adcock on row 11. Felix Bond and Thomas Wordley on row 12. And your confirmed promotees, as expected, from the Pre-C final, Rory Hinckley and Connor Kenny. So they line up then for this 26 kart grid. 2 positions, 2 promotion spots available onto the A grid. Just be careful there. And in the number 21, who we aren't taking to the grass. Weaving isn't worth that much as we're on our rolling up laps here. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage of round 6 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Championships. The super lightweight cadets and super lightweight juniors in action today. Day 2 it is of our race meeting here at Whilton Mill. Don't forget you can go back and enjoy all the action from yesterday's running on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. This broadcast coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media in the form of myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather. We're just waiting for a few more carts to catch up to the back. I imagine we may see the thumbs up this time. Oh no, we won't, because we've still got Connor Kenny. No, that's not Connor Kenny, excuse me. That's Bly Gregory that we just saw in the back of shot, I think it was. Still catching up to the back of the grid. So if we are going to go, it's going to be a late call during the boot. 11 minutes on the clock it shall be. And as I say, 2 positions available on that Pre-A grid. If you're not going to get those promotion spots, though, every position counts for those crucial championship points into the second half of the season as we are. We are looking good for a start here. Eyes on the lights. Away we go then. Henry Barrington leads them away in the number 55 towards Oblivion corner. Mikey Brissenden trying to hold on around the outside of Oblivion, and then we'll have the inside through the crook. And he's done that well for someone starting second at Whilton Mill. And so is he going to be in a position to challenge for the lead? He was just briefly, but Henry Barrington moving across to defend there as they peel through the top of the hill. Good start there from the front row of the grid, but it looks to me like someone's taking to the grass. There, it's going to be a difficult rejoin, and you can often see people going off to driver's left there, but it looks like they've just about all kept that together, and I think that was Caden Ward that we saw going onto the grass there and rejoining, so he's unfortunately towards the back, but other than that, it looks like we've got one driver who's a little bit off the back of the pack, but on the whole, given the size of the grid, that was all largely clean, apart from whatever happened with the cone there coming onto the back straight.
Yeah, the cone was having a bit of a...
Oh,
there's a spinner. That was from
that's
high
a bad
up.
place to spin as well.
There was another driver
and there is contact there in the background. Sorry, Andrew. That was a difficult place to be facing the wrong way. Thankfully, that is one of the slower parts of the lap, so there was a bit of contact we saw there, and our pole sitter is dropping down the order.
I think Barrington went round just on the exit of Ashby, just got a little bit too deep.
Yeah.
There was a kart from high up the order that fell off, that the camera just caught on what is now our left-hand side. But either way, that's really bad luck for Barrington to lose that. Ollie Moody's had a cone penalty, so there's your culprit for going for a bit of a downfield kicking of the cone.
Yeah, and Jaden Giles has had an off there as well. And I said I thought it was Caden Ward I saw going across the grass. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Caden's actually gained a position on that lap, although he didn't lose that. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to watch that one back. So apologies if I've miscalled any of those ones. I know everyone tuning in to support a particular driver wants to know if there's been an incident there. There's a penalty showing for Ollie Moody, which is, as Andrew says, for that cone penalty. And there's a penalty for a take-out for Rory Hinckley, who's, of course, our promotee, having won the Pre-C final. And is that because he has just taken out his fellow promotee in the form of Connor Kenny, who's dropped down the order? I think that might be there. But yeah, a few drivers, unfortunately, with work to be done to try and recover something from this Pre-B final, and almost certainly out of the running for the promotion spots, but might be hoping for better times in the B final later on.
Indeed, there's a move by Lizansky down the inside. That looks to be good for third place, getting past Daniel Campbell in the number 35. Trouble at the moment is Michael Brissenden and John Wall have got a good gap over the rest of the field, looking comfortable at the moment, first and second on the road, looking to book their places on the Pre-A grid. Mikey Brissenden, 6th place in the championship. This is similar to what we were saying about Rory Hinckley in the Pre-C final. We're not expecting to see Mikey Brissenden with the form from the number 8 that has been witnessed so far in 2024. Bit of a surprise to see Brissenden here, but right now is delivering and looking to get back into the A-tier races. New fastest lap of the race from your Pre-C final winner, Rory Hinckley, as the number 3 of George Palmer Mobsby, who by virtue of having that number 3 was third in the championship last year. Bit of an off season so far. George hasn't quite so far been able to hit the same heights as 12 months ago, but that was a pretty sweet move down the inside of Lizansky to go up into third. You can see the pumped up nature of George Palmer Mosby, saying this is the time now. This is where that form from last year. He has had a win so far this season. Took the win last time here at Whilton. So another situation of, we said it during qualifying earlier, didn't we, Howard, that sometimes you get a surprise result. Sometimes you get a driver who really hits their stride at this circuit because everyone's so familiar with it. There's the opposite side of that, where sometimes if a driver in qualifying isn't on their A-plus form, even if it's just like a B level of form by their standards, they can slip into a Pre-B final, as we're seeing here. But it's intriguing now as down the inside Joseph Simcock goes on Daniel Campbell, that's for 5th place. George Palmer Mobsby, second in the Pre-A final here last time from when we were here for round 3, won the Trophy A final. Has he got the minerals now? Has he got the speed to close in on John Wall and get himself into the back of the grid for the Pre-A?
Well, the answer is he has the speed. Fastest up of the race, and half a second taken out of the gap to John Wall on that last lap. So he is pushing hard here, Andrew, and as you say, it is interesting how the ebb and flow that we just see locally here at this track, let alone from circuit to circuit on this Club 100 Cadets and Junior calendar. So as you can see that gap coming down now for Palmer Mosby, as we're looking at Lizansky, Simcock and Campbell there. There's the 75 of Henry Wilkes as well, leading the battle for 8th place, with Ellis McKenzie on his tail, along with Henry Jones and Ewan Lloyd. it's an interesting one, this actually. They'll be, I think, hoping to work together just to try and get up the road. But again, it's always about that instantaneous judgment call of, how's your pace relative to those around you, as we're looking here at the battle for second place. And there is the gap reduced by George Palmer-Mobsby by another nearly 7/10 of a second last time around, with another fastest lap of the race. And just by the way, in terms of the fastest lap of the race, towards the bottom of the 55s, remember that a sub-55 lap time in qualifying was pole position territory. So George is really on the pace here and is now really posing a threat to John Wall. And if he can get by Andrew, I think he's got the time to try and reel in Mikey Brissenden as well. Down the inside at the boot, and there's very little at this, with all due respect to John Wall, there's not much he could have done about that with the closing speed that George Palmer-Mobsby had on him.
A key lap this for John Wall to see if he can stay with George Palmer-Mobsby even for a lap or so. That could be quite a nice strategic play from Wall to say, no, I'm not going to fight George Palmer-Mobsby here, a driver with a proven record around this circuit, but he could be the driver that pulls me back to Mikey Brissenden and gives an opportunity later in this race. There's still 4 minutes to go, plenty of time on the clock for second and third on the road now to close down this 1.2 second gap, and just again, it could come back to John Wall later on in this race, and even if it doesn't quite come back to him in terms of getting one of those two spots, he's nicely positioned here for the grid on the Trophy B final.
Certainly is. Important to bear in mind that this is the first of two rotations of races, the pre-final and the final, scored evenly in terms of championship points, but the trophy finals are where the silverware get awarded, and those are the final opportunities as well for promotion up into the next tier of grid. Right now though, we're looking at the first opportunity for this B tier grid to get promotion, and it is Mikey Brissenden and George Palmer-Mobsby who are currently sat in the pound seats for that promotion. The personal bests coming in last time from John Wall and Daniel Lizensky, to be fair, as well. They are trying to close this one up with 3 minutes left on the clock. A few contact warnings coming in for the likes of Zayn El Tobshi and Rory Hinckley, bearing in mind Rory Hinckley is already carrying a penalty for take-out on Connor Kenny. That is contact that results in another competitor coming to a stop, by the way. That is not because he has been and got his favourite takeaway. As we're looking here now, what is a brewing lead battle with George Palmer-Mobsby having reeled in Mikey Brissenden. But crucially, Andrew, you mentioned this was a crucial phase for John Wall. John has been able to stay with George somewhat here, and so that if they do fight in a inefficient manner, he might be able to grab something here. And I think George is wise to that, because I think he would have perhaps fancied putting in a move there, but just holding station for now to maybe work with Mikey a little bit longer and pull out a gap.
Well, and both of these drivers very experienced at this level. You saw straight away there when Mikey Brissenden coming down the pit straight had realised he'd been caught. He made that, again, the mental side of the game here is sometimes as important as the physical and the driving inputs and the throttle, the brakes and the steering. Now George Palmer-Mobsby's going to go down the inside. Nice clean move there. Again, Mikey Brissenden didn't fight that one too hard. It's not in his self-interest in terms of rapid charging through to do so. So change of lead, bold move there from George Palmer-Mobsby. You can see he's just in that mood. He's in one of those moods as a racing driver probably a bit frustrated at himself that he's even here in this pre-B final, but it's spurring him on right now to a strong performance. And with 90 seconds to go, he's looking good for taking this one to the checker flag.
He is indeed. Simcock challenging Lizensky there for fourth place. You can see as they came up the hill, it's still with Lizensky. You can see the driver with the green helmet still there in fourth place, but that was a very earnest look from Joseph Simcock as they came into Christmas Corner. It might bring Daniel Campbell into the battle as well. But yeah, that's the second pass that we've seen from Palmer-Mobsby in that part of the lap. He clearly feels confident coming into the boot, which I think, as I said already in the broadcast, is not as intuitive an overtaking spot as you might think it. But he just followed through, just laid off the brakes a little bit, and then he performed a block pass essentially into the boot as he comes on to start what is the final lap.
It's one of those with the different corners, the different styles of overtaking. When you were coming up here into Christmas Corner, you're uphill, you can really lean on the brakes. You can always push the front end of the kart into the tarmac, and you're going to get that reaction back. That's not really the case. It's definitely not the case at Ashby Corner, where it's the complete flip reverse as you're heading downhill. Yes, the entry to the boot is on the flat as well, but it's very easy to slide and scrub speed. It's a very short braking zone as well. It's a little sharp stab on the brakes, almost to pitch the back of the kart into a near deliberate spin. It's a very nice move from George Palmos. You can see how aggressive he is at the steering wheel there to get that rotation. But he's going to do the job. He's going to come through and take the Pre-B final win. Back onto the grid for the Pre-A final. Mikey Brisenden will join as well. The two drivers on form you would expect to have seen progressing through do indeed march on to the next race. Good effort there from John Wall, holds third place, and a similar kind of performance there from John Wall in the Trophy B final should see him through, because he was comfortably clear of Daniel Lizensky by 2 clear seconds. Joseph Simcock races well through to 5th place. 6th for Daniel Campbell. Jack Bromham, Henry Jones, Ellis McKenzie and Rory Hinckley complete the top 10 on the road.
Yes, indeed, and I think George was happy with that one. You can see just from the body language as he crossed the line, maybe he didn't expect to be here, but he's very glad. I was saying, you put a lot of pressure on yourself then if you figure you nominally should be on the next tier grid, and he has managed to convert that into the win. We're looking ahead now, though, to one of our big scoring races of the day. We're going into the Pre-A finals here, the premier races of the first rotation of races. And that's going to kick off with the Pre-A final for round 6 for our super lightweight cadets. The maximum 130 points on offer for the winner of this one. Let's take you through the grid here for the Pre-A final. Ben Hunt, brilliant performance from him in qualifying to take the pole position, with Fabian Gandhop putting in a very late but successful bid in Group A, with a great time to bag second on the grid. Sam Morse and Jensen Barnard are on row 2, with James Vout and Jake Matthews on row number 3. Then on row 4 we find Jude Putterfoot and Jacob Kent, Elliot Griggs and Francesco De Caro to round out the top 10. Then it's Alex Ibanescu and Jack Thompson on row number 6. Samardeep Dhaliwal and Rory Hamilton are your 7th row of the grid, with David Kadar and Theo Thomas up next. Corey Chapman and Jacob Underhill are your 9th row, and then your 2 promotees from the Pre-B final to round out the 20 carts will be Eskild Hewitt and Lewis Taylor. That's how they line up then for this Pre-A final. As we've been saying throughout, your pre-finals and trophy finals scored evenly, so this is a key opportunity, a key moment for these drivers to try and bag as many points as they can. Jude Putterfoot comes into today as your championship leader and won last time out. How's this going to go? Away we go with green on the lights. The number 8 of Ben Hunt leads them away, and it's a good start into Oblivion and the Crook. As James Vout, you can see, is on the outside there in the number 9. Difficult position for him to be in, as a lot of people are streaming through on the inside. He may have lost out a bit there. Ben Hunt has to defend against the likes of Sam Morse, who's been able to get up into second place. It's all clean through the first part of the lap, although there is a driver off there going rallycross, and that is into a spin there, and will that cause other drivers to have to go wide? It's a bit of a hairy moment there for Alex Ibanescu, I can see, off onto the grass. And we'll have to double check who it was who was actually going for the rallycross line. But Ben Hunt has nonetheless held on to the lead here ahead of Sam Morse, and a good start there for Jensen Barnard to get up to 3rd.
Yeah, I think the spinner may have been the number 53 of Theo Thomas in the green suit. We'll track that through in a few moments' time. But completing the first lap of this one, Ben Hunt in first position, closely followed by Sam Morse. Jensen Barnard spoke to him earlier during the Paddock show. He's up into 3rd place. That's a decent start. Was it the number 53? No, it wasn't. Yes, Jacob Kent who fell down the order. As here for the lead of the race. Morse down the inside of Ben Hunt. Barnard looking round the outside. Still side by side between Hunt and Morse. And Barnard around the outside. On the kink after Christmas. What a move that is from Jensen Barnard. It's not done yet, because back down the inside comes Sam Morse, who takes the lead. What brilliant racing straight away. It's only lap 2 of this Pre-A final. Hunt is in there now, who wrestles the lead into Osiers. Pudderfoot's coming through on the scene, the championship leader. Well, it feels more like the penultimate lap of the race here, Howard. This could be an absolutely storming race.
This is a superb start from these drivers. Ben Hunt has done brilliantly to retain the lead of this one. Fabian Gandhock has come to the fore in second place. As you say, Andrew, Jude Pudderfoot now getting involved, and Rory Hamilton as well has arrived on the scene. I have to say, a driver trying to recover back into this pack. James Vout had a difficult first lap. He just got hung out to dry on the outside of the crook, and all of a sudden there's 4 karts on your inside who are looking to take the position. So he's trying to fight battle. He's not too far back. You can see him in the background as Hunt goes defensive once again. That will give Gandhock a better run off the corner, but he hasn't got enough overspeed to do anything with Boxing Day. Jude Pudderfoot putting a lot of pressure on Sam Morse as they head down towards Ashby Corner, but now it's now actually Morse who's on the attack, pulls alongside Gandhock, and the Gandhock is hung out to dry on the exit curb, and that's going to allow Morse and Pudderfoot through. So that is Gandhock down to 4th, and a good moving as well from Rory Hamilton to be all over the back of Gandhock now. Jude Pudderfoot up into 3rd on this lap, as I say. Then it's Gandhock, and then it's Rory Hamilton, who himself has the close attentions of Jensen Barnard, who would dearly like to be further up, back where he was earlier on. James Vout having a battle further back with Elliot Griggs, and it looks like Griggs has got through there, and actually Vout might be compromised such that Jack Thompson can get in on this action as well. Ben Hunt still leads this race as they come on to lap 4, and the drivers might like to have spared a thought for us being able to breathe. This is fantastic stuff as they come up the hill again.
8 minutes to go. Morse down the inside of Hunt. Hunt shuts the door. Can he get round Christmas Corner? Yes, he can. Ben Hunt, who's had second places, he's had third places so far in these A-tier races in 2024, but is yet to have a race victory. Pudderfoot going backwards. Pudderfoot, remember, is trying to defend this run of top 3s in A-tier racing, the Cadet Super Lightweights that's gone all the way through rounds 2, 3, 4 and 5. Championship leader having to work hard here. Oh dear, as that looked like a cone being clipped by possibly Jake Matthews. Can't confirm that. That was happening all very quickly. In front of us, Ben Hunt a little bit wide into the new chicane, but has got control of the corner. Gandhock is back up to 3rd place. Lots of drivers here have not had a taste of 130 full championship points so far this season. It just builds up the tension of this one. Now this is a key point. Hunt and Moore started to break away. They've got off the front of the field, which now has Rory Hamilton up into 3rd place. Where has Hamilton come from? It went through the field.
It went 3 wide into oblivion, Andrew, and Hamilton was the beneficiary of that. He managed to get by on Gandhock and Pudderfoot in all of that. Bold move as it was into oblivion corner. Now the 14 of Elliot Griggs is trying to put a move on Jake Matthews as the top 2 try and break away here of Hunt and Morse, but I'm not sure if they're going to be afforded that because Rory Hamilton, having got up into that position, I think he, Gandhock and Pudderfoot will see the opportunity that might be getting away from them as Jensen Barnard still ahead of Jake Matthews there. A little bit of a breakaway actually there between the driver in 6th and the driver in 7th. That's Barnard. Well, I say it's Matthews. Actually, Elliot Griggs has got through there, it looks to me, and up into 7th place as there's a penalty being shown for Lewis Taylor.
Yeah, Lewis Taylor is up to 13th place on the road, but has had a forcing driver wide penalty, so that'll be a demotion of 4. Great lap there from Rory Hamilton to cross the gap as here goes Morse again, having another look down the inside. Hamilton tries to go around the outside. It's not quite going to work this time. Hunt holds on to the lead. Sam Morse again not quite able to make the move through, but what an attempt to take the lead there from Rory Hamilton. Further back there's a battle between Gandhock and Barnard, and Pudderfoot in there as well. 5.5 minutes remaining of this race.
Wide for Gandhock. He went off there and it's allowed Barnard and Pudderfoot back through, so that's change again for 4th place.
Elliot Griggs coming into this fight as well in the number 14, and don't count out Francesco De Caro there in the 145. We're only just into the second half of this race on time. 5 minutes to go. There is a penalty for the number 9 of James Vout, an ABC bump and pass. Vout's currently in 10th place on the road. Good run through the first couple of corners there for Ben Hunt, but there's going to be an attack. Surely there's going to be an attack now from Sam Morse and Rory Hamilton. Defensive to the inside is Ben Hunt. That was brilliantly dealt with. Didn't offer a gap, kept the speed up through Christmas Corner. That is so hard to do. Down into Ashby once again. Ben Hunt has the lead. He knows that you've got to have an overlap. You must have an overlap on the entry to the braking zone of Ashby to realistically get the move done. This is very, very heads-up driving for Ben Hunt. Hamilton down the inside of Morse. This is going to get a little bit tight, and over the cones there goes Sam Morse. Two drivers not wanting to yield. That is always the risk on the outside of Ozies. It tightens on the exit before that little right-hand kink. For me, bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. There it was a legitimate attempt to make the overtake for Rory Hamilton. Sam Morse tried to hold himself in there. Be interested to see how that one is called.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult one because it's all about how far alongside was Rory at the point where, you know, at the apex point at Ozies. It's always a difficult call. Nonetheless, here he is challenging Ben Hunt for the lead of this one. Ben Hunt has, by the way, absorbed the pressure so well at the front of this one. Really well done to Ben Hunt for getting to this stage of the race still in the lead with so many people bearing down on him. Rory Hamilton, though, is applying the pressure now as they come through the mid-sector. They're not pulling away here. Jensen Barnard now coming to the fore in third position there, bringing Sam Morse along for the party.
Jensen Barnard's coming into this race really nicely. Another driver who hasn't had a race win so far this season. His best result is a third place here at Whilton Mill, the round 3 Trophy A final. Scored consistently. He's third in the championship. We'd love to get a first win of the season here in this pre-final. Elliot Griggs continuing to put good laps in. That's another new fastest lap of the race from Griggs. Keep an eye out for him in there in 7th place in kart number 14 as Hamilton takes the lead through Christmas Corner round the outside of Ben Hunt. He had a good overlap by the time they got to Christmas Corner. Hamilton now switches to defensive bonus. Barnard's down the inside of Hunt for second place. Hunt holds around the outside. Will have the advantage of the next corner being a left-hander. Sam Morse is still there. I think there's been maybe a contact warning.
Yeah,
and I've got to say, I agree with that. It's that thing of sometimes there's got to be a little bit of a yield for the driver on the outside. I'm also glad to see there's not been a cone penalty for Sam Morse in all of that. So it's a little bit of a just keep everything calm for both drivers.
Yeah, it is such a close one because there'll always be that perspective that said, well, the driver didn't leave me the room. It's true, but in order for them to be in a position where they can't, in air quotes, leave you room, they by definition must have got themselves sufficiently alongside, and it's really how much has that transpired. And I think for me that is the right call from race control, as Jensen Barnard is now trying up the inside of Ben Hunt, and he's going to be well positioned to get that one done. Ben Hunt is going to try and hang on around the outside of Inkermans, but he's got to be careful here because Sam Morse may be arriving on the scene as well to challenge as well. And don't forget that Fabian Gandhock is looming there as well in the 47. Rory Hamilton remains in the lead. Nice move from Jensen Barnard through Christmas Corner. And that is a wide moment for the former race leader of Ben Hunt, and he is well off there. That is a long, long way that he has gone off there at Wilkins, and that is your heart goes out to Ben Hunt there because that unravelled in a matter of corners as Jude Putterfoot continues to battle there, and I think that's him getting by on Gandhock, on Fabian Gandhock for 5th place now.
Yes, indeed. I think there was a heart-and-mouth moment for Elliot Holt out there who's observing on Wilkins Corner, but everywhere was able to officiate on that one. 1 minute to go then, so I think we've got to get one more lap in after this this tour of the circuit. Jensen Barnard not able to find a way through there. Rory Hamilton has had 3 race victories so far this season in Cadet Super Lightweights. Is he on his way to a 4th? Hard on the brakes there.
Gandhock challenging for 4th place in earnest there into Ashby. He's on the outside, but he might have the inside for Wilkins. Be interested to see in the background. Yes, the driver in the red suit has just got ahead. So Fabian Gandhock, I think, has got by on Jude Putterfoot, and I think they're still battling, just you saw in the back of shot there. Whilst these top 3 are relatively harmonious on this particular lap, it's all raging. You can see how the gap has opened up, and actually that's now Elliot Griggs who's come to the fore, I believe, in that one. Yes, indeed, the 14 up to 4th place on a lap where he started 6th.
5 seconds to go. This will be the last lap then. Rory Hamilton leads from Jensen Barnard, but Barnard's got to run. Oh, Hamilton's just able to get across and shut the door there. Sam Morse looking for one of the best results of the season so far for him in the number 23. Good defence from Hamilton. Barnard not able to find a way through over the top of the circuit. Downhill now into Ashby. No overlap present for Barnard, so again Hamilton doesn't need to defend too hard into Ashby Corner. Rory Hamilton, champion last year, entering the championship standings at the start of this weekend in second place as Jacob Underhill's flying through the field as well. That's in past Fabian Gandock for 6th place. Is this going to be the point of the season where Rory Hamilton strikes back and takes back some of that points lead that Jude Pudderfoot has over him at the moment, and take also pole position for the Trophy A final? Rory Hamilton out of the final corner is going to take race victory in the Pre-A final. Second for Jensen Barnard, and a nod of the head knows that that's a very good result indeed. The best result of the season so far for Jensen Barnard. Third for Sam Morse. The second time this season Morse has been in the top 3, equaling the result he had last time out in the pre-final at Ella Park.
Shout out, by the way, to the battle there across the line for 13th place between Corey Chapman and Alex Ivanescu. I just spotted that out of the corner of my eye. Less than a tenth of a second between them across the line. Drag to the line, always good to see. Or drag race to the line, I should say. What a win for Rory Hamilton. That race was that one that had plenty of drama in it. As I say, your heart goes out to the likes of Ben Hunt. He did so well at the front of that race for so long. Be interesting to see how he does in the A final later on. Coming up next, though, we're going to do it all again. Another one of our premier big scoring races. It's the Pre-A final for the junior super lightweights. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Max Sheldon Hayward will start this one from pole position, and it'll be Dominic Balasaitis alongside him on the front row. Blake Southern did actually set the fastest lap time in qualifying, but accrued a penalty, which is why he finds himself on the road too, with Logan McAllister alongside him. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Jamie Tiley-Gooden are your third row of the grid. Then it's Jacob Brown and Max Davies, Tyler Masters and Frederick Navarro. Championship leader there, Navarro, in 10th place on the grid. Louis Williams and Benjamin Hamilton are on row 6. Row 7 is Luca Brooks and Jack Redfern. Then it's Daniel Archibald and Dylan Tracy, Brody Skinner and Ethan Pritchard on row 9. Rounding out the top 20 is Declan Luff and Oliver Wilde. Jake Chapman and Jamie Warner are your 11th row of the grid. George Palmer Mobsby and Mikey Brissenden are your promotees from the Pre-B final. And I have to say as well, George Palmer Mobsby set his fastest lap in the Pre-B final, would have been good enough for second on this grid. What can he do from the back of this one? Away we go. Max Sheldon Hayward takes them away for 11 minutes of racing, and it's side by side between the top two. We've got a spinner out to the outside there, into the wall, thankfully not too much at pace, and going in reverse, so the driver should be fine to get that one recovered, as we've got a spinner there in the mid-pack coming through into Christmas corner, and that's going to have held up a few of them as well. I can see Mikey Brissenden got held up by that slightly, or briefly I should say, but it's Balasaitis who's come to the fore here at the head of the field as they come out of Ashby Corner for the first time, and Logan McAllister looks to have got up to second place there, so good starts there from second and fourth on the grid. And then it's the 33 of Blake Southern who's up there into third place, with a good start from Jamie Tiley-Gooden, seeing himself up into fourth as they come around to finish this first lap. We'll have to check on timing exactly who it was, who we saw spinning out both at the Crook and then further up at the top of the hill on the apex of Christmas Corner. Balasaitis, it is her who leads. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is definitely one of your spinners out there, and it looks like Luca Brooks may be your other spinner. So unfortunately for Brooks and Saunders-Wilkes, there is a recovery drive to be had now. Dominic Balasaitis leads, Logan McAllister in second, there's Blake Southern, Jamie Tiley-Gooden and Max Sheldon Hayward rounding out your top 5. As challenging there for third place already is Jamie Tiley-Gooden down the inside of Blake Southern there, and following through there is Max Sheldon Hayward. 2 drivers passed in one corner there, unfortunately for Blake Southern, but he'll be able to. In fact, he immediately is back onto the hunt on the rear of Max Sheldon Hayward in that 31. Our pole sitter trying to recover some ground lost in the first part of this race.
Yeah, it's always going to be a close run thing, these super lightweight Pre-A finals. Unlike what we've seen in the junior lightweights, where every single Pre-A final winner has then gone on to win the Trophy A final. There's only been a double winner once, I think, so far this season. It's been very varied who's been taking these victories across the championship days. Balasaitis holding off McAllister at the moment. Balasaitis hasn't had a win so far this season. McAllister has, of course, won the final at Glanigors for round number 2, and of course he dominated the cadet lightweight title picture last year. Got that one wrapped up a couple of rounds early in 2023, so he knows how to win these races. He's got to look down the inside. Oh, beautiful dummy there from Logan McAllister. Going to be side by side on the entrance of the boot. Good defence for Balasaitis. Can he get the door shut? McAllister's just about there, but Balasaitis does enough to hold off the number 95, but that's how it has brought Jamie Tyler-Gooden beautifully into play here as we enter lap number 4.
Certainly has. Jamie Tyler-Gooden now on the tail of Logan McAllister. We've seen several good fights between those two this season, but McAllister here not thinking about who's behind him, thinking about what's ahead. Again tries on Balasaitis through Christmas Corner, but cannot make it stick. Balasaitis hangs on around the outside. Is there another look there into Ashby Corner? He thinks about it, but it's not on there. When it comes to McAllister versus Tyler-Gooden, who can forget the dramatic last lap on the first round that we broadcast to you here? It was a dash to the line at Glanny Gores between those two, which went the way of Logan McAllister by a hair's breadth. Here is McAllister, though, trying up the inside again of Balasaitis, and again Dominic Balasaitis knows how to drive the widest car at Northamptonshire, and that's the opportunity that Jamie Tyler-Gooden was looking for, and the number 9 sweeps up into second place. But all of that has now brought the second pack of 3 into this. Blake Southern is on the scene, and Max Sheldon Haywood and Max Davies want in on the party as well.
Done there by Jamie Tyler-Gooden, who's now going to go down the inside for the race lead. Can he lean on those brakes to take it? Yes, he can. Balasaitis gets out of the grass. McAllister gets through into second place. Blake Southern now looking around the outside. There's going to be a yellow flag out at Ashby Corner. A cone has been displaced, but beautifully read there by Jamie Tyler-Gooden, who across the course, side by side for third place once again between Southern and Balasaitis. Max Sheldon Haywood just behind there as well. But it's been one of the things that's really impressed me with Jamie Tyler-Gooden when I've seen him race so far this year. We had the start of the Junior Experience Championship here at Whilton Mill on the same weekend as the BUKC wrapped up its 2024 season. And just watching him from trackside, his ability to read the race, stay calm, make his way to the front of the order, play out the long game, seems to be growing and in strength to strength across the course of the season. Now, can he hold on for the remaining 6 minutes of this race? Still with our battle for 4th. This is Balasaitis, Sheldon Haywood, and then Max Davies behind going into Ashby Corner. Max Davies being patient at the moment, knowing that you just get that feeling that Sheldon Haywood's going to be getting a little bit of impatience behind Balasaitis, who seems to be fading in the second half of the race.
Yeah, you could just see as well the second pack we just caught sight of at Ashby there, being headed up by Benji Hamilton at the moment, the battle for 7th place. That's got Benji Hamilton, Tyler Masters, Louis Williams, Daniel Archibald. They're all part of that pack, and I think at the moment they've got a bit of a truce on, with a hope of catching up onto the back of these top 6, who themselves have spread out just a little bit more this time. Jamie Tyler-Gooden with the fastest lap of the race at 55.5, as Dominic Balasaitis again comes under pressure from Max Sheldon Haywood, and Sheldon Haywood with a great run up the hill this time. Surely this one's nailed on into Christmas Corner, and indeed it is. Balasaitis, we've seen him hang on around the outside of Christmas for a few overtakes this time, but the opportunity wasn't afforded to him then, because Max had already got the move done by the time they were at the apex. And now it is Max Davies who will see if there's a way to put pressure on Dominic Balasaitis. Balasaitis just needs to gather himself back up, try and start moving forwards again, and not worry too much about it. You can see the shake of the head there. He knows he's lost out a little bit over the last few laps. He's got to be trying to think forward. It's so easy to just stay locked into defensive mode, to try and stop things, and really you almost have to risk more to try and buy back into moving forwards, if that makes sense. I don't know, just made kart racing sound like an investment proposal, but you know what I mean. You've got to perhaps start thinking about going forwards again, rather than stopping yourself from going further back.
I tell you what, Jamie Tyler-Gooden has got to have a good think about Logan McAllister here. McAllister has just set the fastest lap of the race. I thought he had an overlap there into Ashby, but not this time around. 4 minutes of this pre-A final for the junior super lightweights to go into Osiers once again. Logan McAllister looking for a second win of the year. Results have been a little bit up and down by Logan McAllister's lofty standards, but we spoke to him earlier during the Paddock show, and he said that he's looking for that consistency, looking to really start his second half of the season with top threes and potentially victories. There's a yellow flag out, I think, going up the hill towards Christmas. We'll see if that's going to stop Logan McAllister being able to have a go this time around. And the answer is
we don't
questionable.
know.
We don't know. We don't know. Either way, McAllister didn't go for the move there.
Looks like there's also a yellow out at Wilkins, which is the corner after this one.
And I think the position of Blake Southern's quite key in this race, Howard. He's 1.2 seconds back from this top two, which, okay, is a decent gap to have. But again, it's that danger zone that if McAllister goes for a move a little bit too early, doesn't quite pull it off, loses a load of time, Blake Southern's going to be right there on their rear bumper in the matter of a lap or so.
Yes, indeed. There was no yellow out of Wilkins, by the way, for the classic trick that when we look at the post there from Christmas, you can see the Marshall's flags at the back of the post. Let's try not to fall for that one. But anyway, on to lap number 10 go our leaders. And indeed goes everyone else. Not a lot of field spread here. There's sort of 10 seconds between first and 17th. As Dominic Balasaitis, this is what we were talking about, trying to move forwards again here. He's been eyeing up the pass on Sheldon Hayward. He's trying his best, but that is a good defence from Sheldon Hayward. They're hung around the outside in a very Balasaitis-esque fashion that we saw earlier on, and managed to retain it through Boxing Day in Inkermans.
It's got to give praise to both drivers there, because Balasaitis could have tried to close the door through the kink of after Christmas. They both allowed each other racing room. That was good racing to see here in the Club 100 Junior Super Lightweights. Max Davies is still there as well in 6th place, waiting for potential opportunity in the last couple of minutes of this race. End of lap number 10 then. Still Jamie Tyler Gooden ahead of Logan McAllister by 1/4 of a second. New fastest lap of the race from Blake Southern. That's an interesting one, 55.309. That was about 2 to 3 tenths quicker than the drivers ahead. If Blake Southern can continue at that pace, he's got half a chance here.
The only driver who has had a double win on the same day this season is Brodie Skinner, and he's unfortunately not having quite such a day to remember as he did last time out. So far, he's in 19th place. He just received a penalty, one of the few penalties we've seen this race, which is for contact. So unfortunately for him, that's going to be positions docked come the end of this race. He'll be hoping for a better time of it when we get to the A final later on as the lead battle. That was a wide moment there for Jamie Tyler Gooden. That looked like it might have been an unforced error, because I think there was a slight shake of the head there, but that was 2 wheels on the grass on the exit of the first part of the boot. As the final lap board is out, and it's Jamie Tyler Gooden, Logan McAllister and Blake Southern. Any one of these drivers could win this one on this final lap, and Blake Southern comes onto it courtesy of the fastest lap of the race. Tyler Gooden goes in defence, then tries to take a little bit more of the racing line in order to open up the corner. There's no opportunity there for either McAllister or Southern to challenge here. Down into Ashby Corner as well. Tyler Gooden will be on the defensive, but all the while he's compromising his exit speed. Yellows out at Wilkins. That could be crucial there for Tyler Gooden, unless they pass the incident and have an opportunity down into Oziers, which they don't. So now it's just the boot for Tyler Gooden to try and hang on to this 130 points.
It is indeed. Time is up. Green flags out there on the entrance to the boot. Jamie Tyler Gooden has it defended a little bit too much. No, he's controlled this well. A really good win under pressure from Jamie Tyler Gooden, his 3rd of the season. He will extend his live championship lead. Logan McAllister across the line in 2nd place, his 2nd best result of the season so far. And Blake Southern in 3rd place there, best result since round 2. That is more like it for the driver of the number 33. They were well clear as a trio ahead of Max Sheldon Hayward in 4th, Dom Balasaitis in 5th, Max Davies 6th, Louis Williams, Benji Hamilton, Tyler Masters and Jack Redfern in the top 10. And I just want to confirm for Masters, I think that is the best result of the season so far for Tyler Masters. Yes, it is a big haul of points there.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff there towards the end. I have to say, Logan McAllister gave it his best shot. Having cleared the yellow flag zone, he went for a big switchback on the toe of the boot. They was on completely alternative line to Jamie Tyler Gooden, but Tyler Gooden was wise to it, came across in the latter part of the boot to cover that one off. So fair play to the likes of McAllister and Southern. They gave it their best shot. but that went the way of Tyler Gooden in the end, extending the championship point lead, as Andrew says. Next up, it's going to be the C final, into the second rotation of races now for our super lightweight cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for our super lightweight cadet C final. Once again, 2 positions available for promotion onto the back of the B final grid. Ben Lewis will start this one from pole position with Adam Asgar alongside. Dexter Hazeldine and Marcus Cooper are your second row of the grid, with an all Telford third row here. Adam Telford and Sarah Telford there in 5th and 6th. Daniel Marutiak and Alfie Clark are your 4th row, with Senna Kapana and Isaac Chang rounding out your top 10. Oscar Deliniech and Joseph Starkey on row number 6. Leander Hewitt and Freddie Kershaw are your 7th row of the grid, with Edward Sybry and Zach Evans on row 8. Samuel Fowler and Juan Almendarez Bocanegra on row 9, rounding out your 18-car grid here at Whilton Mill. So that's how they line up then for this C final. The final opportunity for any of these drivers to bag a seat on the back of the B grid. Otherwise, it's for the best championship points. Ben Lewis leads us away in the 150 kart into oblivion for the first time. Looks like a good start from Hazeldine to swoop up into second place, as we've got a driver cutting across the grass there at the Crook. Coming up the hill for the first time, that's Marcus Cooper challenging Asgar as they come up to the apex of Christmas Corner, but it stays as they were. As everyone streams through. As I say, we've had one driver going across the grass, but so far that looks okay from our 18 drivers in this super lightweight cadet C final. Ben Lewis, though, doing well to retain the lead of this one as they come through Wilkins for the first time. And onto the back straight. Great start from Dexter Hazeldine to be challenging now for the lead as they come towards the boot, but the door is closed on him by Ben Lewis in the 150. Is the door left to open at the second part of the toe? No, it's not. Stays as they were, and it's Ben Lewis, Dexter Hazeldine and Adam Asgar, your top 3 come the end of the first lap, as there is a contact warning issued there for the 49 of Isaac Chang. A contact warning for now, but he doesn't want to attract any more attention lest it be converted into a penalty. Good run, or perhaps a bad run I should say, for Hazeldine. Oh. He's got to be careful though there. I'm not sure he was aware of how far alongside Asgar was. He had a bad run out of the Crook, did Hazeldine then. That's what allowed Asgar to be challenging up the hill. But that was a little bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment that you don't like to see between second and third. Yeah,
Hazeldine just got a big kicker oversteer on the exit of the Crook, which gave Asgar that run. But Asgar did very well there. I think just to lift off the throttle a little bit. You can understand why he protested there, but if he'd kept his foot in, that could have gone wrong indeed. At least he's still there in third place and is able to fight back in this one. One driver clipping a cone there, and they had another kart for close proximity through Osiers. Meanwhile, back at the front, Ben Lewis has got Dexter Hazeldine all over the rear axle now as they complete lap number 2. Asgar still there in third place. Marcus Cooper on the move has got up to fourth place. That was a better run for Hazeldine this time around. Lewis goes defensive to driver's right. Is there going to be a move for Hazeldine around the outside? No, not quite this time. But that's good news for Adam Asgar. Asgar is slowly approaching these top 2 once again. It's going to be a 3-way battle for the lead. It's down the inside. Hazeldine side by side with Ben Lewis. Ben Lewis was a little bit quick into Ashby Corner, and round the outside goes Hazeldine. Beautiful move, takes the lead of this semi-final.
I passed for the lead round the outside of Wilkins is not a phrase that's issued by many around here. That is a nice pass from Dexter Hazeldine. Started up at Ashby Corner but finished the job around the outside of Wilkins. And yeah, Marcus Cooper and indeed Daniel Marutiak coming up onto the back of this. Don't forget, of course, Marutiak did feature very prominently at the front of the previous races. There's the penalty, or a penalty I should say, 2 penalties, and one of them significant for the front runners. Dexter Hazeldine with an ABC bump and pass. So that is not... now, is that because we sort of caught the end of the beginning, if you like? Is that because he was deemed to have perhaps pushed wide at Ashby, which was the reason why Ben Lewis was out on the curb? We sort of caught that as we cut to it. Maybe. And I wonder if there was just some contact in the initial phase of the corner that the spotters have identified. as to why that call has been made, but that is significant in terms of the story of this race, in terms of the story of the promotion. That means that Dexter Hazeldine cannot get the promotion. This will be the last race in which you see him. Was that Marcus Cooper getting very close and indeed contact with the cones?
I think it was Ben Lewis, actually. Ben Lewis, at least from what I could see, was the one to just clip the cone there. It was ever so slight.
There is another penalty out there as well. Zach Evans for forcing a driver wide, so unfortunately that'll be positions added to where he finishes, currently running in 12th place in the number 68 as he is. Oscar Delineats has got up to 6th place on that lap. With the fastest lap of the race. He has done it with a contact warning, but I am also going to credit him with being the first driver to dip below a 1 minute lap in this C final, so good pace there from Delineats. It might be interesting to see whether he can really get a bit of a gap to the top 5 here. You can see him just there pushing as the driver with the orange helmet there, trying to come up onto the back of Marutiak and co. Ahead of him, here though is the 31 of Asgard, a couple of cuts ahead of Marutiak. Now with the close attentions of Marcus Cooper, a bit of a gap opening up between Hazeldine and Lewis and Adam Asgar. And in terms of promotion, the drivers might think, well, the gap's opening up here, but this is actually the battle for your final promotion spot because of the penalty that's going to be applied to Hazeldine, and that is a very earnest attempt from Marcus Cooper, but they hadn't sorted out their differences by the apex of the chicane, and that is going to definitely leave Cooper exposed to possible attack from Marutiak. But can Marutiak do anything with the overspeed? Not for now. I have to say, Marcus Cooper was fortunate there. He was all out of sorts by the time they were coming out of the chicane, the new chicane coming out of the boot. Somehow it stays as they were after a bit of drama there, but it has now very much become a 4-kart battle for 3rd place, which is crucially, with the penalties to be applied, the last of those promotion spots.
I like the look of Oscar Delineats there in the number 61. Has got some really good pace at the moment, 59.436 last time around, and there's a good amount of time on the clock to pick through the 3 drivers ahead if Oscar can do so. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and a little look there from Marcus Cooper on Adam Asgar, but nothing doing that time around. Asgar with that defensive move, just got across through this part of the circuit last time around ahead of Cooper. Absolutely spot on to make sure that there was no kind of contact. There's an ABC takeout penalty for Freddie Kershaw.
Isaac Chang as well has dropped to the back of the field on that last lap, so I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and pretend that I know that it makes 4, but I'm going to infer from that they might be related. As can I hear a bit of a dodgy exhaust out there as well?
And it's Marcus Cooper, because Marcus Cooper has just had the mechanical flag, so it sounds, you can see almost that quite high-pitched buzzing noise that you can hear over the effects mic. That is the indicator of a loose exhaust. The observers will have been looking closely at who's lost some of their bracketry, and it's, at least from our understanding, been adjudged to be Marcus Cooper. And oh yes,
you can very
loose. So the silencer and the tube back to the engine are no longer attached together. So that is a real bad bit of luck for Marcus Cooper. But it's the way things go sometimes in motorsport, and that is going to be the end of Marcus Cooper's race. And I saw this happening to a driver in the British Kart Champs a couple of weeks ago up at Warden Law.
Well, someone lit
the rotten luck.
Someone lit the catalyst off my car once, and I know exactly how this feels.
Yes.
That is unfortunately going to be an immediate. Well, it has been a mechanical flag shown, as there's also a penalty being shown for Senna Khosrow-Pana in the 105 for an ABC bump and pass. There's the 4 positions to be added where he finishes, and we had mentioned the takeout penalty as well for Freddie Kershaw. So a few drivers there just needing to clean up their racing. You do feel sorry for Marcus Cooper though. I mean, it could maybe some contact somewhere or hitting a curb led to it, but it always feels a little bit galling when it's a mechanical of that nature that basically means you have to come in. He does have to come in though, by the way. He's definitely been shown that mechanical flag, and he's going to have to report to the pit lane soon, because as annoying as it is, as frustrating as it can be, that still counts as a form of black flag, and you've got to follow that direction from the clerk of the course.
You have indeed, and well, of course that one there has just come up on the screen again. But hopefully it's one of those things at the discretion of the clerk of the course, and obviously we're not quite sure how the exhaust has come loose, but it may well be that, okay, Marcus Cooper isn't going to get through to the Trophy B final, but may well still score points for the position that he's in
Yeah.
at the time
Yep,
of the
that's true.
mechanical failure.
Oh, big look from Delineates.
Oh, down the inside indeed from Delineates, taking the position there initially away from Muschak. Daniel Muschak trying to fight back here and beautifully does so. Retakes 5th place away from cart number 61.
Yeah, really nice. Oh, and ahead of them, there's a spin there for Adam Asgar. He hit the curb and the cones and put himself into a spin right in front of Marutiak and Delineates. And that is Asgar out from 4th place.
And am I right in saying that this is effectively the battle for the last of those spots
Yes.
into the Trophy B final? Because Hazeldine has a penalty, as known. Marcus Cooper is going to be off the circuit shortly. I think he's now been made aware fully that he's got to come into the pits for that technical defect. So Ben Lewis is going to be through, and now this battle for 4th place on the road is going to become the one for second spots. That was Cooper going past Ben Lewis.
Yep.
There's clearly no performance loss for the 106 at the moment with that loose exhaust.
No, true. But as there's yellow flags out now at Wilkins Corner, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an unknown here, really. I'm not sure how it's going to be called. As you say, there are times when you see a sort of discretionary thing, depending on... It really comes down to basically, like, for example, if you have a cone issue, you can see the frustration there from Marcus Cooper. Oh, he's not going to be able to go into the pit lane there. Oh, yes, he is. That was a heart-in-the-mouth moment as well. As you say, your heart goes out to Cooper there, but it can come down, as the final lap board is shown, it can come down to the most basic of things. You know, for example, you know, if in endurance racing, if you have a chain go, but you've also been seen to be hitting the curbs, track limit warnings, then, you know, there will not be as much quarter or understanding given as if that has happened with no warnings given. Okay, that's one of the reasons why we have these warnings. Either way, as we can call it at the moment based on what we know of how things will usually be applied, and it is, as I say, at the discretion of the clerk of the course. Dexter Hazeldine leads this one, and he leads it by 3 seconds, by the way. It's been a very impressive performance, but nevertheless, a penalty has been shown for him, and that means that your promotees, as it currently stands, are Ben Lewis and Daniel Marutiak, and our leader is coming around the boot now to finish, but this is your battle rightfully for the last of those promotion spots. Can Delineates fire a move in the latter part of the route? Dexter Hazeldine will cross the line to see the checkered flag. There he is, but as far as we're aware, there is a penalty to be applied there. We'll have to wait and see. Ben Lewis finishes second, and third there just finishes Daniel Marutiak, and as far as we're aware, he will be your promotee. We'll have to see the confirmed result. Great racing there from Oscar Delineates. I've got to give that one to him. He had some great moves there. There's a drag to the line there between Zach Evans and Sarah Telford. So it's Hazeldine in first on the road at least, Ben Lewis in second, Daniel Marutiak in third, Oscar Delineates in fourth, Adam Telford with good points there in fifth, Alfie Clark in sixth, Zach Evans just beating Sarah Telford to the line there, Edward Sybry and Juan Amandares Bocanegra rounding out your top 10 there. A few penalties to be applied, certainly for those who come up next. Freddie Kershaw I saw with a takeout penalty, and the likes of Senna, Cosgrove, Hannah, I think had a penalty as well. So we won't call the rest of those. There's going to be a lot of change there. Results on Alpha Tommy for the confirmed results. Coming up next, though, we've got the equivalent race for our junior super lightweights. It's the C final next here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid then, and remember it's a large one this for our C final, so we'll get going with that for our junior super lightweights. Matthew So will start this one from pole position. George Lewis alongside him. Dina Rowan and Dylan Fitzhenry are your second row of the grid, with Abby Sanders and David Suksfarkash on the third row. Max Winfield and Oliver Bamford Senior on row 4, with Noah Hadwin and Ben Cosgrove on the fifth row of the grid. Then it's Keo Derrick and Henry Eaton on row 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Boyden Trajayan and Charlie Williams. Luke Cherrington and Rohan Horder are your 8th row of the grid. Dimitri Borowski and Thomas Walker are next, and the top 20 is rounded out by Charlie Bradburn and Rudy Gilmore Kenny. Next it's Max Miller and Andrea Brahario Mustiata. Then it's Freddie Coleman Evans and Callum Wood on row number 12. Richard Winchcombe and Jacob Kershaw on row 13, and then it's Curtis Duane and Nikolai Eidsgaard to round out the 28 kart grid, contesting this C final for round 6 of the 2024 Club 100 Junior Super Lightweights. And I'm being told we might be going around again, and it's not true, because there is the thumbs up from Elliot Alt. The producer there called out, that's fine. He's right most of the time. And we're ready to go racing here this time around. For the second largest grid of the day, only 2 spots though still on offer for the promotion up to that B grid.
Indeed, away we go then for 11 minutes here at Whilton Mill. I nearly said 11 minutes plus 1 lap, but not here in Club 100. Away we go for the start of this one. Good start for Matthew So at the front of the field, has been able to take the advantage, being on that front row of the grid up to Christmas corner for the first time. George Lewis going this way now. That's a bit of a wild moment for someone in the midfield. Got it onto the grass on driver's left, and once you're in there on a day like today, it's not wet and boggy in that part of the circuit, but there's no grip to be had at all. We'll track through who that was in due course. There's been a braking formation penalty. I think that's our first one of the day for Oliver Bamford Senior. So Oliver Bamford Senior automatically can't go through. Even if Bamford Senior was able to get to the very front of the field, it's a 2-place penalty for every for braking formations. So the best he can hope for is third in the classification in this race. 10 minutes to go out of the final corner. On lap 1, Matthew So has the lead, but the top 2 have not been able to break away. So Dylan Fitzhenry is the closest competitor to try and push through. Bit of an oversteer there for Fitzhenry, slid wide. That's going to mean that George Lewis does not have to defend into Christmas for the first time. The driver who was off, it was Rohan Hodder at Christmas corner. The number 69 is the only car to not come through at the end of lap 1.
Costly up as well though for Keogh Derrick and Charlie Williams. They're still in the main pack, but they've dropped some 9 and 11 positions respectively on that first lap, so some kind of drama befalling them as well, as Matthew So leads the pack onto the back straight here, spreading out a little bit actually amongst the top 5 here. Matthew So in first, George Lewis second, Dylan Fitzhenry, David Shuksfarkas, and then Henry Eaton, your top 5 at the moment. Coming round this Paddock corner, reprofiled coming into 2024. Oliver Bamford Senior up to 10th place on that last lap, and a few other moves as well going on there. Max Miller on the move as well, and up 3 positions on that lap as well, Dmitry Borowski. So a fair few moves being made in the mid-pack there. You can just see the 77 of Bamford Senior there, tweaking to the inside there to try and find a way through Ashby corner. That would have been on Noah Hadwin, but couldn't make any inroads there. The 62 there of Hadwin still ahead of Bamford Senior. They're all behind the 87 of Abby Sanders there in 8th place. We're looking at them coming through at the boot section now. This is just ahead of Abby Sanders. In fact, there's Henry Eaton, Ben Cosgrove and Dina Rohan contesting 5th place. And then, as I say, a little bit spaced out amongst our top 4 at the moment. Matthew So leads by just under 8/10 of a second from George Lewis.
8 minutes of this one to go, as you say, Howard. Should note as well, for those just keeping track of times, we are ahead of schedule again today. We're about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. I think there was a possibility of a bit of a break between the pre and the trophy finals, but we're powering through here at Whilton Mill today. So if you are looking at the times, just be aware of that. If there's races later on today that you think, oh, I'll just pop back out before the scheduled time on that one, don't, because as I say, we're about 20 to 25 minutes ahead. Keep with us here on your Alpha Live broadcast of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships. 7.25 minutes to go. So one's gone into a nice rhythm. Matthew So at the front of the field. And a driver who I think, based on previous results, would not have been expecting to be in this fight today. Made the A final the last time this championship visited Whilton Mill. Likewise with George Lewis, he'll be looking to get into the B final as he did at round 3. That's down the inside as a go from Schutzfarkas on Fitzhenry. Wasn't quite able to make the move. It's the number 76. Holding on to 3rd place.
Yeah, indeed. Good attempt by Schutzfarkas, but not on this time. Maybe anything into Ozu's too far back there. Fitzhenry holds on to that 3rd place.
Henry Eaton there as well. We've not taught us. Oh, down the
look.
inside goes just Farkas. That's how you make a move on the entry to the boot. Brilliantly done by the 1-2-3, but back comes Fitzhenry. It's going to be side by side, and Fitzhenry gets through. Fitzhenry gets the drive off the toe of the boot, back into third place. Henry Eaton third in the train there with the replica Lewis Hamilton helmet of a design a few years ago. Not talked too much about Henry so far today, but he's having a good race there up in the top 5. Ben Cosgrove just behind in the 104.
Round the outside for Such Farkas there as well, attempted at Christmas corner but can't make it stick. Elsewhere in the field, Luke Cherrington has just got by Richard Winchcombe. That's for 17th place. Another fastest lap of the race as well from Matthew So, who takes the lead gap out to 1.3 seconds over George Lewis, who in turn has 2.9 seconds over this battle of Fitzhenry. The trouble is, I mean, maybe they've just made the assessment that they don't have time to work together to reel in the top two, as Fitzhenry is going to be under threat from a switchback. He does need to park it on the apex, and he does park it on the apex of the toe of the boot, so hangs on. He is driving well here defensively, but they are essentially ceding the prospect of them getting promotion by battling this hard at this point in the race. Maybe that's a reasonable assessment, but they've just lost, for example, another 9/10 of a second on that lap. They really are, you know, it would now take a penalty for Matthew So or George Lewis really to lose that promotion. Speaking of penalties, ABC takeout penalty being given out to Nikolai Eidsgaard. That is the driver running in second place, who started at the back of this grid. It's not immediately obvious to me who it is he's taken out. We might see someone dropping down the order at the end of this lap.
Bit of a shout out for Ben Cosgrove, the driver 6th at the moment in the 104, the last but one karts in this train. I think I'm right in saying Ben's on for his best results of the season so far with this run in the top 6 of this C final. Always like to give those little shout outs to those doing better than they ever have before, particularly in the cadets and juniors, as drivers continue to learn their craft. New fastest lap of the race for the race leader. Shush Farkas now switching attention to defending from Henry Eaton. Oh, Ben Cosgrove finding a bit of a closing door there. What she could have done about that one, and he just pulls out of it, make sure he doesn't gain any advantage from that little touch through Christmas corner. 3 and a bit minutes to go in this one. Who else is coming through the field? Richard Winchcombe has just gained 2 positions. He's up to 16th place. Abby Sanders there in the mix a little bit further back, with Dina Rohan, Noah Hadwin, Max Winfield also competing for a spot in the top 10. This is looking comfortable for the race leader, into that rhythm now, knowing that he's got a 2.1 second lead. Does Matthew So, can relax, bring this one home, and you can tell that with the lap times he's putting in now. Bit of practice ahead for the Trophy B final.
Yeah, indeed. Stretching his legs, as it were, at the front. He's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him, and obviously he'll be hoping to navigate that all quite cleanly, because you don't want to get a careless, forcing the driver wide or bump and pass, just trying to execute the pass on traffic. That does, of course, assume on his current pace, he really is a little bit of a, I say a league of his own. He's the one driver lapping at the moment in the sub-56s, so on balance he will catch up to that traffic. As we continue to watch Dylan Fitzhenry defending against David Such Farkas over third place. Henry Eaton in the 88 behind them, and Ben Cosgrove in the 104 as well, staying in touch with them. The driver with the pale blue details on both his suit and his helmet. Another fastest lap from Matthew, so he's just, as you say, Andy, just getting the practice in, really at one with the kart at the moment, and we'll be looking forward to the race that he's due to be promoted for. Not that it's a foregone conclusion, but he is definitely where he needs to be. That was a very earnest look from Henry Eaton there on David Such Farkas for 4th place. And that's a bit of a wide moment, is that, from Dylan Fitzhenry, who's absorbed this pressure so well, but that wasn't an optimal line through Ashby Corner, I don't think. I still think there's a few more headlines to be written in this group of 4 here, battling over third place as they come onto the back straight. If they can't get promotion, of course, it's all about who can just can you optimise your points A couple of penalties have come through in the last couple of minutes, by the way. Thomas Walker has had a track limits warning. That will be 2 positions off the top of my head. They'll be taken off of wherever he finishes, avoiding Kajayan as well. An ABC bump and pass advantage by contact bump and pass means that he is likely, well, not likely, he will have 4 positions docked from wherever he finishes. Coming up onto the back of this now, though, is the 87 of Abby Sanders. You can see her coming into the picture at the back of this pack, and meanwhile, that is Eaton, that's Such Farkash trying to go around the outside Fitzhenry. It doesn't pay off. They're both compromised towards Inkermans, and Henry Eaton will try and buy into that, but it's still in the same order. Just can Dylan Fitzhenry get the drive off of the corner? They're going to go side by side. They've got to give each other racing room towards the high-speed Wilkins corner. They're both compromised at the front of the pack. That's going to be an opportunity for Henry Eaton to do a double pass into Oziers, and Abby Sanders is going the same as well. She's up the inside of Ben Cosgrove. All change here for 3rd place, and that is Henry Eaton now ahead of Such Farkash, and Abby Sanders are 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively now after all that. And now Dylan Fitzhenry is trying to stop the rot, if you will, as he battled there with Ben Cosgrove, but can't hold that off. It's now Henry Eaton, David Such Farkash, Abby Sanders in 5th, Ben Cosgrove in 6th, and Dylan Fitzhenry down to 7th place. And that's allowed Dina Rohan and Noah Hadwin to catch up as well, so we've got even more players on the pitch now.
You've got to feel a little bit sorry for Dylan Fitzhenry. Dylan didn't do too much wrong there, but found like a scene from Noah's Ark going down the inside of him into Ozier's corner. 5 seconds to go. Whoa, bit of a moment there for Davis. Such Farkas gets it back on the road, and I don't think he has lost the position. Abby Sanders has come through. Meanwhile, further up the order, Matthew So is going to book that spot through into the Trophy B final in the number 70. The number 58 of George Lewis will go through as well. Matthew So takes the win comfortably ahead of George Lewis. George Lewis back in the Trophy B final, and the battle for 3rd place still raging on here. Who is going to take it? It's going to be Henry Eaton. Good result there for Henry Eaton. Abby Sanders P4. I think that is going to be one of the best results of the season so far for Abby Sanders in these races. Not quite able to get into the B final as she did at the last time we were here for round number 3, but still a good race nonetheless. David Just Farkas, Ben Cosgrove, that I'm pretty sure is the best results of the season so far for Ben Cosgrove. Dylan Fitzhenry was an entertaining part of that race, finishes P7 ahead of Noah Hadwin. Charlie Bradburn and Dina Rohan complete the top 10 there in that lightweight C final. All of the results.alphatime.co.uk/Club100.
Absolutely. Carrying on with our programme now then, it is the B final for Cadet Super Lightweight up next here on your Alpha Live broadcast. Let's take you through grid then for the B final here for round 6 of the 2024 Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets Championship here from Wilton Mill. Nishwan Marshall will start this one on pole position with Ethan Hall alongside him. Charlie France and Zachary Smith here. Second row of the grid with Omar Ulla and Megan Gascoigne on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Zaya Honor and Alex Rattan. Caesar Chen and Tyler Nickelbine are your 5th row of the grid. Ledger Dimitriou is next with Max Rainwright making up the 6th row of the grid. Then it's Tudor Janta and Ben Cape on row 7. Harry Myatt Waldron and Harry Berry Whiting make it an all Harry 8th row of the grid, and then it's Lily Catignon and Ethan Biddle on row number 9. Andrei Vasiakov and Felix Sheldon Hayward round out your top 20, and then your promotees from the C final in Cadet Super Lightweight today are Ben Lewis and Daniel Marutiak. That's how they line up then. The 22 karts who will be contesting the B final here in your Cadet Super Lightweight class. 2 promotion spots will be on offer there as we're just waiting for the karts to come out onto the circuit.
Big shout out to Johnny P, John Patterson there in shot, ready and primed to capture all of the photography from this Cadet Super Lightweight B final. There he is,
there he
poised,
goes.
ready to go. Get all of those shots in. John at Johnny P 5000 on Instagram. Do go check out all of his work on the public Club 100 Facebook group, Facebook page as well. There is also the Club 100 Facebook group for current drivers, parents, guardians, and past drivers. Parents and guardians. There is another photo of a wild Johnny P in poised and ready for action ahead of this race.
Yes, indeed. So, two promotion spots on offer for these drivers onto the back of the A grid. Other than that, of course, it is about optimising your. There's the thumbs up from the driver and the thumbs up from all the other drivers. I always quite like that. I mean, Elliot can't see it, but the other drivers behind you can, and they know what the deal is. So you're just informing those around you. Yes, we are going this time around. Going to be interesting one. This we've seen plenty of competitive running from these cadet super lightweights. Let's see how they get on in this one. Nishan Marshall will lead them away in the 94, and away we go racing again here at Whilton Mill. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Looks to me like Charlie France stands to get second place there as they go 3 wide behind them. That is a huge breakaway early on here from Nishan Marshall and Charlie France in the 94 and the 13. That is the dream start for them to hold on to, or get and hold on to the promotion spots here. As the others work themselves out behind them, it looks to me like the 50 sorry, it might be Zachary Smith, excuse me, in the 60, who has come to the fore there behind them as they come through Wilkins and Osiers for the first time. And we're going to have to do this by eyeball because we've just lost our timing here in comms. But nonetheless, what we can say is that Nishan Marshall is in the lead of this one as they come around to finish lap number 1. And as I say, it was a great start for himself and for Charlie France from third on the grid, as there's a penalty being shown for the 46 of Ben Cape.
I'm not able to notify what size the penalty is, but now we can. It's an ABC takeout penalty. So our messages from Racing Troll are coming through, but
okay.
Not the standings. But we'll guide you through that in due course. What we can tell you is that it is the number 13 of Charlie France who's come through to the front of the order there with the blue and white hooped helmet, ahead of Nishan Marshall in the number 94. Charlie France, who I want to say, did Charlie have a penalty in the previous B tier race for the pre-B? So on balance, on pace that we've seen so far today, you would expect Charlie France to be able to pull through, but expecting it and then achieving it and implementing it is are two other things. There's another penalty that's come through, Lily Catignon, and the number 45 for an unsafe release. So that'll be that number 45 has come back onto the circuit a little bit too eagerly and ahead of the drivers who've then had to take avoiding action. So that is going to be at the end of the hopes for Lily going through here. And another penalty's just come through. Tyler Nickelbine has had an ABC bump and pass, so that's going to be a +4 for Nickelbine. Key though is that is not affecting any of the drivers at the very front of the field. Now I think we've got timing back. Thank you very much to the guys in timing and scoring. And it is Zachary Smith just behind. Zachary Smith's got some really good pace at the moment, 59.425. It's the new fastest lap of the race, still in the very early stages of this one. 8 minutes to go. You can confirm that. There we go. On the tower on the left-hand side. And you see on the DigiFlag confirmed penalty for the number 41. That is, as mentioned, Tyler Nickelbine. But Charlie France and Nishan Marshall, Howard, looking pretty comfortable at the moment. I'll say, just as I say that, France starts to bend up towards Christmas Corner.
And I've got to say as well, considering how far ahead they were at the end of the first lap, it's been a good effort from Zachary Smith to reel them back in, to be fair.
Yeah.
So they're nowhere near as comfortable as they were the first time they came round to finish the lap. And in fact, yeah, great start to this lap, in fact, from Zachary Smith to come up onto the back of Nishan Marshall in that 94, now under threat from the 60. Just a few comments on from where Marshall was challenging Charlie France for the lead. He's now having to think very honestly and earnestly about defence here against Zachary Smith. Megan Gascoigne is the next kart back, by the way, at the moment, about some 1.8 seconds back. In fact, it might be less than that now. With how these two have battled a little bit over second place. Opportunity for Charlie France to break away here. If you're Marshall and Smith, you might like to consider working together again for another lap just to see if you can reel them in. And I was wrong to say that Gascoigne was the car back, because Nickelbine is up to 4th place. and has set the fastest lap of the race en route to that position. So it's Megan Gascoigne now in 4th place and side by side, sorry, in 5th place for Megan Gascoigne, and side by side it goes between Marshall and Smith there through Christmas Corner. They might like to consider working together, but they've concluded not to.
They've not to, but I just wonder with that gap now, we see the concertina effect be a little bit more prevalent since the new chicane has gone in. And when I saw Marshall make that move to defend, I just wondered, is that because he reckons he's got a little bit more pace and I will be able to drive up to the back of France a bit more easily? I think Smith's probably got the same thought, to say, get into that 2nd place and then maybe be able to reel Charlie France in the second half of this race. But the thing is, you've got to be in that 2nd place first of all to have that opportunity to reel Charlie France in. They're holding, of course, there Marshall ahead of Smith. But that was a good lap for Charlie France, because he's been able to pull out another 3 to 4 tenths, extend his lead to 0.9 of a second. Alex Ratan is now the fastest driver on circuit, the number 52, with a down the inside look. Smith once again on Marshall. Marshall defends well round the outside, holds on to 2nd place. Just go back to Alex Ratan. Black suit and white helmet, 5th place, 58.954. But Tyler Nickelbine is pretty much on that pace as well. Was only slower by 1/100th of a second last time around. So keep an eye on those two, Nickelbine and Ratan, potentially closing up to Marshall and Smith, as we've got 5 1/4 minutes of this one to go.
And it's not like the rest of their party are far off either. Megan Gascoigne, Max Wainwright, Zaya Honor, who of course was very much at the sharp end of the previous race but had a penalty. They're all coming along for the party. In fact, I'm going to add Omar Ullah and Ethan Hall to that list as well. About half the field here could, if we start getting battles come into play, as there is a fastest lap almost by way of demonstrating that from Omar Ullah there in 9th place. 1.2 seconds the gap that Charlie France has at the front of this one. Nishawn Marshall and Zachary Smith battling over 2nd place. So is there a bit of a truce on at the moment, perhaps having realised how much the field behind them are bearing down on them, as that is a spin. Was that Nickelbine there? I'd have to double check exactly who that was. Meanwhile, they go side by side for 2nd place again towards Ozier's Corner, and ahead of them Charlie France is off the road and over the grass, and that was a big jump into the air for Charlie France, and that has to have been an unforced error. I don't think there's any traffic in that part of the lap, so dramatic moments aplenty there, almost happening concurrently there. As the top 3 remain as they are, but now Nickelbine, it definitely wasn't Nickelbine, apologies, who was spinning at Ashby, because he is now very much on the tail of Zachary Smith. Who it was, though, was potentially Omar Ullah and Ethan Hall, who at the time were contesting 9th place, 9th and 10th, and they've now dropped towards the back of the field, unfortunately.
Yeah, and adding insult to injury, Ethan Hall has also been adjudged to be at fault of that, because he's received an ABC takeout penalty because of it as well. 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Track limit warning for Charlie France. That'll have been on the run out of Ozier's, that little mistake, which at the moment hasn't been too costly for Charlie France, but definitely will have caught his attention. Remember, Tyler Nickelbine has a penalty from earlier on in the race, so cannot race through into the A final, which is unfortunate, of course, for Tyler, but there's still points in the championship to be gained by getting through past Smith and Marshall. But again, we'll say it again, likelihood is, with everything else going on out there and drivers concentrating on their own races, Marshall and Smith most likely don't know that Nickelbine does have a penalty, so expect them to defend as the number 41 tries to get through. I will just question, though, within a 2:45 to go, they're only 1.4 seconds behind Charlie France, and we've already seen Charlie France have a little bit of an error earlier on in this race. They're not going to do it for the entire time if they don't catch up to Charlie France, but I'll just keep this formation going right now for the next lap or so. Take it down to about 90 seconds and see if he can catch up to Charlie France there, and bring it back to being a fight over 2 places in the A final, as opposed to currently it just being fighting over the 1.
Yes, indeed. Charlie France, I mean, you may be feeling a little bit of the pressure here. This is the, if I'm reading the scoreline right here, this would be his first time to miss the A final. If he goes on to miss it, he's of course right now in exactly where you need to be to get to that A final. But we have spoken, haven't we, about the pressure that you would put on yourself if you don't qualify for the grid that you usually expect to be on. And look at this move around the outside for Zachary Smith. What a lovely move around the outside of Christmas Corner. That was brilliantly judged. That sees Zachary Smith up into one of the to the last, as it currently stands, of those crucial promotion spots. What a way to take it if that's how it ends up. But Nickelbine now trying around the outside of the 94 of Nishal Marshall. And as you say, Andrew, they don't know what the penalty situation is, or likely don't. And there is Nickelbine up into third place, and Nishal Marshall is going to fight this one all he can, because he thinks that's the opportunity being taken away from him, and that means he's been balked there, and he cuts across the path of Alex Rattan. And your heart goes out to Rattan there, because there was nothing he could do about that. He was just trying to opportunistically read where the gap might open up, but that was all gone a little bit south there, unfortunately, for Nishal Marshall.
He's out of the race.
And Alex Rattan, unfortunately, although he hasn't lost nearly as much time as he. Sorry, Rattan is still circulating in 7th place. Meanwhile, side by side, this is Zaya Honor, I believe, battling away with, I think that was Megan Gascoigne just there. Yes, it is, the 27 versus the 37. We cut back to Nickelbine fighting with Zachary Smith. There is a penalty for Ethan Hall, by the way, just whilst we've been looking at all of that. That is for taking out another competitor.
Yeah,
that's what we called earlier. Sorry, that was earlier on. Apologies on that one. But Zachary Smith defending here. He doesn't actually need to, but it's really easy for us to know and say that from the comfort of our comms position. Nickelbine does have that fastest lap of the race. Final lap then. Charlie France begins the 12th tour of the circuit for this race. And Zachary Smith now just needs to bring this one home, so long as he doesn't throw it all the way through over defence, which is not needed by dint of the fact that Nickelbine has a penalty behind them. By the way, Zaya Honor and Megan Gascoigne still battling away. Alex Rattan trying to recover some decent points here, with Max Wainwright is part of that pack as well. But yeah, disappointment there for Nishal Marshall. Odd way to go out in a way.
Yeah, I think it's just got a little bit too much the curve. That got the cart light bouncing a little bit. You know, there's not a lot of weight for these cadets. And just as he came back to the circuit, that's when he found the front bumper of Alex Rattan. And Alex had nowhere to go. Nishal had nowhere to go. And there was a bit of a pivot manoeuvre around that saw Marshall off the circuit. Properly good drive this, though, from Charlie France. Had that problem earlier on, but kept ahead. And he's happy about that indeed. Through and into the A final goes Charlie France. Zachary Smith will follow. Tyler Nickelbine finishes third, but unfortunately does have a penalty to be applied, so we'll drop down a few places in that one. Zaya Honor fourth on the road. Alex Rattan in fifth ahead of Max Wainwright. Megan Gascoigne in seventh place. Good drive from Caesar Chen as well, a driver up from the pre-C final to eighth. And Gianta and Sheldon Hayward completing the top 10.
Yes, indeed. It's just a reminder to folks, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule here, so if any of you are tuning in based on the original times that we mentioned at the top of the broadcast earlier on, we always do give that caveat that these things are subject to change. If you have missed it, apologies for that, but do be aware as well, of course, you can go and enjoy all of the action by looking back over this broadcast to see all of that racing action, and indeed to watch back the action from yesterday when we had the lightweight cadets and lightweight juniors here as well. Coming up next, though, it's the B final for super lightweight juniors here at Whilton Mill. Here's your grid then for the B final here for round 6 of the junior super lightweights in Club 100. John Wall starts this one on pole position. Daniel Lizensky alongside him. There they are on the front row. Joseph Simcock, and Daniel Campbell on row 2. Jack Bromham and Henry Jones make up row number 3. Row 4 will be Ellis McKenzie and Ewan Lloyd. Jack Hayhoe and Henry Wilkes round out the top 10. Harrison Bishop and Jack Adcock are on row number 6. Row 7 is Zaynel Topshe and Rory Hinckley. Caden Ward and Kira Boylan are on row 8. Row 9 is Henry Barrington and Jaden Giles. Rounding out your top 20 is Imogen Owen and Felix Bond. Then Bly Gregory and Thomas Wordley, Ollie Moody and Connor Keddy. And the grid is rounded out from our promotees from that C final, Matthew So and George Lewis. That's how they line up for the B final. 2 positions, or top 2 positions, top 2 finishers will gain promotion up to the A final. For everyone else, how many points can you score for round 6, your last opportunity, your second haul of points to be combined with your results of the pre-final. Away we go then. John Wall leads them away in that number 42 kart, side by side into oblivion as they stream through for the first time. Looks all good enough, even though there's the customary 3 wide, even 4 wide as they come up the hill. Good start there for John Wall as Lizensky comes under pressure from Simcock for second place. We've got a little bit of bumping and running wide there. I can see frustration from Caden Ward in the middle of that one as they all peel down into Ashby for the first time. They're all facing the right way, though. We haven't had any particular rallycross moments, I'm delighted to say, but what a start for John Wall with a fair few kart lengths, and Simcock was able to get by on Lizensky as that is one driver deciding that there needed to be at least some rallycross representation going straight on as they come onto the back straight and losing out a little bit of time in doing so. Looks to me like that might have been I think that might have been Henry Jones. We'll double check that one as they come through. No, I think it was Daniel Campbell actually in the 35, apologies. But he's still running there in 9th place. John Wall then leads this one. Joseph Simcock, not too many dramas on the first lap of this one, as that looked like Ellis McKenzie, I think, going defensive against Henry Wilkes as they came up the hill in the back of shot. But there's a yellow flag out at Ashby Corner, and a little bit of spread early on between the top 5 here, although Daniel Lizensky is keeping in touch with Joseph Simcock, and well, he might, because he'll know that is the last ticket going for the A final in town. 85 of Henry Jones, not too far off the back of them either. And then it's quite a train of karts behind them, which we'll just double check for the order as they come through here.
Penalty for Zayn El Topshi, ABC bump and pass. You can see there the number 72, so Topshi was in around 14th, 15th place, still is around that spot, but we'll need to do some work now if it's going to be a top 10 for old Topshi in the classification today.
Ellis McKenzie, sorry, in 5th place, has broken away a little bit from Henry Wilkes in the 75 kart behind. As again, it now gets very close for 3rd place. Lizensky with a bad run off of Ashby, and that's allowed. Oh no, hang on, what's happened to John Wall? John Wall has lost a load of time in the first part of this lap, and that's allowed Simcock through. There's a change for the lead, and all of a sudden, the 2 tickets for the A final are suddenly both within reach again. I didn't catch what happened to our race leader then, but suddenly the 42 was that wide off of Ashby. Simcock is through and up into the lead. John Wall still in one of the promotion spots, but now in the lowlier of those 2 slots, and Lizensky, Jones and McKenzie are right within striking distance, and we're hearing that was indeed a mistake into Ashby. And once again, I think the pressure of being in that position and having to retain that position, you know, for the next 8 minutes, the pressure that the drivers put on themselves to get these promotion spots does begin to show in some instances.
Yeah, especially when you're leading one of these B finals and you're eager to try and break away and get a bit of a fight going on for the consolation of 2nd place behind you. It can be very, very easy, particularly into Ashby, to snatch a break and run a bit deep. But the crucial thing for John Wall at the moment is he's still there in that 2nd place. Rory Hinckley's flying through the order. You can see him there in the white and pink colours of Joe Weaver Racing. Very well-established owner karting team. And keep an eye out for Hinckley there. The black and yellow helmets, kart number 12, is the fastest driver out on circuit. Remember, it's come from the pre-C final, of course, and is already into the top 10. Is 8th and 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds off that those promotion spots. He's steaming through the order. There he goes down the inside of Ewan Leonard for 7th place. I'd say the best part of 7 minutes on the clock. Hinckley's hopes of getting through to another A final are not done yet.
No, and crucially, as far as I'm aware, yes, he has. He's got through cleanly. There's the crucial aspect to this as well. So really good showing here from Rory Hinckley. I've got to say, by the way, it happens to. I definitely know the feeling. By the way, the first time I ever took over the lead of a race, I was so surprised. It was actually here, I seem to recall. So surprised, I just went straight on at oblivion. Just wasn't. Just wasn't. I was like, oh, turning corners. Yeah, that's a surprise. Also, my first pole position was here at Whilton Mill, and yeah, that was good. I think I lasted all of 2 yards before a certain Joey Richardson came around the outside of me at oblivion. This is back in the days when BUKC rookies could start from pole on a random grid, which is why I'm a big fan of the fact that that's not done anymore in the lower tier championships within the BUKC ranks. There's a move, a big move there into Ashby from Lizensky on John Wall, and that is for the crucial second spot. How did that one come out in the wash? It came out in favour of Lizensky. So it's now Simcock in the lead and Lizensky up to second, but there's plenty of other drivers who would like to take that second place. And John Wall, I think at this stage in the race, Andrew, I think he's just struggling a bit now to get back that momentum. He obviously had some kind of mistake that can play on the mind, and he's got to just try and refocus here. He's still got the pace to try and challenge here, and he's still within striking distance a second.
A vital lap this for Lizensky. You know, this next tour of the circuit to see, can he break away from John Wall? You know, psychologically try and beat those behind to go, yeah, third is going to be about as good as we get today. With 5 minutes on the clock. It's the complete opposite for John Wall. He doesn't need to wrestle second place back on this lap, but he needs to show that he's got the pace to lead a train that will go back towards Lizensky in the last few laps of this one. How's Rory Hinckley getting on? Well, he's still there. He's got a bit of a gap to cross now to get across to Henry Wilkes there in the number 75 for 6th place. It's the thing now for Hinckley. Remember, second place was on the podium last time out at Ella Park in the Trophy A final. It's a bit of a surprise still to see him here in the B final. Nevertheless, never mind being in the pre-C final earlier on.
Great recovery lap, by the way, there for John Wall. He's reeled Lizensky back in. He's done exactly what we said he needed to do. He's refound that momentum, and that's a great lap from John Wall to bring himself back within striking distance, second place on Lizensky there. But so too has Henry Jones. And fair play as well to Daniel Campbell, who's coming along for the ride as well with Rory Hinckley onto the back of this, just to casually make it a 7 or 8 kart battle for second place. I say second place because 1.5 seconds is the gap that Joseph Simcock has over this pack of karts. So long as he can just keep a level head and not make any errors, which is not a given, we've already seen that once before in this race from the leader, he should be okay. And then he should be able to leave these drivers to scrap over the last of those promotion tickets, as there's a cone penalty for Zainel Topshi, adding to the penalty he'd already accrued earlier on. Yeah,
Lizensky had a bit of a weak last corner there, was a bit wide and away from the apex, but John Wall hasn't been able to capitalise on it and get through. Hinckley has now joined the back of the queue. Oh, in fact, it's through past Henry Wilkes. I think Wilkes was for a moment out on the grass there. He's been able to hold ahead of Daniel Campbell, but that's Hinckley through to 6th place now. And now it's kicking off. This is 4 karts all going for second place on the same part of the road. Off the road is John Wall. All the hard work for John Wall comes undone. And through has come Jones, Henry Jones. There in the number 85 is now holding second place. Lizensky still there in third. Mackenzie has got a chance here with 2.5 minutes to go, but it's the danger man in this race in terms of pure pace. Rory Hinckley now has an opportunity at somehow going from the pre-C final all the way to the A final. He's got 2 minutes 20 to find his way past 3 drivers, and he's got to do it cleanly, remember, as well. Can't afford an ABC bump and pass. None of these drivers can afford an ABC bump and pass penalty or something of the like. Now there's a yellow flag out down at the bottom of the hill through Ashby. It's for someone stranded off to driver's left. It might be Jack Bromham who's fallen off the lead lap, as has Thomas Wardley. And well, it's all stacking up now. Very good obeying of the yellow flags there from Henry Jones, but what it's done is brought more drivers back into play. John Wall's back there again. Lizensky's down the inside, takes second place. Well, it was very gentlemanly racing there from Henry Jones, but it's cost him in the end. All of a sudden he was in second place and he's now all the way down in 5th.
Yeah, lost 3 positions there, and once again I've got to say, by the way, great reading from Rory Hinckley, because he was the door was open there for Lizensky, and that opened the door quite easily for Ellis Mackenzie. Rory Hinckley had to create his own space there with a big switchback move through the toe of the boot, and already he's challenging Ellis Mackenzie here. We have seen people race up through 2 promotions in the past in Club 100. I'm struggling to think when it was last done in cadets and juniors. I can remember the clear example that always stays in my mind is a certain Joe Holmes who managed to race up through a C and a B final in senior sprints at Lyd a couple of years ago, I seem to recall. That was a masterclass in how to get the job done. But this would be a story here, but that's by no means a foregone conclusion. There's only a minute left on the clock, I think. In fact, will this be the last lap board this time around? I think it might well be. Yeah. And Lyzensky at the moment is in the key position, and don't count out Ellis McKenzie at all either here. Joseph Simcock starts the last lap. He just has to stroke this one home. Who is going to take the last of these promotion spots? Lyzensky will be driving the widest kart in Northamptonshire.
Will indeed. McKenzie with a lot of support in the chat as well. Trying to go around the outside. That's brought Hinckley back into play, but this is one mistake, one overtake away from being in that A final for all of these drivers. Lyzensky, brilliant line into Ashby, holding on here. Doesn't need to defend it to Wilkins. Otis is going to be the next opportunity, but there's yellow flags out and debris on circuit, something that shouldn't be there. It's a cone in the middle of the track. They get round it. Lyzensky holds on to second place. Hinckley can see him desperately trying to find a way through, but there's no way he's going to get past two in the next couple of corners. He's going to get one of them. It's going to be Joseph Simcock who takes the win in the B final. Daniel Lyzensky, look at the celebration, will come across the line in second place. Rory Hinckley finishes arguably one of the worst positions of them all in a B final. Third, he was one position away from doing the run from the pre-C final into the A, but his day ends there.
And my sound then, the noise you heard from me then there, the involuntary noise, was for the contrast you saw there. Lyzensky punching the air, and you could see the frustration from Rory Hinckley for coming so near and yet so far to that. Brilliant stuff from Lyzensky to drive defensively. Yes, there was the help though. What impact did the yellows have on that last lap as well? Daniel may well have been able to retain that, no doubt, around Wilkins, Oziers and the boot, but as it was, he was spared having to worry about it through Wilkins and Oziers. So dramatic stuff there towards the end of the B final. Great control from Joseph Simcock in first there to bag one of the spots on the A final grid, and we expect to see Daniel Lyzensky there as well. We're going into the penultimate race now here at Whilton Mill. Another one of the big scoring Premier races, A-tier races. It's the A final next for Super Lightweight Cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for your A final for round 6 of the 2024 Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets Championship. Rory Hamilton will start this one from pole position with Jensen Barnard alongside. Sam Morse and Elliot Griggs are on row number 2 with Jude Pudderfoot and Jack Thompson on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Fabian Gandhock and Jacob Underhill, Francesco Taccaro and Eskild Hewitt round out your top 10. Corey Chapman and James Vout are next on row 6, and then it's Alex Ivanescu and Samardeep Dhaliwal on row 7. Lewis Taylor and Jake Matthews are next on row 8, with David Kadar and Ben Hunt on row number 9. The top 20 are rounded out by Jacob Kent and Theo Thomas, and Charlie France and Zachary Smith are your confirmed promotees from your B final there. That's how they line up for the A final. A trophy and 130 points coming the way of the winner for this one to take round 6 for the 2024 Club 100 Super Lightweight Cadets Championship, with your coverage coming to you from Alpha Live here at Whilton Mill, with commentary from myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media. We do hope you've been enjoying the coverage throughout the weekend, and we are now getting towards the business end of the second day of running here at Whilton Mill with the A final for the Super Lightweight Cadets, and then the A final as well for Super Lightweight Juniors.
Indeed. So the championship scenarios in this one. Jude Pudderfoot still leads the championship, but virtue of him being 5th in the pre-A final earlier on today, his lead has been cut a little bit by your pole sitter Rory Hamilton on total points, not taking drops into consideration at this stage. The lead is 29 points for Jude Pudderfoot. Winners in these finals so far this year: Hamilton took round 1, Jacob Underhill took the win at GYG, and then since then it's been Pudderfoot all the way. The driver nicknamed the Duck has swum to 3 finals in a row in Cadet Super Lightweight. What is going to happen here for round 6 at Whilton Mill? Eyes on the lights. 11 minutes are underway for the final time this weekend. Cadet racing is go in Club 100 at Whilton Mill. Good start for those on the front row. Hamilton's got the challenge though in the shape of Morse. Morse down the inside may have the line into Christmas and does have the line. So it's Sam Morse who hits the front early on. Jensen Barnard's had a good start as well as off the road. It's that Jacob Underhill in the green helmet running wide. There's another driver towards the back. It might be the 47 or the 67.
I think it's Kadar.
Of David Kadar running wide there, but great start, Howard, there from Sam Morse, who hasn't been in this position so far this season, hasn't had a race victory, but that was a spot-on way to start from grid 3.
Perfect start from grid 3. But this is the counter-attack from Rory Hamilton into the boot. We haven't got time to dwell on it, unfortunately, as Morse immediately needs to defend here, but he manages to hold off stave off the attack there through the boot, as there's penalties coming in there for bump and pass for Lewis Taylor, for breaking formation for Sam Hardeep Dhaliwal as well. But yeah, beautifully read. The pole side of the grid got a slightly better getaway, so that meant that Sam Morse was able to get by Jensen Barnard, and then he tucked underneath Rory through the crook to have the run up the hill. Perfect start for him, as we see Elliot Griggs taking to the conventional line, but there is a pass for second place. Jensen Barnard past Rory Hamilton there, read that one really nicely, as there is another penalty, another bump and pass penalty, and this one is for Jude Pudderfoot, your championship leader coming into today. So that is a significant penalty for the driver of the number 2. You can see him there battling away with Elliot Griggs. No, he's not Elliot Griggs, he's going for a big move there on, is that Fabian Gandhock, who I think has come to the fore there? No, it's Jack Thompson, who I think he was actually putting the move in there. So it's now, no, I'm going to go back to what I said the first time. It is Gandhock, because Thompson has got a little bit up the road and onto the back of Rory Hamilton there in 4th place. So yeah, big move there from Elliot Griggs, who lost a couple of positions net on that last lap, but he was trying to get that back on Gandhock and couldn't make it stick, and he's still battling away with Gandhock. I can see in the back of the shot there as they come up the hill, but we're looking to the leaders because the 23 of Sam Morse is having to look this way and that for where the for where the attack is coming from. Jensen Barnard having a look to the inside, Rory Hamilton looking if there's any opportunity around the outside, and once all is said and done, they say in the same positions, but that's not true of the likes of Fabian Gandhock, who looks to have dropped behind Pudderfoot and Griggs and Vout. Actually, he's being hung out to dry there by all of them. Jacob Underhill and Alex Ibanescu getting involved in that as well. So keep an eye out how the top 10 come out at the end of this lap, because it's going to be quite significantly different from 5th place down.
Indeed, it's well, Jude Pudderfoot starting to fight back here, as down the inside goes Hamilton on Barnard for 2nd place. Pudderfoot is back up to 5th place on the road. This is a proper damage limitation day now for the championship leader. It's not going to be a best day of the season so far. You never know, it could end up as a dropped score for Pudderfoot at the end of the season, but right now we can't take that as an assumption. He's got to keep pushing on now. Apologies, it wasn't Jacob Underhill who was off early, because Jacob Underhill is quite clearly up there in 8th place. It was another driver with a similar green and white helmet. It's down the inside there. That's James Vout on the move, gaining positions. Fabian Gandhock fighting his way through. I think he gained 2 spots there with Fabian Gandhock. That was really good stuff from the driver there in the number 47. Back at the front of the field, Sam Morse continues to lead this race. He's very much aware of the presence of Rory Hamilton. Hamilton, who has not had a trophy, a final victory since he did the double of pre and trophy victories back at round 1 at Rye House. Hamilton's now down the inside. There's a little bit of a touch between the two of them. Morse is going to hold on to that one, and that's all held things up as Jack Thompson's now part of this game. The red suit and the black helmet, cart number 65, there in 4th place. As through goes Barnard past Hamilton for 2nd place. Here comes Thompson. Thompson's going to give the assist to Barnard up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Hamilton's going to have to fight it round the outside, and does fight it round the outside. This is a good chance though, Howard, for Sam Morse. He's got a bit of a gap. It's about 0.4 of a second. This could be his key move for the race win.
Yeah, absolutely. Jude Pudderfoot as well is in damage limitation mode, remember, with a 4th place position to be added at the end. He's arriving on the scene at the back here. You know, I actually wager it still might have been Jacob Underhill there, because you don't lose too much time so long as you don't go into a spin on the grass.
True, yeah.
You don't actually lose that much time, so it may yet have been that, but it doesn't matter too much. The point is that he's now in 9th place and part of this pack that is not spreading out all that much here at Whilton Mills. There's more penalties coming in, unfortunately, and these are significant ones as well. We've got a bump and pass penalty for Corey Chapman, who's running in 16th. That's going to be 4 positions added to his race, and the same 2 for Elliot Griggs, running in 8th place, as that is trying to tuck underneath. That's Elliot Griggs there trying to tuck underneath and execute a pass there, but Jacob Underhill is actually trying to come through at Christmas corner. And sorry, behind them it's Charlie France and Alex Ibanescu, and that is Charlie France pushing up the field here, having got that promotion, of course, onto the back of this A final grid. And he's going well here, is the driver of the number 13. That is him up to, I think that's him up into the top 10 at the very least now. There pursuing Lewis Taylor, I think, is the next target for him as we cut back to the leaders. And there is a late dummy sold by Rory Hamilton into the boot, but it's a difficult corner to convert that into a pass, and Jensen Barnard will stick that round the inside and hold his advantage there to retain second place for now. And Rory Hamilton now sets his eyes, I think, on trying to work with, well, he seemed to gesture there to say let's work together to push back up the road. Very alert to the fact that they'll lose time in these situations, as Jensen Barnard has to stick to the inside in defence. Behind them, though, James Vout is all over the back of Jack Thompson, but stays as he is for now. Jude Putterford, of course, in the middle of all of this, trying to mitigate his penalty as much as possible, as Barnard goes defensive once again into Ashby, as Rory Hamilton continues to apply the pressure. I have to say they're not losing all that much time, considering the amount of alternative lines that they're taking. They're staying with Sam Morse still rather well here as they circulate for lap 7 with 4.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Jensen Barnard, who's already had his best results of the season so far in an A-tier race, with that second place in the pre-final, looking to double things up as side by side go the championship rivals, Hamilton and Putterfoot. Putterfoot still, of course, has that +4 second penalty. The gesture to each other to say, let's work together, let's move forward.
That's on the penalty board. You can see 2 penalties there. That's another showing of a bump and pass, an additional bump and pass penalty for Elliot Griggs in number 14. So 8 positions dropped from wherever he ends up finishing. And Ben Hunt as well, who had such good pace in qualifying. Currently running in 18th place. He has a bump and pass as well, albeit he does have the fastest lap of the race, to just underline how good his pace has been today, as closing up even further now for the lead of this one between Morse and Barnard.
Back with our battle for the lead. 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Sam Morse looking for a first victory of the season. Looking for a first podium of the season in the trophy finals. Had a couple of thirds in pre-finals, but you don't get the trophies for those races. You get the championship points, but it's here, these last races of the day, where the bits of silverware that the drivers love to take home with them are on offer. 3 minutes to go. We're on to lap number 9. Fastest driver on circuit is the driver third in line there. The red suit and white helmet. Kart number 1, Rory Hamilton. Just got into that phase of the race now, I feel, Howard, where the drivers are in a rhythm. They know they've worked hard to get themselves in this top 6 that have broken away from the rest of the field. They're in the mix for the podium spots today. It's a little bit too early to go on the full attack, because the risk is throw yourself out the back.
Yeah, I love this though. Look how it's closed up between these cadets. 6 karts battling for the lead here with just under 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And the pack behind them, which is headed up by Jacob Underhill at the moment, they'll see that opportunity ahead as Rory Hamilton goes round the outside at the entrance to the boot, sees the opportunity to get himself into the second spot. That was nicely executed there. Had the overspeed onto the back straight and just swooped around the outside. Not the most common manoeuvre that you see into the boot, but that's what I love about that section of the lap, and no changes to the reprofiling has affected this at all. You can go down the inside, you can go around the outside, you can go switch back through the toe and set up an opportunity that way. Look at how they're all sticking to the inside here. Barnard looking to get back past Hamilton as Hamilton moved slightly to the left to try and open up the corner for himself. That's actually not worked for Barnard. It's going to allow Vout and Putterfoot through. Wout getting past both of them. So Wout's now up into third place, and there goes Jack Thompson as well. All change amongst these top 6, and it is slowly but surely bringing those behind them together as well. But this is Rory Hamilton going around the outside at Wilkins for the lead, and he'll have the outside into Oziers. And what a move there from Rory Hamilton on Sam Morse to take the lead with 1 minute 40 to go. But surely Sam Morse will want to mount a counter-attack here, and James Wout has played himself into this one beautifully into the closing stages here. Jack Thompson staying with them as well, and Jude Putterfoot and Jensen Barnard have fallen back into the grasp, or they're falling back towards the grasp of Jacob Underhill, and Charlie France is coming into this one as well towards the end here. It's not the last lap ball this time. We've got 2 more laps to go of this Cadet A final for round 6. Look at Jack Thompson setting himself up to get the switchback. James Wout chooses to open up the corner as well. They'll have overspeed through Boxing Day and Inkermans, but can they do anything with it towards Ashby Corner? Sam Morse will be looking for opportunities on Rory Hamilton as well, but nobody chooses to go to the inside. Meanwhile, behind them, that looked like Jacob Underhill going for a move on Jensen Barnard, and Elliot Griggs trying for a move as well. He's trying to mitigate the penalties he's accrued over this one as well. With 30 seconds left on the clock, lap and a half to go.
Really close stuff yet again here in the Cadet Super Lightweight class for the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships. Round 6 A final has 1 more lap after this one. Hamilton comes out of Paddock Corner. We'll see that final lap board. There's a penalty for the number 33. That's Eskild Hewitt, one of our drivers who's come through from the B-tier races. Hamilton knows that this run up the hill on this new format of Whilton Mill is ever more important than it was before. He's got to stay to the inside. James Wout's going to try go around the outside. Can he get his nose alongside and have the advantage into the next corner here on Sam Morse? Sam Morse is on the grass, and round goes Jack Thompson. Thompson, through no fault of his own, finds himself facing the wrong way. He's out of the scrap. It's down to 2 of them now, Hamilton and Wout. And Sam Morse's hopes of a podium look to be gone at this stage. But remember, Jude Putterfoot does have a penalty, so right now he's holding third place. But Hamilton is away, it would seem, into the final couple of corners. He hasn't won since round number 1. He's going to take his 2nd double of the year and win in Cadet Super Lightweight at Whilton Mill. James Wout is on the podium for the first time this season with 2nd place. Putterfoot recovers to 3rd but has a penalty. And Sam Morse at this moment provisionally will be on the podium as well for the first time in 2024. Jensen Barnard 4th once penalties are applied. That is your top 5 on the road. Jacob Underhill, Charlie France, Elliot Griggs, Jack Thompson and Alex Ibanescu all score top 10s.
4th haul of 130 points, or sorry, 5th haul of 130 points, because that is a double win for Rory Hamilton today. As Andrew said, reinforcing his success from round 1 in that sense, and taking the win here in dramatic fashion. Your heart goes out to so many drivers there towards the end. Sam Morse tried to hold on to that kart and stop it from going into a spin, and he kind of managed it, but it came at the cost of some pod-to-pod contact there with Thompson. And gosh, there was not a lot that Jack Thompson could have done there. Dramatic stuff there for the A final. Well done to Rory Hamilton. Provisionally, at least we say. Confirmed results are at results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Club 100. We've got 1 more race to go here, if Brian Andrews' voices can take it, that is. And that is going to be the A final for our Super Lightweight Juniors. Here's your grid then for the last race of what has been a fantastic weekend of racing here for Club 100 Cadets and Juniors. The A final for Super Lightweight Juniors. Let's take you through it. Jamie Tiley Gooden starts this one from pole position. Logan McAllister alongside him. Blake Southern and Max Sheldon Hayward are your second row of the grid, with Dominic Balasitis and Max Davis on row number 3. Row 4 is Louis Williams and Benji Hamilton, and we find Tyler Masters and Declan Luff on the 5th row to round out the top 10. Daniel Archibald and Jack Redfern are next on row number 6, and it's on row 7 that we find Jacob Brown and Ethan Pritchard. Jake Chapman and Frederick Navarro are next, with Dylan Tracy and Mikey Brissenden on row number 9. The top 20 are rounded out by Brody Skinner and George Palmer Mobsby. Jamie Warner and Luca Brooks are on row number 11. Oliver Wilde and Ethan Saunders-Wilt are your 12th row of the grid and your confirmed promotees from the B final. Joseph Simcock and Daniel Lysansky round out your 26-kart grid, contesting the A final here at Whilton Mill for round number 6. Well, I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. One of the moments from this season that sticks with me quite a bit from what we've been able to broadcast to you with Alpha Live was the end of that A final back at GYG, and that was a battle between Jamie Tiley-Gooden and Logan McAllister, and they line up here on the front row along with 24 other drivers to make it a 26-car grid who could reasonably take this one. There's so many stories in this one. How will George Palmer Mobsby do? One, when we were last at Whilton Mill, has worked his way up through from the B grid to be on this A grid, and he now starts this one down in 20th place. It's an outside shot, but it's definitely one to watch. Let's just cover what we're looking at now, because you're seeing formation, you're seeing drivers peel into the pit lane. Just as a reminder, these drivers, let's try that one again. Club 100, of course, do a fantastic job of maintaining the pace parity between these cars, but the drivers, by getting to the A final, have earned the right to be discerning customers, is how I like to say it. The karts, as I say, have great pace parity here in Club 100, but every kart is different and every driver's driving style is subtly different. So in order to avoid any possibility of someone saying, the kart that I had wasn't just happened to not be suited to me in the A final, they get these reconnaissance laps effectively to shake down the kart and choose whether or not the kart is for them. They can, if they so choose, come into the pit lane and swap karts. Obviously, that is a roll of the dice, and you are doing so on the hope that the next kart you get into will be more to your liking. But that is what is going on right now. We have seen a few drivers pull into the pit lane. I have to say, my story for doing this, I haven't changed the kart that often. I did this once with a kart that, it wasn't really a shakedown lap, but it was a kart that clearly had a problem at a qualifying session in Llandau. Shout out to that circuit. I always have loved that circuit. And Club 100, Julie did exactly what the rules said and said, very well, here is the other kart. By the way, it's the first qualifying session of the day, and the kart I got into was covered with frost with 3 minutes left of qualifying, which might have been something I should have borne in mind when I started thinking about bringing the kart in. But you know, definitely don't take my example as a good one to go by. I have to say, though, I had great fun wrestling that kart around. It was a BUKC rookie round. I promise I have raced in all the championships. I'm just telling a lot of anecdotes from that period of my racing career today. But I'm still quite proud that I still managed to qualify that thing like 11th or 12th. It was great fun just wrestling that kart around to try and get the heat into it. But probably not the best play, once all was said and done. That was for a qualifying session, though. This is very much for a race, and a big race for the maximum points here, and a bit of silverware as well on offer here. Last time out, just as a reminder, Brody Skinner was a double winner at Ella Park. Last time here at Whilton Mill, it was Jamie Tiley-Gooden who had run the pre-A final. And no, that's round 2. Let's try that one again. Last time we were here, it was Benji Hamilton who took the pre-A final win, and George Palmer Mobsby, as we mentioned earlier, who took the A final win. I did mention that Jamie Tiley-Gooden, he's also won A-tier races, as has Logan McAllister, as has Frederick Navarro. So plenty of different winners we've had so far in this season. Who's going to be taking this one? And we're about to find out over the next 11 minutes, as Jamie Tiley-Gooden will lead them away. Here we go then for one last time. 11 minutes on the clock, and we're racing at Whilton Mill. Pretty even start from both sides of the grid. Logan McAllister looking to hold on to second place, but he's going 3 abreast with Blake Southern and Max Sheldon-Hayward, and it looks like Southern has come to the fore in that particular battle, but everyone's got through the first couple of corners cleanly enough, it seems to me. as they go 3 wide and even 4 wide through Christmas Corner. We've got 1 driver off onto the grass, 2 drivers off onto the grass, and unfortunately it's not gone too neatly for them there, and it was one of those indeed. I was wondering that was one of those George Palmer ones. We've seen the customary white suit. Another driver is off wide, and from high up it's Dominic Balasaitis who's wide at Ashby Corner. So some big names potentially in the story of this race already having problems early on, but at the head of the field Blake Southern has come to the forefront. Jamie Tightly-Gooden has still retained the lead, but Blake Southern has had a good lap coming up to second place as they come through the Paddock chicane for the first time in this one. You can see Jack Redfern battling away there, but indeed it is Dominic Balasaitis dropping down the order. We're looking to see who else is dropping. Tyler Masters is dropping down the order. Daniel Archibald and Mikey Brissenden are towards the back. George Palmer Mobsley, I don't think it was who went across the grass, or if he did, he's lost a remarkably small amount of time considering how much squirreling around we saw on the grass.
Yeah, he's actually the only driver in the bottom half of the field to have no net gain or loss, so I think it was. It's similar to Jacob Underhill, he's just gained all those positions back because there's other drivers out there who've fared even worse on that first lap, which was a little bit chaotic. And we said with the juniors earlier, we were talking to the likes of Freddie Navarro saying, yeah, you've got to keep it on the circuit, you've got to survive the first couple of laps. Then you start to find out what kind of proposition you've got here today, side by side between Benji Hamilton and Max Davies there. That is over 5th place.
Another 8-tier winner who's having problems out there. Frederick Navarro is being shown the mechanical flag early on here, and that's gutting for him. He will have to report to the pit lane with that, so that's another key player in this class who's not going to be on for the win this time, as we're seeing Benji Hamilton battling away here with Max Davies, I think that was, and Declan Luff involved in that battle as our battle over second streams through Ashby Corner. There is Max Davies, Benjamin Hamilton, Declan Luff in 5th, 6th and 7th respectively at the moment. Second place battle. How much are they working together? Not that much. Logan McAllister getting the overlap with Max Sheldon Hayward. He's trying to prise open the door and find the space, but Max Sheldon Hayward is not in the mood to entertain that notion whatsoever. And it stays as they were, with a penalty being shown incidentally to Jacob Brown. That is for a take-out, so that will be 6 positions to wherever he finishes the race. But my goodness me, if ever there was a sign to say, I'm not in the mood to let you through, that was given then by Max Sheldon Hayward in the 31 car. Blake Southern going a little bit defensive there, maybe a little bit early to do that because it's building up the pressure behind him. The drivers behind him very much have designs on trying to get up the road and challenge Jamie Tightly-Gooden here. I can't think that they've bailed out of doing that yet, and that is why they are so desperate to get past Blake Southern, because for my money, it's easy for me to say from the comfort of the comms box, he's going defensive quite early here, and it means these drivers are starting to get desperate, and Max Sheldon Hayward goes for that move into the boot and has got the job done. Logan McAllister is hung out to dry as a result of it, and that's going to allow Max Davies through, and Benji Hamilton now alongside Logan McAllister, and Declan and Louis Williams trying to get involved as well. Ethan Pritchard, all of them trying to get through here. The key thing in terms of the key thing for us to now look at is what is the pace of Max Sheldon Hayward like in clear air. He clearly felt he had the pace advantage over Blake Southern. He's gone for the move, he made it stick. Can he actually start to eat into the lead of the race? There's a little up from Ethan Pritchard on Louis Williams for 7th place into Christmas Corner there. Comes to nothing for now.
Yeah, one of the keys for Max Sheldon Hayward is getting a buddy behind him who's willing to go with him and help work as a 2, a 3 perhaps to close Jamie Tightly-Gooden down. He needs someone right on his rear bumper, pushing him along the straights, getting them inch by inch closer to the race lead. I don't think he's quite got that at this stage. I don't think Blake Southern's got the race pace as things stand. Who's fallen off there? Was that Louis Williams perhaps? It was somewhere up in the top 10.
I'm not sure.
Penalty for Declan Luff for multiple pieces of contact. Yes, it was Louis Williams. Real shame there for the driver. The number 43 is out of this one. We should remember, though, Blake Southern's pace in the latter stages of the pre-A final was very strong indeed. Maybe he's just playing this a little bit longer at this point of the race. Max Davies had to go there into Christmas Corner, but wasn't far enough alongside to make that one work. What's the pace last time around? Well, for Jamie Tyler-Gooden, it's another fastest lap of the race of 55.680. He's got a 10th. He's got a 10th on the rest of them in hand. At this stage, he's going to keep growing and growing and growing that lead. It's now up to 3.5 seconds. It's looking good for Jamie Tyler-Gooden to take what would be his first double victory of both the Prix and Trophy A final in 2024.
Absolutely. 6 laps completed then. Jamie Tyler-Gooden sets a new fastest lap of the race, and he's 3.9 seconds to the good. He's really, I mean, that fastest lap has now been overhauled by Ethan Pritchard, so there are drivers in the field with the pace, but it's another 0.5 of a second that he pulled out ahead. And there is a late chop across from Blake Southern, and that was brilliantly judged from Max Davies to not end up in an incident there, but that was heart in the mouth stuff there. It's allowed Benjamin Hamilton through on Max Davies there, but goodness me, that was, I don't think Blake Southern realised how far along Max Davies was there. And that is going to, well, that was, as I say, a dramatic moment there for Max Davies. Benji Hamilton seizing the opportunity to get up to 4th place now, and once again is thinking strategically and wants to push up onto the back of Blake Southern. There is a mountain to climb, though, it has to be said now, to reel in Jamie Tyler-Gooden. We know how much pace he has at this, well, at any circuit, frankly, but there is another fastest lap of the race, almost by way of demonstration there of the difficulty that they may have. It may therefore be the case that earlier than usual we might see a breakdown of discipline. Did we ever actually see an establishment of discipline is perhaps a debate to be had, but I think this battle over second place now is going to be fairly robust and fairly in earnest, with not too much consideration given to the possibility of reeling in the leader, it has to be said.
And again, it's been the story of this category so far this year. You know, for Max Sheldon Hayward, this could be the best result of the season so far.
Yeah.
He's not had a podium yet. He'd love to get one. He's been one of those consistent faces in and around these A finals. Could be making a big step forward, but he's got some pressure behind the likes of Southern. Benji Hamilton still there as well, and to the day's second place in the championship, of course. And knowing that his title rival has disappeared down the road, he will be very keen to get as many points back as possible. Southern feels the need to go defence to the inside. Hamilton tries to go around the outside. That may open the door for Max Davies. I think that was a slightly ironic thumbs up there from Hamilton. Oh, Davies is out on the grass. Cuts through well, nearly onto the Zulu layout there. Did very well to hold onto that one. It's all getting a bit rough and tumble as in comes Ethan Pritchard in the number 52. Hamilton's down the inside once again, trying to get himself back into 3rd place. And here comes Logan McAllister on the scene. McAllister down the inside. That's why he won the Cadet Championship last year in the lightweights. Brilliant reading of the race. Another thumbs up in the air from Benji Hamilton to say, yep, thank you very much for that. And, well, they'll be on their way now for the remaining 2.5 minutes, but Benji Hamilton clearly quite frustrated out there.
Yeah, situation for Max Davies there, very reminiscent of what we saw for Sam Morse in that Cadet final. Thankfully this time no one came to an out-and-out stop out there on track, and ironically, given quite how much of a kerfuffle there was for the rest of the lap, Max Davies is actually still very much in the fight. Blake Southern goes defensive again, this time against Logan McAllister and Ethan Pritchard, who are following him here. All of this is allowing Max Sheldon Hayward to get up the road and really cement here what would be his first podium for the season, as that is the move from Benji Hamilton trying to get through on Ethan Pritchard. Ethan Pritchard will have the inside for Wilkins. Benji Hamilton might try to get back across for the inside. He does indeed, but Pritchard is in no mood and will shut the door there as Max Davies now challenges Benji Hamilton. Look out as well for Declan Luff and Jacob Brown, all a part of this. 2x2, they go into the boot. Benji Hamilton is through on Ethan Pritchard. It's a wide moment though for Max Davies, but there won't be much that Declan Luff can do about it to capitalise on that. And it will be a change for position for 5th place. Benji Hamilton up past Ethan Pritchard. Tyler-Gooden leads now by 5.2 seconds. Sheldon Hayward now in 2nd place has some 2.2 seconds over the likes of Southern and McAllister.
Yeah, and well, now Hamilton with the contact warning now goes toe-to-toe with Pritchard once again, gets a good load of curb through Boxing Day and is through into 5th place. Declan Love's having a really good... Oh, that's a bit of a deep moment for Blake Southern. Now, was it encouraged?
No, it wasn't encouraged, but I'll be honest with you, Southern does need to be a bit careful about coming back across onto the racing line in the braking. That was contact with McAllister, but McAllister holding his arm aloft And in absolute fairness, not my call to make, folks, but in absolute fairness to McAllister, I'm not sure where he was supposed to go there to avoid the contact.
Indeed, to further not improve Benji Hamilton's move, he's just about to see that he's got a bumper pass penalty. As we go on to the final lap now, 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Just going to make that point about Declan Luff again. Declan Luff is currently on course for a first top 10 in the final at an A-tier level, I think, so far this year. There's still one place on the podium to be decided. McAllister's trying to find a way around the outside. Hamilton's going to stick his nose in there and get ahead in terms of track position. That is good if you are Blake Southern, because remember, the number 6 has a penalty as round goes Max Davies on the final lap. Will lose a top 10 place here in the final. What a shame for Max Davies. Down the inside goes Logan McAllister on Blake Southern. That's going to be it. That's the spot on the podium, because Hamilton's going to get demoted. No problems at all for championship leader Jamie Tiley Gooden. Wins at Whilton Mill and is Arrow on the spot for a double. His first double of the season so far. A commanding day in his championship campaign. Second to Max Sheldon Hayward. A first podium of the year for Max in the number 31. Benji Hamilton is third on the road, but has penalties, so Logan McAllister will be on the podium in third. A return to the rostrum for the first time since GYG. Blake Southern was a big part of that race. He gets a top 5. Ethan Pritchard there in 6th place. George Palmer, Mobsby. What a drive that is. From the B final, finishes 7th and gets more good points, and maybe, just maybe, that could be the kind of drive and recovery drive that really gets George's season going again as we head into the last 4 rounds of the season. Jacob Brown in 8th, Declan Luff 9th. I'm just going to go through this. I think that is the best results of the season so far. Yes, it is. It's a second top 10 of the season, but that one before was a 10th place, so well done to Declan Luff there in the number 49. In the top 10 as well was Jack Redfern. Another good result for Jack, another top 10 for him. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes 11th. Louis Williams fought back to 12th place. Brilliant stuff there from Louis. Daniel Lazinski in 13th. Luca Brooks 14th. Brody Skinner in 15th. Dylan Tracy, Mikey Brissenden, Dom Balasaitis, Joseph Simcock and Max Davies all in the top 20. Got a feel for Davies there. 1 lap away from getting a top 10. Oliver Wilde, Jake Chapman, Daniel Archibald, Jamie Warner and Tyler Masters were all your finishers. 1 retirement because of a mechanical flag was Freddie Navarro.
Well, there we go. That brings to an end what has been a fantastic weekend of racing here at Whilton Mill. We do hope that you've enjoyed the broadcast coverage from Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. There's just a few bits of housekeeping that we'll do just to wrap up here. I always want to start off by saying a massive thank you to the marshals and to the medical team stationed here, without whom we could not go racing. We can never go racing around any of the circuits that we visit. Thankfully, didn't need to see the medical team out on track, although my commentary colleague here did have to pay the visit
this weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say, after he had a bit of a fall earlier on in the paddock.
Getting old.
But no, without them we couldn't go racing, so we're very grateful. And thank you as well to all the Whilton Mill staff who make the show run here. And as ever, we've been made to feel very welcome here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in Northamptonshire. Do check that out if you're looking for a good, fantastic, even I should say, karting venue in the Midlands. And also, there's a whole host of other activities that you can do on site here at Whilton Mill. So definitely check them out online for details of all of that. Club 100. Let's do a bit of admin. So the championship for the next round, round 7, is going to be at Landau in a few weekends' time. I want to say, is that the 10th, around about the 10th and 11th of August?
Yes.
Fantastic circuit at Landau. I am a bit, I don't know, but biased. I really like that track. That was the first place I ever raced in a Club 100 kart, and I've loved it ever since. We've not seen it perhaps as much on the calendars in recent years. Brilliant circuit. Get on down there if there's any spots available, or if you're just in the area, fantastic weekend of racing it will be. The next broadcast action I want to say is actually,
it's a bit of a break now.
Yeah,
as we're really in the summer. A lot of this in terms of availability and all the rest of that and scheduling. So we won't have a Club 100 broadcast event actually until the autumn now.
Yes.
Sorry guys, still plenty of things to follow over on the socials at Club 100 Racing. But in terms of Alpha Live and Alpha Live broadcast and DDMM commentated action, your next one is up the road from here, not too far from DDMM HQ, Shennington for the seniors. That'll be on the Sunday the 6th of October. Don't worry though, we have a jam-packed schedule for the run-in. You will not miss a thing. The next time you will have the cadets and juniors.
Right?
No, because that's something I'll come on to in a minute.
Sorry,
that one we were going to, but then some things changed. So it'll be Buckmore Park. We will have the season finales at Buckmore Park. The reason why. Previously, it was going to be Warden Law that was broadcast, but because I think this is the first time that we've done a Club 100 round since the announcement that, of course, Alpha Live have the live exclusive rights of the Rotax Grand Finals, which within the Club 100 sphere we are absolutely delighted about. Unfortunately, we can't be involved. Somebody else has got me booked in that weekend already. Yeah, great to have support from Rotax here this weekend as well. So thank you to Guy Sheffield, who's been here from Rotax UAE. But as I say, you can follow all the results, all the bits of content. Johnny P's fantastic photography, all on at Club 100 Racing. From a DDMM perspective, we are partially back next weekend. He's having some well-earned time off working on his house, but we will be myself up at Shennington with Alpha Live for the next round of the Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Definitely be around for that, and more across the course of the summer at _MM on the social media networks to give us a follow.
Absolutely, if you like what you heard from a commentary perspective, or _MM.com if you aren't sure where all those social media links are. And I'll just say on that one as well, it's been an absolute pleasure to share a comms box with you.
Likewise.
Sir, it doesn't happen often enough these days, but yeah, it's been good. We do hope you've enjoyed what you've heard from comms perspective, and I'll use that to segue across as well into the Alpha Live team here, Alpha Live Productions. Show them some love, like, share and subscribe the stream if you haven't already. If that sounds like a too much of a gap until you next have Club 100 action, then don't forget you can go and enjoy all of the action that we've broadcast so far during the season on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, as well as a smorgasbord of other categories that Alpha Live are involved with. Our thanks today in particular go to Stuart Rice, who's been in production. Shout out to Darren Hassan as well, who's been helping out this weekend, and Joe, who's been going around as a runner and was also our camera operator when we were doing the Paddock walk, and to all the other camera ops who have been helping us bring this coverage to you. We do hope you've enjoyed it. Please show Alpha Live some love as well. One final thought on Club 100, thanks to John Weiger and the team and everyone who has obviously put on the championship, maintained this fantastic fleet of karts. If you like what you've seen from that perspective, head over to club100.co.uk for all the details of the championship. And there's the Facebook group as well, which is the main form of interaction as well for you to get involved with there. If you've got any questions, give the office a call. They will be happy to help, as they have often done for myself, no matter how incoherent my question was on the phone line. They're a very helpful bunch, so give them a call. Details are on that website, club100.co.uk. I think that just about wraps it up for all of that. Thank you very much for your support. As you can see there, trophy presentations being made down there now at Whilton Mill. If you've not had the chance to come to one of these events, obviously come down as well. They're fantastic to be viewing in person at the track as well. And it's been great to see so many friends, family and supporters here this weekend. From all of us here, though, at Whilton Mill, thank you very much for your support this weekend. And until next time, folks, take care. Bye-bye.